Okay, good morning. I will call the Paris Union High School District School Board meeting to order at 9:11 a.m. I'm going to ask for a roll call to determine a quorum. Trustee Anaya?
Here.
Trustee Stafford? Trustee Stafford's not here.
Not here.
Trustee Hall?
Present.
Trustee Garcia?
Here.
Trustee Campos?
God bless you.
And we have established a quorum. The Pledge of Allegiance, if you please stand with me to honor our flag. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready to begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And now we're moving to 4.1, invitation to address the Board of Trustees on agendized items. Are there any public comments on agendized items?
No public comments.
Okay. Now, at this time, if possible, I'd like to make a motion to have some flexibility with today's schedule. There's a couple things that we kind of want to move around. So if anybody would like to make that motion. We would like to move closed session up and also the scheduling for some of the day's events so that they're not in the order. Basically, go whatever order.
I'll make the motion.
A second.
Trustee Garcia, thank you.
We'll have to vote. Can you ask
Roll call?
everyone? Yes.
Yeah. Okay, we'll take a roll call vote to amend today's agenda with flexibility. Trustee Anaya?
Yes.
Trustee Stafford is not here. Trustee Hall?
Here.
No.
Trustee
Yes or
Garcia?
no? Yes or
Oh,
no?
yes, no.
Yes.
Yes is your vote?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
We're voting. It's a yes or a no.
I missed it.
So he's making an amendment to make
Oh,
move
yes.
closed session.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, so Trustee Hall is a yes. Trustee Garcia
Yes.
and Trustee Campos is a yes. So on the vote being taken, it's 4-0.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, 4-0, okay. And so now do we move to
So what?
closed session?
We're
Oh,
going to move to closed session.
we want to move to closed session, so let me,
And then you said you have dates. Was that for closed session or for the open?
no, not dates. The schedule.
So now that you made
Okay.
a motion, we have to accept the motion and go closed session, right?
Yeah, so now.
Is that right, Ms. Hammond? Since we're moving closed session up, we still have to vote on going to closed session?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's what
Yeah, so 8.1 adjourn to closed session.
So
Do
you need a
it.
So
motion?
it'll be, it's actually 4.1.
4.1, sorry, okay. 4.1, do I have a motion to adjourn to closed session?
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Thank you. And any discussion? Let's take a vote. Roll call vote?
No,
Oh,
it's,
we don't need to, okay.
yes, you know what, yes, because it's not in order.
Okay, Trustee Anaya?
Yes.
Trustee Hall?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed Trustee Stafford, who's not present, and then Trustee Garcia,
Yes.
and Trustee Campos, yes. So upon the vote being taken was 4-0. We are adjourning to closed session at 9:14. Okay, 7.1, reconvene in public session. The special board meeting will reconvene at approximately
Chuck, make sure you're logged in.
9:44.
Join the meeting. All the way to the right. Join meeting.
Okay. Logged on like
There you go.
So now, 8.1. Oh.
Yeah. 8.1, report out of closed session.
No report out of closed session at this time, Mr. President.
Thank you. Okay, oral reports 9.1, district real property asset management presentation. Thank you.
morning.
Good morning.
Thank you,
Morning.
board members, superintendent, cabinet for having me here today. My name is Serene Abrahamian. I'm a partner with Orbach, Huff, and Henderson. I assist school districts up and down the state with facilities matters, business matters, and I do have a strong specialization in district real property and asset management planning. And as many of you know, and as districts are encountering various issues around both generating revenues, declining enrollments, and having maybe sites that aren't being utilized to their highest potential, more and more we're being asked to provide input on how districts can plan and utilize their assets to maximize revenues and assist the district in providing the programming for its students in the most optimal way. So oftentimes, and what we're encountering more and more, is that school districts are the largest property owners in the cities and counties that they serve. And I think more and more, like I said, districts are realizing, wow, these are assets that we can utilize to our benefit to help us not only provide better programming for our students and utilize to a degree that is more efficient, but also to generate long-term revenues. And what are the options and opportunities for school districts to be able to do that? And oftentimes, of course, we're asked, what does asset management planning mean? And it's important to put it in context. So managing a district's properties with a priority to school functions, for example, what's important to that particular district? Is it more recreational opportunities for their students? Is it recreational programming? Is it more educational programming? And how to manage their school sites in a way and utilize them so they can provide that programming, while, of course, simultaneously meeting community needs and creating ongoing revenue streams. So there are multiple considerations in doing efficient asset management planning. What you're going to see in this presentation is that we'll cover the surplus property statutes. So if a district is potentially going to sell or long-term lease, there are surplus statutes under the K-12 general education statutes that guide that process. And then we will jump into what are the alternatives to the surplus process, and then, of course, how the funds from both sale and lease can best be utilized by the district. So what we typically will start off with is, of course, we advise our clients to consider not that selling district property is not always the best option, and to look at alternatives for how best to retain district property, and like I said, to potentially develop long-term revenues from that property. So jumping into the surplus statutes, again, what the surplus statutes help districts accomplish is if they're potentially looking to sell property or long-term lease for up to 99 years. Just some key points. Selling and long-term leasing can be a little bit of a lengthy process because what's required of a school district is to form what's called a 7-11 committee. So that's a committee that's comprised of between 7 and 11 members. It's a board-appointed committee that's required to function pursuant to the Brown Act. So importantly, those meetings are open to the public. The public can attend and provide their input. And what the 7-11 committee's role is to assess and review the properties that are under their purview and provide recommendations to the board about the best options for those properties. And you'll see in further slides that there is a public offering and public bidding component to this process. And I did also want to point out that one of the questions we often get is, do charter schools get what's called a right of first refusal under those public offering procedures? It used to be that charter schools got the first right of first refusal under the public offering requirements, but that law has sunsetted as of July 1, 2016 and no longer applies. So what are the steps for surplusing? And we'll cover it in 3 categories. So the first step, after a board gets a recommendation report from a 7-Eleven committee, and the 7-Eleven committee has recommended to surplus property, or maybe it hasn't. The board is not bound to follow what's in the recommendation report. That's a recommendation, and then the board can make a determination of what it wants to do next with the property. So the first step is for the board to declare the property surplus. And when that occurs, the next two steps are initiated. So the second step in the surplus process is the public offering and notice requirement. So you see there that certain public agencies get what we just described as the right of first refusal. So it would be the cities and counties where that property is located. But in addition, you see the UC Regents, CSU, Public Housing Authority. And those notices have to go out by, of course, being published in the newspaper. And then the surplus resolution is also either published in full, or there's a link to that so that the community has access to it, and by direct mailed notice. Also, the local planning agency gets notice that the property is available for either sale or lease, whatever is specified in the notice. And if there's a recreational aspect or use on the site, and there are certain requirements that have to be satisfied for the Naylor Act to kick in, then recreational agencies also get a right of first refusal. And then you see there that it's typically a 40 to 60 day time frame for these public agencies to respond. And I do want to be clear, the district is not required to sell or lease to a public agency. It's an arm's length process. If the district is interested in pursuing that public agency's offer, assuming it gets one, then it can continue down that road and negotiate just like you would in a regular transaction with a private entity.
Ms. Eberhard, can you, I know we're kind of in a little quirky form here, so I can't really just, kind of interject as I would like to.
Sure.
But can you walk the board through an example, just a simple example, or an illustration as to the district put up this property here for ground lease, and then what the city of Paris could do, kind of walk them through that example, that scenario, so they'll get a chance to understand what is the first right of refusal. I'm looking at a couple of them, they're nodding their heads, but what does that mean?
And so the ground lease example is a little tricky because we have an opportunity to enter into ground leases without complying with all these steps if we do it under the alternative statute.
Okay, but given the example that would require,
Under the surplus statutes, again, once the board deems property surplus and the surplus resolution authorizes that the property be put out, for example, in the case that Makai asked me
okay, hold on a second, so the board would deem through a resolution,
Yes,
right, they would vote on, so the staff would work with you, you bring a resolution to the board would then vote the resolution to deem the property, go ahead,
surplus.
okay, then go from there.
Okay, so what that authorizes is this step 2, which is the public offering process. The entities that we mentioned all get notice at the same time, including city and county. Yes.
Okay. With all due respect, Makai, and I understand what you were saying, that you're noticing some more members with their faces. Why, and again, with all due respect for everybody, why don't we ask them what is the question, what is their concern, or what do they have, or if they have any questions, if that's what they want to know? Because what you are saying is what you think the board is thinking, right? So my recommendation would be, if there is anything, if you can provide the opportunity for them directly to ask if they want to know more of these or something more clear. Because just for my attention, when you say, I can see in their faces this, but they are here, they can tell us.
So, just as a response, number one, I appreciate that you're interjecting in the situation, because the reality is a lot of this stuff is new to all of us.
Yeah.
And so I think the request and the ask to give an example is fitting and helpful to us, because, for me, when it's labeled, we have multiple buildings within the district that we don't have. I mean, we know what they are, what they're labeled, but not necessarily how they're properly used or not. There's been changes in staff and personnel, so I do appreciate that. And sometimes, you can read body language better, because I know when a lot of that was being said, I was kind of stuck on the Naylor Act because of the school property and playground. So I do appreciate the interjection and making sure that we understand through an example of how the process would go, because I would have never known, okay, so, well, how does that happen? and he clearly explained there would be a resolution, so
You know,
thank you, and I do appreciate that.
I have to comment on that too. I'm glad you asked that because I didn't know we have that authority to deem it as surplus. And that's big. So thank you, because I know we also have land at one of our other properties that looks like a park, but it's our property.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
And actually, just I think to everyone's point, one of the really good places to start with asset management planning and speaking to kind of putting that process in context is really doing what is the universe of properties the district owns. And it's actually
Yeah.
interesting because when we do that legwork, of course the district team can provide, based on the information they have, what that universal list is. But it's interesting that when you pull that information through some of the title databases, sometimes districts end up owning more than they think they own, or like we've had a circumstance where in an adjacent district, the district was actually the owner of there were 3 APMs that comprised the high school site, and they actually owned the center parcel because proper transaction structures hadn't occurred where that property was deeded to the new school district. So sometimes it's a paperwork issue, but there's sometimes ways that, of course, we can get more information by pulling those lists, and it's very, very helpful as a first step. In the example that we were talking about, the district would then issue, the district team would issue to the public agencies and the other required agencies the opportunity, what's called the public offering, to make a bid or proposal on that ground lease opportunity. And of course, the district would have to provide the parameters of what they're looking for and some detail, but then it moves forward like a regular negotiation process depending on how many offers you get, and you're not bound to a specific public agency, and you're not bound to sell it, period, to a public agency. So then we can move to the next step, which is the formal bidding process. So under the surplus statutes, there is an opportunity then, as a third step, for the district to receive bids in open session for the potential sale or lease transaction. And there is a whole, of course, as you can imagine, procedural framework for how that occurs. I do want to point out that a lot of districts are starting to stray from this particular procedure because it is a little bit cumbersome for districts to administer, and the whole idea of receiving bids in open session that get open publicly is sometimes not the easiest for boards to administer. And so with that in mind, a lot of districts are now seeking waivers from the State Board of Education of the formal bidding requirements. And what the request to the State Board of Education would be from the district team, assuming that the board authorized it, is that the district, the formal bidding procedures be waived, and that the district be allowed to put the property out through a request for proposal process. So it's a little more informal. You have more control over the process. The district can, of course, identify all of the important terms and conditions and request proposals that meet those requirements. And we're finding that the State Board of Education is more and more readily granting those waivers.
So, question on that. So now, on the bids, those bids would come into the superintendent. The superintendent would then present it to the CBO, and then they would then present it to the board?
For
the
the
offerings?
formal bidding
Right.
or under the waiver process?
Under the waiver process.
So it would be through typically your business office. The RFP would be issued, just like, for example, for the various procurements that the business office administers. And then the proposals would be received. And actually, the RFP document will outline what the steps will be for how the proposals are considered. Of course, you have the option of including interviews as part of that process. But yes, proposals would be received, and then the district would review to see which one meets the needs and best interests of the district, and then recommendations would be brought to the board for selection.
Now, and you had mentioned earlier about the public and not having to rent or lease or sell to the public. Is there any benefit to going outside to private industry and or does it just depend on the situation? Because sometimes I'm assuming if it's a private industry trying to come in, they're trying to generate money and profit. So that land could be beneficial for them to do that, as opposed to a public entity who's not really looking to make profit. Does it matter one way or the other?
Yes, definitely at the beginning of this process, it's important to weigh all those considerations. In some cases, depending on the type of property it is and what the district's long-term goal and interests are, we will recommend that the district go through a public offering process, offer it to public agencies, see where that takes them, and then seek a waiver after that. The district does have the opportunity to also seek a waiver of the public offering procedures. So in some cases, if it makes more sense to just go out to the private entities directly, then the waiver can be brought to waive both public offering and public bidding procedures and go straight to an RFP.
Got it. Thank you.
And Serena, the waiver goes to who?
The State Board of Education.
CDE.
Yeah, and Makai, to my earlier point that more and more we're seeing these granted. You do have to get into the waiver like a queue though, because so many waivers are being brought to the State Board of Education. Sometimes you can't get on their agenda for the very next meeting, even if you submit. Timeline used to be 2 months in advance, and now we kind of have to plan ahead to make sure we meet their.
So the state board controls a lot, or has a final say so a lot, especially with the charters. Am I wrong?
Definitely with the property disposition, yes, and the types of waivers we're talking about. I think maybe Marley can cover more what their purview is around.
No, we could wait. Yeah,
charters.
yeah, we're good.
Okay.
So last question, so to Mr. Garcia's point, who owns the school district property?
Yeah.
School district,
And you hold it in trust of the state, right?
correct.
Which is why the state has the authority. I just want to make sure we're all on.
No, that's great.
Right?
Thank you.
The state, we hold the property in trust of the state,
Yeah.
which is why they have to involve themselves in the process, correct?
Correct.
Fair
Thank you. Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. I think you read my mind on that one.
I know you people.
And thank you for that clarification.
Yes, thank you.
So moving into the alternatives to surplus, there is, as we'll see, statutes that allow for short and long-term leasing without going through all of the surplus procedures we just covered. And I'm just going to touch on those here. I know these are some dense slides, but I wanted to have the information there for the board and for the district team so that they can really spend some time with it after today.
Okay. Oh, so you'll email it to us.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
I think the district team has it.
All right. Thank you.
So there is an opportunity for districts to do short-term leasing. This is not a process that requires an RFQP or request for qualifications and proposal or request for proposal procedure where the district offers it to multiple agencies or multiple private entities. You are allowed to essentially sole source these if there's an interested party that wants to enter into maybe a short-term parking lot lease or use a couple of your classroom facilities and have the sole use of those facilities. You can enter into this short-term lease structure. It's got a 5-year term limit associated with it. There is an exception if capital outlay improvements are being made by for park and recreation purposes by public entities or nonprofits. The really good component of these statutes is that the district can seek fair market rent. So in other words, the district, as a best practice, should do some legwork to establish what is the fair market value of that particular property in terms of being able to lease it at fair market rents and have that data and information in their files and be able to negotiate from a place of being informed. And then, of course, what the boards would be doing is making findings. You see those findings on the bottom of the slide. Importantly, that the proposed use doesn't interfere with educational programs or activities of any school or class where the leasing is occurring, does not unduly disrupt the residents of the neighborhood, and does not jeopardize the safety of children in the school. So those are important findings. Those would be brought to the board in a resolution format, and the lease, if approved, would hinge on those findings being made.
I don't know if this is kind of going off, but is that why churches rent properties from school districts? That falls under that?
It could be that, or it could be a civic center use, depending on what the purpose of the use is by the church.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Which we don't really cover the civic center under this presentation, but of course that's, we can come back with that additional.
No worries,
The
we're good.
churches that use our facilities are under the Civic Center Act.
So we do have churches that
We
use,
do, yes.
oh, okay, I knew another district, but,
Yeah, yeah.
like for X right now. Okay, that's
Sorry
good.
to interrupt.
No, that's good information, thank you.
But would that be temporary leasing time, not
It's-
permanent? Would
no,
it
it's-
permanent?
It's not permanent,
It's
and
not
it's not
permanent,
considered a
exactly.
lease. Please interject if I'm
No,
saying
no,
this.
that's accurate. It's for short-term
Yes,
uses,
it's
yeah.
for short-term use.
So they pay,
Like any.
churches don't qualify like as a nonprofit or anything, so they have to pay fair rental value when they're leasing from us, different than like a youth sports league would get a different rate.
Oh, okay.
So,
And those would be detailed in your policies
Yes.
too. I'm sure you have detailed
Yeah.
policies around that.
So
Would that be something we vote on too? I'm sorry,
no, good.
thank
You
you.
have board policy that outlines that, also in terms of the discounted rate that we get to use. Off the top of my head, I'm not gonna remember the
No, you're fine.
parameters, so I'll pull it up, but as long as like the youth sports I'm saying sports, but it could be any youth
Right.
organization, has, I think it's like 50% of their roster coming from within the district, and they get an even deeper discount. So we actually have 3 rates and then the free
Oh,
rate. Like, so like Boy Scouts, PTAs,
Uh-huh.
booster clubs would fall under free, and then we go all the way up to like the church example.
I didn't know that, thank you,
Uh-huh.
thank you.
So if
And
we
we have
want,
a policy manual as well for our potential applicants, so that they, because there's a lot of liability that could be included. I don't need to steer off of your presentation,
No,
but they looked
that's a
interested in
really
this.
good,
Yeah.
those are really
Yeah.
good points,
Yeah.
yeah. And actually, I was gonna segue into the joint use we just covered. We do have kind of this hybrid agreement between civic center uses and joint use. If maybe it's a longer term use by maybe a local community organization like what you were describing.
So 3 of these board members most recently would have approved what you're talking about with the city of Menifee to run their aquatics program. So that's an example.
Okay, now I know.
I'm sure you remember that.
Yeah, well, I do, now I'm putting it together, okay,
Yeah,
thank you,
I'm just trying to help,
No, you're doing
tie
great.
things together for you.
appreciate that, yeah.
so on the short-term lease, on the previous slide, that was the finding. So if, let's just say, for example, we want to partner with UC Riverside or Cal State San Marcos, which are the local, the closest universities. But if we were to use like our adult school building to, let's just say there was a need in the community to want to enroll in some classes, then we could figure out some kind of enrollment or lease so that people don't have to go all the way down to UC Riverside or San Marcos if that was the case. So we could potentially go into an agreement with a short-term lease to say, hey, to see if this works out for our community members that way. And it would be, I'm just using the adult school as an example, because then you wouldn't have the issue with the students during the day and the adults and having them with the findings on campus, mixing kids and adults and all that other stuff with the buildings. Okay.
Yes, you can definitely do that. And actually, I'll just skip ahead real quick, but I do want to come back to joint occupancy. But the Community Recreation Act, depending on what the partnership is with the public agency for the use of the facility or the site, you do have options under the Community Recreation Act to enter into agreements with cities and other public agencies for potential development of recreational opportunities. And recreational is defined broadly under these statutes. So like performing arts centers, for example, you could procure under these statutes if you wanted to potentially put those out as a leasing opportunity.
You have my wheels spinning right now, and I'm loving all the information. Now I have another question, because it was proposed a while back. What if a political party wants to have some type of meeting at one of our facilities? Would that fall under temporary leasing as well?
Yes.
Okay. Are we like Rochambeau?
Yeah, please go ahead, because I know some of the details of that are very specific to the school
Yeah.
district.
So the short answer is yes, Civic Center Act. But so they can do those things because they're paying, the market rate and that sort of thing. We have to be careful, aside from that, as the school district organization, administrators, all the way down to staff and board members, in terms of political activities. We can't have those and host those on our campuses. But an agency could come in to hold a meeting, they could hold a, a debate, at one of our campuses, and then they would be essentially renting the facility for the Civic Center Act in that regard.
That's good information. Thank you. You guys are on fire today. Good job.
I'm on fire every day, right? I just met her today.
But you're meshing. Yes, sir.
Mr. President, just one last point. They can also have liquor.
Oh,
Also, because you're renting the facility, the law says it. Just want to
Wow.
put it out there.
not saying I'm going to rent it for that. I'm just, yeah, no, I'm curious.
So somebody
Okay.
can rent a facility, you're renting the facility, you're paying the rate.
Right.
So, and the law changed, and the attorney can opine on that.
Well, and actually there are some other new Civic Center updates as well. So I think with all the questions we're getting, it would probably be helpful maybe working with the district team to bring additional information on.
Well, I'm not saying we're going to do anything like that. I'm asking the questions because I've heard these things and I'm like, I have no idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I think that's a great point because personally, I think Paris High School probably has the nicest theater in the area.
Oh, yeah.
And just knowing that could be, see, I would have never known that, you know what I mean? But that's obviously, if there's a way to generate funds, and obviously we'll have to,
You read my
figure
mind.
out, the best use of that. But it's good to know that. It's good to know that there's options. And so there are options that you can accept and options that you can decline. So that's good information because I would have never known. I mean, I obviously want to use that theater just community-wise, just to use it as much and as often as possible. You know, and obviously if there's a way to generate revenue, then so be it, but because it's a beautiful facility. So that's great information to know.
So that's funny you're saying that because I'm like nodding my head in agreement with you because that's what I'm thinking. Revenue to help with what we're talking about.
Yeah.
I think we're all on the same page. You're looking at me like you know what I'm saying. Okay.
Did you want to add something?
I was not prepared.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I wasn't planning to,
Okay,
but I can, anything you
No,
want.
I thought you were going to
Okay.
add something.
No,
You understand,
Mr.
right?
Garcia was,
Yeah.
we were kind of
Yeah.
doing,
Yeah. Totally.
that's what you noticed.
So this is an exciting one. I do want to spend a minute here, the joint occupancy statute. So to Mr. Ali's earlier point about ground leasing, there is an opportunity for the district to enter into long-term ground leases for up to 99 years without taking all the steps under the surplus statutes. And what's unique about this alternative to the surplus property process is that it does require that the district maintain a presence on the site. So the district can work with the private entity and developer, the entity, because typically this will be a what we call a public-private transaction, a public-private, I'm
Public-private partnership.
partnership, thank you, Mr. Ali. Public-private partnership that allows for the development of the school district property with a district use component. So district has flexibility around what that could be, whether it's meeting rooms, whether it's, in some cases we've had, a district needs a safe data center. A district needs to maintain a recreational space on that site for XYZ purpose, or because, let's say, that's a real need in the community. So those things the developer can bring to the table as part of their overall proposal and build into the transaction. And we have very many districts who are going this route now because it's a very open and transparent process for how you move through the procurement of the ground lease. And it gives the district opportunities to improve its properties with a district use component on the site. So just to kind of run through a little bit about the procedure, we have what's called a resolution of intention that the board would approve. That would put the community on notice that the district is going to issue a request for proposals, seeking proposals for the site for a long-term ground lease. Of course, the district will then go through the proposal process, similar to what we were talking through earlier. At a subsequent meeting, the board will receive all of the proposals that were made and make a determination. And the standard here is not what's the highest revenue that's being proposed or lease rate that's being proposed. It's what best meets the needs of the district. So there is some flexibility around selecting the proposer, and that basically would meet the needs of the district in terms of whether it's that district space, of course, the revenue that's being generated. You would consider the long-term experience that the developer has in this area and if they've developed other properties, things like that. So, so like I said, it's more and more, this is being utilized by districts. And I did want to make just an additional point. Sometimes districts are a little bit worried about it, considering this transactional structure, because you used to have to go to the State Board of Education for approval. All of those requirements have now been waived. So the decision-making authority for joint occupancy ground leases is now absolutely with the district's board.
That's good.
So, Mr. Abrahamian, can you give them some concrete examples of what's happening today in Southern California? Give them examples of districts and what they're doing so they can have a perspective, because it may generate some questions. Because the objective of the exercise is for them to ask questions and to be able to kind of sort of wrap their minds around some of this, which is brand new to many.
So what we're seeing, of course, there's a housing need in Southern California, and for many of our Southern California districts, the highest and best use for, let's say, property that would potentially be offered out for ground lease under joint occupancy would be a multi-residential housing project. So the RFP would be issued with a general description of that's what the district is seeking proposals on. And the district could then also identify what their community need is as part of that process. So we have examples in real time right now that are being developed where it's multi-residential, and next to it for the district's use, it's a advanced state-of-the-art recreational facility or child development center that's being refurbished, maybe an existing site that needed some upgrades that the developer is paying towards. So there are a lot of examples of different ways that this particular transactional structure is being utilized and in the best interest of districts.
So if a mall developer approached the district, could they entertain Macy's, Target, Walmart? Could they entertain condominiums, apartments, etc.?
Wow.
Macy's, Nordstrom's can.
That's crazy. I never knew that.
Perhaps, kind of
Figured
fill that
that'd be
void in.
district
And I'm
court.
bringing that up
Mhm.
because San Francisco Unified owns the land that the Westfield Mall sits on in San Francisco. You went to the CSBA conference, they own that land. So you give them some examples.
So we're sharing your revenue?
And then Albert also has the transaction going on with Albert Unified here. They have a transaction going on with Lizzie July.
So that's ongoing revenue for them.
It is enormous on the revenue, so we want to expound on that. And she's worked some of these deals in her day. And Go ahead.
Yes, of course, any potential use can be considered on the site. Of course, the district would want to do its own analysis about the highest and best use and what could generate the most revenue and be in the district's best interest. But
Talking about revenue, so I'm not saying we should go out and do it right now, but would it be wise to purchase land and sit on it? And then, because, our area is growing rapidly, very rapidly. I'm not saying it's the richest or the poorest, but it's growing rapidly and it's bringing everyone in. And as you said, we're bringing in developers. And I know we've talked about a little bit about this in the past. So would you say that would be wise to consider if we have the funds for it?
that's
be careful what I
definitely one avenue. Another, what we're seeing also in addition to that type of consideration and analysis is if you have underutilized space on your existing campuses, this doesn't have to be an all or nothing thing.
Right.
If you have maybe 4 or 5 acres that you could potentially redevelop through a process like this, you can offer that out and see what the market bears. And in some of the examples that Mr. Ali was speaking to, that is exactly what's being done. It's not for the entire school site
Right.
because it could, let's say, be an active school site,
Yeah.
but there's a portion of it that's very underutilized that can potentially be put out for proposals.
Like we could even rent out part of our property to, for example, RCOE for their facilities and what they use and operate.
Yes, actually, we've negotiated those leases
Oh,
with the county. Yeah.
wow.
So,
Thank you.
yes.
Money everywhere, huh?
Yeah, just one question. Mr. Garcia, you mentioned that we are on the same page, right?
I think so.
In terms of that, and Makai mentioned an example of San Francisco and how that can be an option. But probably this question for Ms. Reigns, do we have some properties that we can replicate what Makai was mentioning, Summer Lane, that is the district that we have, so we can start acting upon
Yeah.
those
I like
recommendations. Yeah, you're in action,
Can you
right?
tell I'm excited?
Serena's talking about underutilized sites and then vacant land as well. So to answer your question, we have, I mean, the most obvious is the vacant land that we bought for middle school 2 back in 2013. I think I could be off by a year, but over Murrieta area, not Murrieta the city, Murrieta the street, over in the Paris Elementary District, obviously. So that was intended to build a second middle school on. We bought that when enrollment at Pinacati had peaked to 1457,
Wow.
which is far too large for middle school. Dr. Rouse, I believe this was a long time ago, you were at Pinacati Middle School, and we had a sea of portables, everywhere. And so that was part of our then facilities master plan. We've retained that site. I think one of your first bullets was sometimes it's not always the wisest move to sell
Yes.
excess property. I know I've mentioned to the board before, we have to go through a process through, PSC, in declaring it surplus every year, or CDE. I've had very little sleep this week as
No, we know. We know.
members.
Yes, and we thank you for that.
I know this sounds odd. Yeah, thank you. I know it's.
Yeah,
Thank you for not getting a lot of sleep. But
So a little grace if I'm off by a year. Or
yeah.
but anyways, we have to declare that as surplus. So that's one piece of property. We also, you were talking about like how the different APNs sometimes are work,
Yeah.
and so over where our alternative education campus, Paris Lake High School's Scholar Plus and the Adult Ed, behind
Yep.
that facility is what's known as Rotary Park.
Yeah.
And we own, I can't remember if that's 2 or 3 different APNs, but the point is we own part of it and the city of Paris owns part of it. And together those parcels, through joint use, operate as Rotary Park. You may now be asking, what about Panther Park? And Panther Park is not owned by the district. It's through another joint use. It's owned by the city of Paris and utilized and maintained, so like we do the grounds work there by the school district.
So that's an expenditure then for us, because at one point we were talking about putting surveillance cameras, because what's happened on that property.
Yeah, so like.
So how much on a year would you just rough estimate?
I can't rough estimate.
Okay.
That.
Well, maybe in the near future you can get
I can
a
analyze that.
rough estimate of how much money
Because,
we're putting into that.
It's personnel costs of
Yeah.
the time spent
Yeah.
for grounds. I can work with Hector
Please.
on that.
I think that's important with what we're talking about.
Yeah, and that's sort of the trade-off, right? When you do a joint use, it kind of has to be fair. I'm not talking in legal terms now. I'm just talking.
Or maybe we could consider working with the city of Paris and building a facility to accommodate the public, like a community center of some sort right there, and create revenue.
Certainly could see what the need,
Yeah.
is.
Or a
kind of
laundromat,
the
you know,
benefit to
pantry.
the school district in that,
Yeah.
that venture
Oh, it'll
is that
benefit
we get
everybody.
to utilize it so we have extra athletic
Yeah.
field spaces, that sort of
Yeah.
thing.
And
So,
I think all this land we're talking about, and I'm trying to say it publicly so it's out there, I think we need to tour those facilities and look at it, and maybe we could brainstorm together, and maybe, I don't know if you want to participate, but I think it would be wise, and we come up with ideas that create more revenue for us.
And then in terms of underutilized sites, it would be my opinion that we don't have underutilized sites. That is not the same as saying if we were to take a field trip and open the door of every single classroom and office
Right.
space at every single campus, you might not find,
Right.
a handful on some campuses empty.
Yeah, but what's not empty today might not be tomorrow. I got it.
Exactly, yeah.
Thank you, everybody. This is great information.
So do you consider the lane for the middle school? Can we explore what possibilities? Can we explore the possibilities, potential possibilities to get some revenue?
Yeah, we can always explore that.
Okay.
Since there are no facilities on that property, I believe, you can tell me if you agree with this, it limits our possibilities, because, we can't, nobody really wants to lease, or,
Yes, the mayor.
use for vacant land unless you're gonna build something on it, or use it as an investment or something like that.
Yeah, and sometimes what we see there is, there may be, folks in the neighborhood that want to potentially lease it for parking or for other uses.
Yeah.
And I do want to point out too, and that's actually a good point, that even if it's a vacant land, if we're gonna think about like doing a long-term lease development project, very many districts on a parallel track explore shorter-term lease opportunities for that site. So in the interim, while the longer-term development is being considered and moved forward, that there's an opportunity to get short-term lease revenue in the door for that site.
And if you mind, if I could just interject one more thing, since I was talking about all the different types of property and trying to give real life examples in our district. So in 2019 and 20, what Serene was talking about in the very beginning, we did own a piece of property at, I'm forgetting the address, on D Street. Back in the day.
Oh, the old post office?
That's exactly what I was going to say. OG people like you and I call that the old post office.
Yeah, yeah. I like that OG.
That's a term of endearment, by the way. The school district used that for a charter school that is no longer a charter school. It's another dependent charter school. Marley, Andy, put my jacket on.
I did. I'm so cool.
Can we raise the temperature if they're all cold, please?
It's on its way up.
Oh, okay.
That was a short-term fix. I lost my train of thought. So we used to have a charter school, Choice 2000 charter school. It's since closed. Like CMI is a dependent charter school, in part meaning they were utilizing a district-owned facility. And I know we've talked a little bit about, I know you'll go into more detail on this, the 1% and the 3% oversight factor. Marley will go more into that. I know she will. They were utilizing one of our facilities. They closed down, and we were not utilizing that facility. So initially what we did is we leased that facility to a private individual who used it as office space.
Right.
And so we did that through one of the processes you were talking about. We did a public, bid opening, and we got one bid. But so that was monthly rental income that we
Right.
had.
And then we sold it, right?
And then, actually, you were on the board.
Yeah.
You were the board president at the time. I pulled up the resolution.
Oh, wow.
And, yeah. So we went through that process where the board declares it, as surplus. We have the 7-Eleven committee. They made their recommendation. We offered it for sale to the governmental agencies.
Yeah.
City of Paris ultimately through the long process. We sold that to the City of Paris, and there's, I can't remember if you covered this, there's specific uses for those dollars. You can't just put it in the general fund.
Uh-huh.
That's the last slide.
Oh, sorry, am I getting it?
No. I'm glad you're covering it.
But the law change, so you definitely want to talk about that change in law, because you have that time.
Yeah, and this was back in 2020 when the sale was finalized, so we had to use that for maintenance essentially, and that's what we did.
Thank you.
Okay, I think I'm done.
Sorry.
Okay, no problem. That's all very good information. Thank you. Just moving through these alternatives as we're talking through how the district can procure leases. So there is the fee generating statutes under the government code. This is again another public-private type of partnership and contemplates that as the structure. But we typically will use this for example, cell tower leases, because we're talking about, how does a district generate revenue outside the box opportunities. And in addition to that, we also have billboards. Billboards are generating quite a bit. If you have property that is adjacent to a highway and you can do a double-sided digital billboard, those will sometimes generate, and actually we're doing a couple right as we speak, and just recently got some comps, approximately $300,000 a year just from that one structure. Yeah, so we have, and the reason why this is a really good statutory scheme is because it does have pretty robust auditing requirements that the district can demand certain things of the private entity that's utilizing the district's facilities, and has a maximum term of up to 35 years. So it does give the district some flexibility on the lease term.
I said I was done interjecting. We do have cell tower leases in the district.
What about the digital billboard? Because CMI is right there by the freeway,
Right.
and so is the park.
Yeah, I was thinking of Student Service Center.
Yeah.
But no, we don't have any of that.
We'll ask questions later about how much all that stuff costs. Yeah.
And you do have a RQP or RFP requirement for utilizing these statutes. And
Okay.
so that's good because it's a public and transparent process
Yeah.
for procuring the billboard project. We did touch on the Community Rec Act. I just wanted to revisit this for a second. Again, it authorizes cities and school districts to enter into agreements for recreational uses like the Performing Arts Center, what we discussed. And this actually is good because it doesn't have a term limit. So the joint use has 5 years. The fee generating has 35. We talked about ground leases of up to 99 years. This doesn't really give you guidance on the lease term, so you have flexibility when entering into agreements with other public agencies. I did want to cover exchange transactions. I don't know if the school district has engaged in any exchanges, but just like on the private side, public entities like school districts can exchange real property for the real property of another entity. And what we're seeing here is that, of course, because a lot of districts are trying to pursue revenue-generating opportunities, if the district has an underutilized site or a site that maybe they feel like potentially serve a better purpose, they will exchange that for, let's say, a multi-residential complex that's generating revenues, or a commercial, a property that has commercial leases on it that are associated with it. We did one recently where a Starbucks is on the site along with some other commercial uses. So you're exchanging into property that's already got revenue that's being generated through long-term leases. Yes.
You guys are so good at saying things, and just like I said, my wheels are spinning. So, for example, we were talking about performing arts, and then you brought that up. Paris High School has a wonderful theater. Are we able to rent that out to the city for their usage as well?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
So we can make money there too. Wow.
Yeah, that would be for Civic Center. It could be for joint use, but
Yeah.
Yeah, special events that they have. Wow, because we have parking, we have the infrastructure they need.
And that's typically, off the top of my head, I don't think we have any churches using that facility, but those are generally the facilities that churches want to utilize, and then
really?
they do at Paloma and Heritage. And we even have churches renting Crystal Lake High School. Very
Yeah,
small,
but
smaller church, but
I know one of the conversations we've had with city personnel is we want everybody to want to come to Paris. If we had a performing arts theater open to the public, that would create a lot of revenue. They could have plays here. We could bring all of that over here to Paris. And Temecula wouldn't be the highlight. Paris would be the highlight. We're already talking about CMI. Yes, sir.
When I was at Bangalore, when we created the Performing Arts Center, we actually came into agreement with the Red Wings Theater Company so they can utilize the new Performing Arts Theater.
Guess what your new job assignment is today? No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, that's a great idea.
Actually, so that's a question that I was going to ask about. When you mentioned the Recreation Act, so I know that one of our things that we want to do is we want to build a football stadium or replace it, CMI. But now, so in thinking, and yeah, this is like our heads are spinning. Because, so let's just say, for example, I know Snoop has organized football leagues. Mm-hmm. But if we wanted to partner with someone like him and his organization, he'd be willing to do it, to joint use with our facility so that we get, obviously, facilities for our students and our community. But then we can also build it on a partnership where we're growing, football or promoting football.
Yeah.
Now, on that sense, who would be the ones in negotiation? Would that be something that you guys, or is it our staff that kind of goes out and makes the connections and the partnerships, or is it all everybody together?
I think we'd work hand in hand, first to establish what the legal parameters are, but we're actually negotiating something very close to that with a local baseball group for one of our districts. They want to, it's an underutilized site that the district owns that has fields, but the fields are dilapidated. So they want to come on, make quite a few improvements. So we have to assess what is the value of the improvements that they're proposing. So then we can calculate what's a fair amount of rent, also considering the district civic center fees that are charged. So we and then we would do a lease agreement with that entity where the district has the opportunity to also utilize those fields at certain times, and it details all of that.
Ms. Abraham, this is supplement the president's question and your answer. So, yes, the district staff make a partnership. I'll give you an example. Compton Community College has a partnership with Major League Baseball. Major
Wow.
League Baseball invested millions on a facility on the campus as a part of a joint occupancy. There's several other districts around. You can sell naming rights. You can sell the name on the auditorium to whomever for X amount of million to put their name. That's a revenue generator. It's been done. Trust me, I've done it. And so then you go on down to other partnerships. The staff is really responsible, not the attorney, for making those relationships and getting out there, generating, whether it's leveraging their logistics hub. There's a tremendous amount of companies, Honda's around here. The list goes on and on. The staff be responsible for doing that, not the lawyer.
But they're just making sure that the deal is all legally
Yeah.
sound.
Yeah,
everything.
way down the line.
Yeah.
Way down
Okay,
the line. But
got it.
again, because of where you live, you have Vintners up the way. I mean, just a lot of partnerships that can be established. The Napa School District, as well as the community college, have world-class programs because they partner with vintners around that science, right? As a part of CTE, so it can be done.
Just by using names.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll just
Sorry.
wrap up on the exchange piece real quick. So as far as the process for approving an exchange, a 2/3 vote of the board is required. But you would move through approving an exchange project similar to how purchase and sale transactions are approved. It's a similar structure. So just wanted to point out that this is also available to districts as a transactional structure outside of the surplus statutes. The use of proceeds slide. So just generally speaking, the district has the most flexibility with these proceeds, which is why that is being considered more and more by school districts, because then that could potentially be utilized for general fund purposes, but it's as the board directs. Whereas if you're looking at revenue, let's say from the sale of surplus property, that would be deposited into, I'm just going to use a shortcut phrase, the facilities fund and go into facilities improvements, and it's more restricted. So you have the absolute most flexibility with lease proceeds, and I think to Mr. Alvey's earlier point about the type of revenue, the amount of revenue that's being generated off some of these long-term ground leases. For example, for the joint occupancy projects, I mean, hundreds of thousands of dollars a month, and really getting to the point where then the district can potentially consider borrowing against those income streams as well, if it wants to do like a COPS financing structure or something like that to then develop property, something else that it needs, like a district office or something along those lines.
So can you give them an example of because what will help? I know what will help this group is understand. Give them a real example of Charles Drew, the county, how much money was deposited in escrow. Walk them through that so they can understand exactly what you're referencing.
So the
They
Charles.
want the dollars and cents.
Okay, great. The Charles Drew project is a really good example. So that's actually a public-private transaction. So we've got the county, the school district, and then the Charles Drew University as a private university that's partnered under a joint occupancy structure to develop a closed school site that the district owns. And actually, the county has also contributed a small piece of property to the project as well. And the long-term goals for that site are to assist the Charles Drew University in having more space for its students, some student housing, some commercial uses, but also some recreational opportunities on the site for both the district students, the county, and employees that are in the adjacent areas. And as an upfront payment, what was negotiated for that project was approximately between 10 and 15 million upfront, and then of course robust lease payments through the term of the lease. And so it satisfies the community good aspect. It helps the neighboring businesses and community, and then also generates the revenue for the school district and for the county.
So on that one, it's the draw of the Charles Drew's use of advancing the university, and then the benefit goes to the two public entities who own the property.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
So, okay. I know you asked a lot of questions throughout, but if there are more questions, I'm happy to take them.
So whenever we rent our facility out, the insurance part of it, the person that's renting, they bring in their own insurance, or do we have to cover part of that? So it's pretty much like a rentals insurance and stuff like that.
Yeah, and the district will have certain requirements for, meeting the insurance.
Okay, so we have a guideline that we need to.
We do, and not even a guideline, they're just our
Strict.
policies.
Right, okay, yeah.
As an example, if they're utilizing our pool, they have to have much higher limits, for obvious
So we
reasons.
do a walkthrough, like they use our auditorium. Well, all right, hey, look, the seat wasn't torn when you left, and when we gave it to you.
Yeah.
So all that stuff's
Yeah,
done.
we have all of that in our, and they sign all kinds of waivers, and it also depends on which type of feed, if they're using one of our synthetic turfs, what kind of shoes, can they put on off the field,
right.
gym floors, we had a COVID addendum, we had people signing so that we weren't responsible for any transmission of COVID back then, It's an intense process, but we have to make sure that we are protecting the district when outside people come in.
And in the contract, they can select the extra services that they would like.
Oh, yes, good point.
That is another thing. Maybe we can review our records of the leases that we have done to different community organizations here for the board to know, and a copy of the contract so they have an idea of what we already have in place.
Yeah.
Right? So we already have that in place, but something that is really interesting for this presentation, I would like to know, those examples that Makai was mentioning, share with them about the amount of money. What is something that we can identify here, right? Because different districts have different situations, but something here that we might be able to replicate or to act upon those examples, right? Because just knowing that something was happening there is good, is a good thing. But how can is it possible to do this here? What would be the next step in order to explore those possibilities?
Trustee Garcia, did you have?
No, I'm good, thank you.
You know what? Actually, I got a couple things because you actually brought something to my attention, and then to kind of connect with what Makai said. So for example, was it Kia that you were partnering with?
Yeah.
So maybe we name, or we ask, hey, would you guys like the Paris Theater, for
No.
a nominal fee?
How about we negotiate?
But that's what I'm saying. I think we have car dealerships here that we could, not knowing that we could have done that, and now knowing that we potentially can. I mean, we have beautiful facilities that we can now partner with, and I would have never known without having this presentation, the commentary there, and you building your relationships with the local community and industry, which is great. And this, I know for me, it helps me to consider moving forward, maybe with a bond in 2026. I know at the time 2024, it was in our opinion at the time wasn't a good time. A lot of different things were going on. But I think obviously new administration going on, new different things going on, to look at it, because now that I think about land acquisition and purchase, it could be short-term and long-term. And so obviously it depends on, and obviously the community's interest in where, they're obviously, because they're partners in it, in the taxation of it. But, sometimes we're going declining enrollment, but when I look at, from Paris to Menifee, there's a lot of land.
Yeah.
A lot of land, which, in Southern California, there's only a couple places where there's a lot of land that can be developed. And so now it just kind of gives me a new interest in thinking, hey, what can we do in the preparation of anticipating student growth? I mean, right now we're declining enrollment as a state, but it's not to say that within the next 2 to 4 years that things don't change and that those now properties are something that are valuable, for us as well as the community, depending on how the development goes. But thank you for the presentation, because I know for me it gives me a lot of different ideas and a different perspective on kind of how to approach things. But obviously the sooner we approach it, now I'm starting to think, okay, well, now let's look at 26 and just see where it goes from there. And in the process, I'm sure that we'll be working with our team to figure out what assets we have and then what role you guys will play. And I know that you guys will walk hand in hand with that and make sure that it's in the best interest of the district. So thank you for the presentation and all the different ideas and conversation. It was greatly appreciated.
Yeah.
And we will provide, at least through the title searches, what the district owns. That's relatively easy for us to pull, and I think it's a really good starting point just to confirm that you have that full universe.
So Ms. Abraham, just
We don't want the superintendent's point to be lost. The superintendent wants to, step one, just so we're clear, step one is you're gonna provide all of the assets.
Correct.
And then you're gonna detail if they're in the unincorporated area of Riverside County, City of Menifee, City of Paris, correct? And they'll have a chance to understand what the real estate portfolio is.
Absolutely.
Then
They'll
all the
have
zoning,
detail.
et cetera, et cetera.
Yes.
Plus you give them the Paris, City of Paris, and Menifee housing element.
Yes, and the
Yeah.
zoning of the
Yeah,
sites
I
as
just
well.
wanted to say thank you, okay? You started reading my mind. That's what I was going to say next.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay,
That
I'm
was
gonna be up here
excellent.
some more, so.
Who's next?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Okay, moving along. Oh, sorry.
Really wants to do her charter, give me a break, and then I'll come back and everyone, I'm still warming up over here. Do you guys mind if we do that, or do you want?
No, that'd be fine. Yeah.
Other duties as assigned.
That's okay, you know,
67, how are you?
You know what's funny? I didn't know it was called the Ralph M. Brown Act.
Okay,
I just knew the Brown Act. I didn't know Ralph.
so, Ralph M. Brown Act, public meeting laws and rules governing board members. So just to provide some context, we do, of course, also give similar presentations to board-appointed committees, and these rules do apply to both boards and committees, and we'll touch a little bit on that as we're going through the presentation. In addition to, of course, providing the purpose and the background of the Brown Act, we will focus on what constitutes a meeting under the Brown Act, and then there are actually some very interesting new laws that we will cover as part of the presentation. So the Ralph M. Brown Act, the Open Meeting Act was enacted in 1953. It, of course, provides a procedural framework for boards to meet, debate, act, and listen to their constituency. And the goals are, of course, to have in an open and transparent fashion, keeping the public informed and giving the public an opportunity and enough information to attend the meetings and be a participant in the process of the legislative work that, and in your case, the work of the board. So Brown Act applicability, of course, it's an important point, and we try to remind committee members and board members that there is an expectation that they know and conform their conduct to the Brown Act. This is even before taking office. So, and to keep up with the requirements and the laws under the Brown Act. And importantly, we want to emphasize that that's why these Brown Act trainings occur as regularly as they do, because, of course, school district board members want to stay as informed as possible about the updates in the law. We often get the question, and I touched on it a second ago, about does the Brown Act apply to standing committees in addition to, of course, the board? In your case, if you've appointed a committee, a standing committee, like typically the 7-Eleven committee that we just covered in the prior presentation, the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee, those meetings are public meetings. Those committees function under the Brown Act and have to adhere to those procedural frameworks. So typically, a good rule of thumb is if the advisory committee or standing committee has continuing subject matter jurisdiction, fixed meeting schedules, and was created by resolution, which is typically how those committees are formed, then of course they have to adhere to the Brown Act requirements.
And Ms. Abrahimi, just as we walk through an exercise,
Yes.
I'm President Campos. I want to create a committee, a facilities committee. I would bring a resolution to the board to create the committee. The board would approve the committee. And I will make appointments to the committee. If I appoint just 2 board members, do we have to post that meeting?
If it's a standing committee with continuing subject matter jurisdiction, yes, board appointment.
How about a blue ribbon? Just we're going to meet one time and never again.
No, because that does not have a continuing purpose.
Oh. Good to know.
Yeah, so there
Thank you.
are committees that are formed outside of the Brown Act parameters and requirements. Another really good example, superintendent's advisory committees. There's more loose requirements around that because that's typically to get to a recommendation to provide to the superintendent. Those committees are generally not formed as Brown Act committees. But you can still have in detailed, of course, what type of membership you want represented on a committee like that. So in terms of what we were just describing a second ago, what constitutes a meeting. Under the Brown Act, a meeting is when a majority of members of a board meet to hear, discuss, deliberate, or take action on any item that is within that board's subject matter jurisdiction. And I want to point out, I think it's easy to think about doing that here in a room, right, where you're all gathered together. But it's important to also think about it more in kind of our modern world, where a lot of communication also occurs via social media, by telephone, by, so we want to think about if the board has to be very conscious about what activities it's engaging in that could potentially lead to a collective concurrence or decision making. Yes.
Oh, wait.
Bless you.
God bless you. So, just based on what you're saying here, I want to make sure this would not be a meeting where we take a tour of a facility to look at technology and canine dogs. Would that be if we invited certain members of cabinet and department heads to look at the technology and to gather information, and then who knows where we go with that?
I've seen it done both ways. Sometimes through an agendized meeting process, and sometimes not. I think it depends on how you're procedurally going to engage in that tour.
Yeah, because we don't know, right?
Yeah.
So then it wouldn't be a meeting if we don't know. We just want to gather information on our own, but yet that's the only time those people would be available. That's why I'm asking.
Mr. Ali, what would be your recommendation for something
So,
like that?
I'll give an example, the LA County Board of Supervisors, very huge political body, they post. They go out of state, they post, DC, Sacramento, etc. Even though the code says you don't have to post, they post. In this instance, if it's 3 of you going, soup, staff, etc., just post it. It's not a big deal. You're gonna post it, you're gonna go view canine dogs at Ontario Airport or wherever. Just post it so there's no issues and no concerns.
So that's like being preventative.
Just be preventative and you don't want to cost the district legal fees over something
Right.
that's as simple as just a posting of a meeting.
In the sense that, so let's just say now in today's digital age, so, someone sees 2 of the trustees, so there's 3 trustees there, and they're like, oh, what are they doing here? And they take a picture. Then obviously the community can make its own assumptions. But if it's posted, it's like, no, they were supposed to be there. That was organized. They were there for a particular purpose. And it's just being transparent and saying, because that would, that makes sense. Just post it. That way no one can say, oh, well, look at, It's like, no.
Well, that kind of opens the door. Like, for example, let's say all of us happen to be going to the grocery store at the same time and we run into each other. Hey, how you doing? And there's a picture. You don't post that.
Well, you don't post it, but here's the issue and challenge with the word meeting. So the law doesn't distinguish workshops, teaming events, what is this? What do we call this today? Boot camp or whatever.
Special meeting.
The law.
That is the
The law just simply states meeting. It's either special, emergency, or meeting. 3 words. It's either emergency meeting, a special meeting, or meeting.
Mm-hmm.
So we can get fancy however we want to get fancy with all the nice adjectives and nice terms to describe the meeting. But as far as the public's concerned, if 3 of you were hanging out at a barbecue, 9 times out of 10, something came up as a result of some district aspect, and there could potentially be a problem. We just always want to discourage people from coalescing around too much together. Even though you have relationships that you may have known, I may have known you for 20 years, it doesn't matter. Now we're governed underneath the provision of the Ralph and Brown Act.
Even if we're there for a barbecue? What if we're talking about the food, man?
Well, that is a social gathering. That is an exception. So we'll walk through
Right.
it.
Oh, okay.
It is an exception, but again, some communities are very hypersensitive. And there are attorneys in certain communities, and they sue. So you always want to, because remember, you're not paying the lawsuit, it's the district having to cover that freight.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to understand because you're saying, like, we all intended on going, but what if I didn't know everybody else is showing up? We're all doing our own thing and we happen to be at somewhere.
The law allows an exception, right? and again, on the side of caution, I just wouldn't plan too many barbecues together.
Right. Well, I was, yeah.
You're
Okay.
coming over here, but
Yeah.
we wouldn't be at the barbecue every Sunday before the board meeting, right?
So when
We
you go
gotta
into
eat.
it, we get invited to events, football games, awards. So if all three of us together at a football game or a basketball game, or all five of us, is that
But that's why I'm asking, because we're doing that on
That's
our
what
own.
she's
It's not like
probably
we're
coming to get us.
collaborating.
She's gonna
Yeah,
give
this
us
is
that.
exactly, I was gonna get to the test slide, but I'll get
Okay.
to it sooner. So we think this is a really good way to think about when, the meeting parameters for the Brown Act. So if a discussion can potentially contribute to developing a collective concurrence, that's the term we have to keep in mind, it likely constitutes a meeting under the Brown Act. So if a majority of you are meeting and in a way, let's say even at a social gathering, but you're discussing something that is under the purview of the board and you're reaching a collective concurrence, that is a violation of the Brown Act. You have to be really careful about that. But you can be at a social gathering, and as long as you're not reaching a collective concurrence, generally staying away from talking about anything that's under the board's purview would be the recommendation, then you're okay.
And I think what you have here, and if you go to the slide of that definition of a meeting, it even says that previous one, to hear, right?
Yes.
And some other things, any item within the subject matter jurisdiction. So just the fact of listening,
Yes.
that can have an impact, but it has to be an item directly related to the subject matter jurisdiction. So if we're in a football game and we're talking about some other things not related to the subject matter jurisdiction, it would be okay. But just listening to information like that, like this one, we are listening here, we're not making any decision, right? But just listening, it can lead to have that concurrence of the minds.
Correct.
I'm so glad you're posting the government code, because when when I went through CSBA and the mid-course, they were telling us, you guys could show up at an event, whatever, and talk, whatever, and people could say whatever they would say. But if you're talking about a potential action item, and that was the key word, action item, then you're in violation of the Brown Act. Otherwise, you're not. But now I have more clarity.
Yeah,
So thank you very
it's
much.
broader than that.
Yeah, I kind of feel deceived by CSBA right there, but thank you.
So again, just to emphasize, so there is a prohibition against the majority of the members using a series of communications of any kind, directly or through intermediaries, and we'll see some examples of that, to discuss, deliberate, or take action on any item of business that is within their subject matter jurisdiction. And again, that goes to the collective concurrence test, and it's a good way to think about it.
Ms. Eberhard, can you go back and I want you to define intermediaries?
Yes, I have some slides on that.
Okay, very well, because that's where it gets really tricky.
Yeah.
It's real hairy with intermediaries.
Okay.
question for you? So if we're in a closed meeting area, and then we ask
Closed session, yeah.
closed session, superintendent to leave, is that okay for us all five to be in there talking about something or not?
Well, if it's a closed session exception and it's agendized properly and you're strictly adhering to what it is that you can discuss behind closed doors,
Mm-hmm.
and we have some slides on
Okay.
that, then yes, you can continue that action.
Except if the discussion is going to be over something that is agendized for an open meeting, right? You cannot discuss anything agendized for an open meeting in closed session.
It's very specific
Yeah,
as to
it's
what
very
you can discuss in closed session, and we will talk about that. Okay. So just wanting to point out that, of course, there are some procedural and administrative matters that don't constitute meetings, right? So if you're not involved in a substantive discussion on a topic, generally, for example, communications limited to providing information, like a superintendent's weekly report to the board, procedural or administrative matters like scheduling meetings, determining agendas, and the time allotted to each of them. Those are more administrative matters, so even if you're reaching a collective concurrence, that's not the type of thing that the meeting prohibition is directed to. It's, of course, more substantive matters that are under the board's purview. So I think this is where, Mr. Ali, I think this is where we have some examples of the intermediary and other things. So again, just thinking beyond sitting in a meeting room and how board members communicate, group texts and emails, that's a big, difficult subject matter, right? Because you could get a message in where you're messaging each other, in which a majority of the board or committee is copied. That's problematic if you're reaching a collective concurrence on subject matter that's under the board's purview. Even consecutive forwards and replies of electronic messages may constitute a serial meeting. That's in violation of the Brown Act. Some other examples that we don't always think about as we're communicating is the hub of wheel example. So if you have consecutive conversations with each other as board members, so board member A to board member B to board member C, and that's leading to a collective concurrence, that is a violation of the Brown Act.
Ms. Abraham, can staff facilitate violations of the Brown Act?
Yes, so that's the daisy chain example. So if you have through an intermediary, hub of wheel is the intermediary example. Daisy chain is what I was describing as board member to board member. I took those out of order. But Mr. Ali's example is the hub of wheel example. So if you have an intermediary who's polling the board, so polling board member A and board member B and board member C, and that is reaching a collective concurrence, that can also be considered a violation of the Brown Act.
So let's say I'm a staff person and I would like to get a raise. I poll the board. I talk with the board, which just happens a lot. I talk with the board about me getting a raise. Would that constitute a Brown Act violation?
Yes.
Or let's say I want to fire the time leader, Kirk Carter. I come and I want to fire Kirk Carter, would that be a violation?
Correct.
And that's the hub of wheel. So there's someone,
Yes, the intermediary.
the intermediary.
I mixed them up earlier, but the daisy chain, of course, would make sense because that's what a daisy chain is if you're each speaking to each other and that's leading to a collective
I
concurrence.
have a quick question.
Yeah.
So if there is like an issue with a staff and they would go to the superintendent and not us, right? Or how does that work? And not violate anything?
Yeah, of course, they can go to the superintendent if they have
He
a
would-
concern or a
So they shouldn't
question.
be coming to us for job placement, it should be the superintendent.
Well, so there's two parts of that. You have a uniform complaint process here in the district. My good friend here, the HR, I'm just saying he's my good friend because I love him. I think he's a great guy. I just met him for the first time. But there's a uniform complaint process. So I have a grievance against Mr. Campos, who's the superintendent. I go to HR and follow the process. I should not go to a board member. I should go through the process. It's documented. There's collective bargain agreements between your various unions. It all spells elements of this out. So if anybody comes to you, Madam Board Member, hey, you know what? Go to HR, file that complaint. I don't want to hear it. You'd be nice, of course. I could be mean, but I don't want to hear it. Go to HR. You're absolved of it. Because you don't want to put yourself in the middle of that and potentially impact an ability to actually hear the case because the school board members, you're executive and you're legislative and judicial. Superintendent's executive. You wear both of those hats because you're able to arbitrate your cases. Right?
Because you don't want to make it, when they come to you, it can get personal.
Well, very much.
Right.
And then, of course, you become a part,
Right.
you become a center of that. So if everybody's following the process, it's just very clean. Plus, it's your policy as a governing board member. You've approved it, and the public, as well as the state, is under the supposition and belief that you read it.
Would that be the same process as if a parent gets involved with, talks to you about something?
Sure, the
Same
good
thing.
rule of thumb is, hey, Mr. Hall, I have an issue, and so-and-so, hey, no problem. Send me an email, etc. Forward the email to the superintendent.
Okay.
You don't want to try to arbitrate that because, again, you never know what the issues are.
Right.
And you have to hear that matter.
Yeah.
And typically, these are special education parents. They normally will cover the issues, but they already have an attorney. But they're already addressing issues in respect to an IUP, 504, etc. So it's always better just to get it in writing, send it to the superintendent, allow the staff to be able to deal with it, and let it find its way on the agenda so that it can be discussed whether open or closed in a public setting. Or they have to come to the board. Let the staff just handle those issues administratively.
Right.
Kind of keep some of that mess down. Now, parents are going to come to you because they elected you, so you can't just tell the parent, I don't want to
Right.
go away. They're going to come. We just want to be able to get the superintendent all of those complaints and grievances he can deal with them as well as his staff.
Are we allowed, when parents come to the board meetings with an issue, are we allowed to go to the superintendent and ask him to put it on the agenda so we can talk about it? Is that?
But you can, but to be honest, if a parent comes with an issue, the expectation is the superintendent's gonna address the issue and resolve it.
Right.
Right? Some of the issues might not rise to a level where it would require a board action. So I'll give an example. The bus was late. Yeah, you guys all can go to, where the bus was late. I'm sending the bus being like, hey, we can address the bus issue. That's an administrative function, right? The food was cold, administrative function. Now, the building fell in, it's a different story. Roof collapsed, different story, right? But many actions, you're really paying bills mostly at your board meeting. You're hearing special education matters, you're hearing HR matters, etc. A lot of the parent grievances can be handled by the principal, by the staff, and you really want them to be able to manage and handle a lot of that stuff locally.
Right.
As a good rule of thumb.
And I'll add to that on the step 4 of our complaint process, it's the board. You're the last reviewer of the complaint. So if we bring it out to open session too soon, you're not allowing us to go and see what's going on. And then, like I said, you will be the last reviewer if it goes through the process and you're the last step.
So I'm just curious if, I guess, a parent, if I see a parent having that problem, I personally just want to know how is it resolved? Am I allowed to ask, or does it have to be talked out in open public?
Sure, you can talk with the parent by yourself to figure out, hey, was the issue resolved to your satisfaction? Certainly.
Okay.
But again, the objective is really to keep the superintendent in the loop.
Let's say if I go to him instead of the parent, just to keep myself out, I'm just curious, is it resolved, or how is it resolved? That's what you do.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Well, that's customer service, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
That's what we're here for
Right.
too.
Yeah, update.
Representative democracy, people who let you to solve their issues, you make sure that things are okay. Now, what you get off into is if you ask the superintendent for a report on the issue, then perhaps we give you the report as well as share that report with the other board members. So that everybody understands what's going on. There's nobody hiding anything.
Yeah. Thank you, Makai, for bringing that up. Yes, and that is exactly the process, right? The parent comes to us, or to you as a board member, and when they used to come to me, we listen to them. When you as a board member listen and make a recommendation, follow the process. And also I would ask you to let me know, right? This is what this parent shared with me, and I directed him or her to follow the process. So I'm going to be following up on that. And I just want to expand a little bit more. When some parents come here to the board meetings and express some concerns, sometimes immediately we have one of our staff members. When the parent leaves, we talk with them, or we can ask them, can we talk with you? And we start that conversation. This is going to be the next step. Can you give me more information? So we start usually addressing the issue right away, right after the board meeting or when they are leaving.
And can I ask a question on the Hubble wheel? Can a community member or a parent be that intermediary, creating a consensus from the board?
No.
Can you say that again?
Community member or a parent, just to be, so the board understands. Can they be an intermediary and create a consensus with the board?
No, that's still a violation of the
Another question. We talk about parents, staff members coming to board members that are going to refer that concern to me. What about union members that they address the individual board members one at a time, then they go to another one?
Yeah, intermediary is any person like that, right? If it's leading to a collective concurrence that's under the board's subject matter jurisdiction, it's a violation of the right, no matter who that intermediary is.
Exactly. Yeah, thank you.
And then, and to the superintendent's point, which is a very sage one, let's distinguish lobbying versus me trying to get a contract. Right? I want to sell the furniture to the district, and I'm going to go lobby. I'm going to go advocate. The law distinguishes that, and unions are generally held a little different in that vein. So essentially, they can advocate for pay raises, they can advocate for better working conditions, they can call the board members and encourage you to do that. That's generally not
viewed as violating the Brown Act. Okay, now, it gets a little bit tricky because the unions also support candidates, and finance candidates, which is legal, right? So again,
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time?
it's legal to finance candidates. It's a political body we're in. So I mean, all of us, if we support it, we receive campaign donations. It's not illegal. It's not anything that's icky. You disclose it all.
Right.
Right. So again, it's a thin line between somebody advocating for working conditions and somebody advocating for you to, buy my new IT computers and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so again, the law does contemplate unions slightly different in that aspect. We live in a state that the unions have a tremendous amount of influence from the gubernatorial mansion all the way down to the school board.
I did want to point out, just on that last bullet, that when it comes to internet use and blogs, and also social media use, which we'll get into a little bit more when we talk about AB 992, again, for the board to be very careful, because even doing a like or a thumbs up emoji or emojis where you're expressing that you agree could, and if a majority of the board is making comments in response to, let's say, a post, that could potentially lead to a collective concurrence. So just wanted to emphasize that on this slide.
Now, is that on, because I know this has come up in Little South from here, is that on like they're because you know how some people they create social media for their campaigns, and then they post things, so is that the kind of thing? Obviously not using their district anything. I don't have any of them, but I just know that has kind of come up as an issue. Some people use their Instagram or whatever they have, and they post things, and then other people might chime in. But so that's the kind of stuff that you want to avoid.
So you as a board member can post if you'd like, right, on various issues. But if your board members, if the other board members are then commenting and liking that post, and that's a topic that's under the subject matter jurisdiction of the board, it could be problematic. So that could lead to a collective concurrence that violates the Brown Act. And I did want to touch on, just since we're talking about it, AB 992. So this became effective January 1, 2021, and it's codified in Government Code Section 54952.2, and it clarifies the social media interactions, what violates the Brown Act and what doesn't. And I think what was happening is more and more board members were running into, and committee members were running into these issues as they were posting or responding. So just to think that this goes as far as Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, in chat rooms and forums, comment sections on blogs, and online media. And so just some general, well, we would say best practices around this. You can use social media to communicate with the public about board business, to answer questions, provide information, updates, and solicit information, you as an individual board member, but do not use it to communicate with other members about board business. So what's prohibited is commenting on other members' posts, for the most part, a no-no. Liking or otherwise engaging with another member's post, even through the use of emojis, and then also even sharing another member's post.
And if it has nothing to do with school board business, acceptable, not acceptable?
To post or to respond?
Both.
Around posting, there's more flexibility, but it's really in the responses and the comments that you run into issues. So
Okay.
I think for the most part, it's just safer to stay away from responding or posting in response to another board member's post.
Is that even including like board members from another district?
No,
Okay.
because
That's
if we
outside
go
the
back to the
separate,
collective
right.
concurrence test.
Okay, I just want
It's
to clarify.
what's under this board subject
Right.
matter jurisdiction. Okay, I went out of order, so now I'm going to go back. Thank you for bearing with me. Okay, so we were talking about what are common scenarios that are likely not meetings, and we were talking about individual contacts with community members. So those are typically not considered that's not a violation. You as a board member can have contact individually with a community member or even another member of the legislative body, as long as it's not a majority of you congregating. But just, of course, keeping in mind some of the parameters that we were talking about earlier. And then, of course, conferences, the attendance of a majority of the members of a legislative body or the board at a conference or similar gathering open to the public. That involves discussions of general issues of general interest. So again, the key is for what you're going to see listed as examples 2 through 6, if you can all attend these events, but as long as you're not collectively reaching a concurrence on subject matter jurisdiction that's under this board's purview and really reaching a decision on things that could potentially be perceived as Brown Act violations. So other examples are community meetings, public entity meetings, the attendance of a majority of the members at an open and notice meeting of another body. So that's allowed, of course, again, as long as you're not reaching a collective concurrence. Parties, so social gatherings, you can of course attend with that same caveat. And then district meetings. Importantly, you can attend the meetings of, let's say, your standing committees that you formed, but only attend as observers. And again, with the general overarching prohibition against a majority of you reaching a collective concurrence.
Question. As we were thinking of having town hall meetings with 2 board members at each of the town hall meetings for the public. But if there's different board members at each town hall and maybe some of the same subjects come up, could that be a violation?
Can we have a town hall posted and be all of them?
They didn't do a resolution for the meeting.
Well, why don't we just have a town hall and invite all the board members and post it?
Right.
Wouldn't that be easier?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm using your brain today.
Okay, so closed session exceptions, just touching on these. Of course, all of the board's general work should be done in public to meet what we were talking about as the purposes of the Brown Act, to keep an open and transparent thought process with the public. But there are certain exceptions that you see listed there. Personnel matters, discussing appointments, performance, or dismissal of a public employee. Litigation, so this is both existing and anticipated. And under the anticipated category, it can be when the district is potentially considering filing a lawsuit or could potentially be sued. So those are, so just to point out that it goes both ways for anticipated. Real estate negotiations are limited to price and term of payment discussions for the transaction. And then labor negotiations, instructions to provide instructions to district representatives on labor contracts. You had a question, Mr. Garcia?
I did, and I'm really trying to figure out how to actually ask it because I don't want it to come out wrong. What about prayer?
Prayer in
Open or closed?
Open or closed, yeah. Because I know some people have asked me about it, like, do you guys pray or anything? You know, what your religious belief and all that. We don't, but is it allowed?
I'd have to look into that. I don't know if your bylaws cover anything around prayer, or if the district team knows at all what the parameters are.
We can look into the minutes.
I'm
Thank you.
happy to bring that information.
Hey, well, I don't have an answer. That's all I'm
We'll
asking.
look into the minutes.
And that's under closed though, right?
Yes.
Which would be different if it's just your meeting before, because it's before anything has opened and been any type of meeting, whether it's an open session or closed session.
The prayer.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, so that, because that was discussed under a closed.
I think the
meeting, right?
question is broader than just what's allowable and closed, right? Are you asking more generally?
I was asking generally,
Yeah.
but
Oh,
we could do it any way. Whatever answer you get, information, I guess it's good for us.
I did want to point out this is a new law that took effect on January 1st, actually, AB 2715. So the board can meet in closed session to discuss cybersecurity issues. So you see there if it's related to critical infrastructure controls or critical infrastructure information. You may hold a closed session to address threats to critical infrastructure controls or, as we said, information, including cybersecurity risks.
We'll be able to get a copy of the slides, so we have all the laws. Perfect.
Absolutely, and that's why, again, some of them are a little dense, but because it's a new law, we just wanted to put as much information as
Thank you.
possible. So again, here's some best practices around closed session. To strictly adhere to the exceptions, so those exceptions that we covered, including the new cybersecurity exception, and only discuss the topics that are permitted under the Brown Act for closed session. To provide clear notice in your agenda, clearly identify the reason for the closed session. Using the statutory language, there is recommended statutory language in the Brown Act for how to agendize closed session items. So really to adhere to that as much as possible. Report out transparently after a closed session, publicly announce any reportable action taken. So if action was taken in closed session, that should be reported out. And a really good example is settlement agreements, for example. And then finally, to document properly the topics that are discussed, and especially if action is taken, so that the reporting out can occur in a proper manner.
Let me ask you, is it a good course to have a lot of staff in closed session? I know people would like to do that around the state.
Typically not. Usually it's limited to senior cabinet, and then really depending on the topic, also pick and choose who exactly would be in that closed session.
We're doing it right.
What about notes taken in closed session? Would you take notes and provide notes?
No. But again, just accurate record keeping in order to report out. The reporting out is important. But for that purpose, it's important to take notes, but otherwise, no.
On the reporting out, just as so for example, if it's an employee action, whether to release or is it recommended that the vote be voiced out in terms of, and I'm thinking in terms of like safety. So let's just say, there was a vote to terminate or release the employee, and then as the roll call is being given, instead of just being given a 3-2, if it's reported out how everybody voted, so then the employee would know who voted against, who voted for. Is it encouraged to do it that way, or is it encouraged just to kind of simple numbers?
Well, the law is clear.
Oh.
You report out 5-0 vote, Ali, so-and-so, Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, Miss Piggy. You call the
Okay.
names.
Okay.
And how they voted.
And how they voted.
Okay.
The law says voice vote.
Okay, so we've been doing it good, right then. Okay, good.
Okay. So agenda requirements. This, I think, is
I'm sorry. If you know that law that you just mentioned, is there any way you could send that to us?
Absolutely.
I appreciate that. Sorry.
So for regular meetings, of course, we know that the agenda has to be posted at least 72 hours before the meeting. And for special meetings like today, at least 24 hours. And typically what is required is that the agenda is displayed in a location that's freely accessible to the public and on the district's website. A brief description of each item, and that contains sufficient detail. Importantly, so that the public knows if they should attend that meeting, and also for them to make a determination about whether they want to provide public comment. That's really the rationale.
I want to make sure I'm not overthinking this. You said sufficient detail. Doesn't mean the whole item, right?
It just has to be described well enough that the public knows what you all are.
So we don't
considering.
have to.
List everything.
Yeah, perfect.
Anything that's going to be considered by the board should be listed, yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So, and of course, action items should be considered. Presentations, action items.
So it should be open to the public prior to.
It should be agendized in a way that the public can understand what the.
No. Well, you said presentation, so I'm asking, on the agenda, does that presentation need to be attached?
No, that's not necessarily required. As long as the board doesn't see the presentation in advance and hasn't received that, it can be brought to the board the way we did it today, which is you're receiving it today for the first time.
Oh, so then if we're getting a presentation, we want to get it in our meeting and not prior to review it. Got it.
Yeah, that's okay. If you do get it in advance, of course, then yes, it should be attached to the agenda.
Okay, that's good information. Thank you.
And then the last point is that as a board, you can state, I want this presentation to be placed in the minutes. You have full authority. You have full authority. You can say, I want this presentation as long as the attorney states this is not privileged, which is normally in closed session. Privileged documents. You want these documents to be added to the minutes of the meeting.
Now you just triggered another thought. You said privileged. So what if we're presented with something in closed session? Do we have to post privileged information or anything like that?
No, the public can't have that at all.
Perfect.
So
Thank you.
let's say you're negotiating with, I don't know,
A union?
J.C. Penney's, and then they're gonna buy so and so. That's all privileged. That never becomes public until the end of the deal. Or you're negotiating with the union, right? That agreement would not come public until after it's been consummated, and you voted on it. Then it will go up as a public document, right? So there's some actions you would entertain in closed session.
Right.
For example, if you authorize the attorney to negotiate on your behalf a settlement, you would report out. You have consensus to the attorney to go forward with a certain amount. Until there's an agreement in a document, then that goes public, right?
And that's what the law requires at that point.
And the law, everything I'm saying is not my opinion, it's what the law states.
Right.
It's all codified.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Sometimes we just need to hear it again,
No, that's important. So there are exceptions to the standard agenda requirements, and we've listed them there and what's required. So just so you can take a closer look at that. Teleconferencing. So I think many of you are familiar to the extent that you're teleconferencing into a meeting as a board member. A quorum of the legislative body must be meeting in person in the agency's jurisdiction in order for the teleconference attendance to be authorized. Posting of the member's remote location is required on the notice and agenda. Public access to each teleconferencing location is also required. So again, that would be described and identified on the agenda. Agendas must be posted at each teleconference location, and the agenda must provide the opportunity for the public to address the legislative body at each location. And so this is what we would call the traditional teleconferencing rules, and then you'll hear a little later on that there's some exceptions to this now under AB 2449. So just wanted to point out another new law, AB 2350. In emergency circumstances, school boards must provide timely notification to the public and media about urgent meetings that are scheduled. And of course, if you can't adhere to the 24-hour time frame for posting for a special meeting, what was required is that the legislative body can bypass the 24-hour notice requirement by making phone notifications, of course. So notify specified media outlets 1 hour before the meeting or at the same time members are notified. And if phone service is unavailable, notification must occur as soon as possible after the meeting. So again, this is for emergency circumstances. The change in the law now allows for email notification in addition to phone, permitted as an alternative to phone calls to notify media outlets. The contingency is that if both the phone and internet services are unavailable, notification must occur as soon as possible after the meeting. So similar to the prior law, but just that it now allows for email notification and phone notification is not possible. AB 2449. So we touched on this a second ago. AB 2449 amended the Brown Act, the traditional teleconferencing rules that we just covered. It's a hybrid model for physical and remote attendance. So this, of course, developed as a result of the COVID and loosening some of the Brown Act requirements around the teleconferencing procedures. So it does still require that at least a quorum of the members participate in person from a single physical publicly accessible location, clearly identified on the agenda and within the local agencies, or in this case, board's territorial jurisdiction. And it does require that real-time access for the public be given as part of that process, and we'll touch on
So
that.
for example, say we're all at a conference out of state and something happens and they're like, hey, we need to meet, emergency meeting, what do we do? And we all want to Zoom. We can't do it because we're not in our territory?
You can't utilize 2449, but under the emergency procedures, you may be authorized to do it.
Got it. So
Yeah.
we're good. Thank you.
Again, there are two exceptions now that allow for remote attendance. So one is just cause, and you see there what's considered just cause under the statute: childcare, contagious illness, defined physical or mental disability that has not been accommodated, or traveling while on official business of the legislative body to another state or local agency. The notice requirements under this are a member must provide the board with notice and a general description of the circumstances justifying the virtual attendance, and they can give notice at the start of the meeting. So it can be as late as at the start of the meeting, which is an important point. And to utilize this, the board members are limited to 2 virtual attendances based on just cause. So it's interesting because under the emergency exception, it doesn't say what the limitations are, but then there's a new law we're going to cover in a second that does delve into that a little bit. So board members can utilize the emergency exception. So this would be unforeseen situations that prevent in-person attendance, including physical or family emergencies. So one question we get is, okay, well, I mean, how much information should a board member or committee member be providing about their emergency circumstance, right? If it's an illness or if it's something private, you don't want to delve too deep. It just has to be enough. And you see there, provide a general description of the circumstances justifying their request. So it can be a little bit broad without getting too much into details, but just generally explaining why you're relying on the emergency circumstance exception. And the member must make a request as soon as possible if they plan to use this. Unlike the just cause exception, we don't see it as specific as they can exercise it as late as at the start of the meeting. It just has to be as soon as possible. And then the legislative body, in this case the board, must take action to approve the remote attendance by majority vote at the start of the meeting so that the member can be allowed to participate remotely.
So, Ms. Ibrahim, sorry, in this district, I will call the board secretary or the superintendent. I will say I'm not going to be here, notify the president. They'll then have to have Zoom, etc. Right? And then you can vote up or down to allow me to do it.
We have to vote?
You have to vote.
Yes.
Vote. Majority up or down, allow me to do it. And then, of course, if you allow me to do it, then we can go forward and I can participate and I can get credit. And if I'm not here, I don't get paid. The roll call is how you get paid.
Yeah, because we vote on that, yeah.
The district of the other county. Right.
You guys haven't experienced that yet, huh?
So if you tell me no, then I cannot participate. But you have to vote it up.
And then the only question I have, I know you mentioned Zoom, but I've seen it done where they're there by phone.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
And so the district would have to quickly pivot in order to allow telephonic or Zoom.
Because the rationale is that the public still has to be given an opportunity to participate. If a board member is appearing virtually, the public should be able to provide public comment that way. Because unlike the traditional teleconferencing rules where the public is getting an opportunity and notice in advance of where that board member is appearing from and can potentially attend that meeting or that location, here it's happening at the last minute and the agenda wouldn't specify where the virtual attendance is occurring from. So you have to give the public the opportunity to provide their input virtually or by phone. I really authorize that. And then this is the new law.
Well, I'm sorry, one question. How about if I'm on government business? I'm on Parish Union business and I want to call in. How does that process
Yeah,
work?
that's under the just cause. So traveling while on official business of the
Just
board.
want to underscore that. So if you're away on a conference, you can participate via just cause. And how do they record it? How do they record the?
So that's, we're getting, meaning in terms of record keeping
No,
requirements?
the posting.
The posting.
Posting on just cause. Just so we're clear.
The notice requirements are as soon as possible. You have to, I'm sorry, for just cause it's as late as the beginning of the meeting is when they can give their notice for just cause.
Okay, so that's for any of those aspects under just cause, just to be very clear. Because many people are not doing this, and if they are doing it, they're doing it incorrectly. Because they're not doing, the second part of it is the record keeping, which she's going to talk about in a second. So just want to make sure your out-of-district conference, you are allowed under just cause to be able to participate remotely. As long as the district can pivot, Zoom, Google Meet, and or via telephone.
If you're at a conference, that necessarily wouldn't be an emergency, because we would know in advance, and we could agendize it and follow that regular way, right? So,
Well, you could, but here's the only caveat with that is that you'd have to coordinate with the hotel of wherever you are
Yeah.
to post it.
Yeah.
And so that would be a little bit more work for staff. So he's 100% correct. You can post it wherever you are. And the rule of thumb is, again, work with the hotel staff. They generally are not that good at posting it because it has to be visible to the public, and it gets to be a little bit murky with them trying to post it at a window. So again, you can try. People have been successful at it, but this way here just allows for you to be able to participate without having to go through all those exercises.
I'm sorry, it just opens the door to all these questions. So say you're out of state at a funeral, maybe the funeral ended, but you're still in that state. You could still Zoom for the school board meeting, stuff like that? Would that fall under emergency?
It wouldn't fall under emergency and it wouldn't fall under just cause because physical or family medical emergency, I don't know. I mean, I think we would have to look at that specific example
Okay.
and see if it qualifies.
All right,
So
thank
I
you.
had to do this one time when I was a board member, and we worked with a hotel. We posted them outside. I had to keep my door open to my room, post the agenda on the room, and have the door open for the link to the 3-hour meeting.
Oh,
It
wow.
was very cumbersome.
Yeah.
So that's under the traditional rules. So
Yeah.
here, we don't have to post the agenda and take those steps. So, okay, I did want to point out that under AB 2302, which was recently approved, there are now caps on meeting frequency and how often you can exercise these exceptions. So it's tied to how often you have board meetings. So for example, if you're meeting once per month, members may participate remotely in up to 2 meetings per calendar year. And then you see if it's twice per month, then you can participate up to 5 meetings per calendar year. When we say that, meaning remotely, under just cause and emergency. But a really important point here is that, remember we said under just cause you can exercise that 2 times per calendar year. These limitations are in addition to the 2 times you get under the just cause statute. So it's 2 plus, let's say you're meeting once per month.
4.
Yeah. So just want to emphasize that. If there's anything I want to add. Okay, really important component of this is record keeping by the district. Of course, you see that they're trying to clarify how often board members can do this, and the reason is because they want some controls around maybe, as you can imagine, in some cases, maybe there's a potential that it's exercised too much. So record keeping, you have to keep track of which member has made a request to appear remotely, who will be in physical attendance at the meeting, and confirmation there will be a physical quorum. So that's similar to the traditional teleconferencing rules. How many times each member has appeared remotely, because we want to keep track that, of course, you're adhering to the statutory limitations, and the member's reason for appearing remotely, and any action taken by the legislative body in order to approve that remote attendance. And so the district team has to find a way to, of course, keep track of these remote attendances in a way that meets these record-keeping requirements. And that's the end of the presentation. I know we covered a lot and there were a lot of questions throughout, but if there's anything else.
Just one question, Sue.
Oh.
Does the Brown Act addresses the roles of the board? The roles of the board members?
Meaning the president, the vice
Yeah,
president.
in overall as a legislative body?
In detail, Mr. Alex, you have
No.
information on that?
Oh,
And I would have to look at your bylaws, that may be covered in the board bylaws.
Their bylaws cover that.
So, in the past, now knowing the law has changed, if a member was absent, it would come up on the agenda and saying, hey, vote for them if we're gonna pay them for that month. Do we still vote? Is that still continuing on?
Let me make sure I understand the
He's
question.
talking about the excuses, so
Right.
if I'm absent, you would vote to excuse my absence.
Right, the board, yeah, whether there's an excuse or not, the board, it's always an action item, it comes up the following month, whether they get compensated or not, so that board member goes in the back while the rest of the board members vote.
Well, they can actually sit right there and abstain.
Okay, well, I'm just telling you what we've done in the
Yeah,
past.
so if you've not forgiven their absence, they can't get paid.
Right, so what I'm saying is, do we still conduct that vote, since the law has changed and broken down things, do we still continue on with the vote? Meaning, so if I'm absent, next month it would come up as an agendized item, they would all take a vote, and traditionally it's approved. Whether they vote yes or
That
no,
would continue, because
Okay.
if they haven't exercised one of these exceptions, or they haven't utilized the traditional teleconferencing rules, then it's a straight absence, right? So
Right.
you continue in the normal procedure that you have.
and then I have another question, because I have noticed we get a stipend for being board members. I know it's California law, I just don't understand why they give us sick days. So how does that work? Because I know if you cut your ties with your employer, you cash out, and what is that all about? Like, why do we have them? What is the purpose?
I'm gonna tell you now, there's no sick days given to board members.
Right.
So if you give us sick days here, then.
Well, it's on the pay stubs.
We will look into that.
Oh, there we go. Thank you.
Yeah, 'cause, you're capped at compensation
Right.
by statute. So if there's anything above and beyond or as you depart, it's a problem.
Thank you.
And that's the law.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I wasn't sure. I was wondering why it's on there.
My guess, and I will look into it and get it corrected, is when the change in law for substitute employees changed where they get some sick leave, very limited sick leave, not like a traditional employee, because you are grouped in Galaxy, our financial system is not a regular employee, somehow you got me.
Oh, so they try. Oh, I get. So it's labeled that way, even though we're not employees.
Perhaps I'm speculating. I'm
Oh,
not working
okay.
with our payroll department, Mimi, and.
Well, maybe we need to call RCOE because that's where the checks
That
come
was the very
from.
next thing I was going to
Yeah.
say. But McKeither, you don't get sick leave. Sorry.
That's all right.
You said it first, so you were the bearer about this.
Well, thank you, everybody.
We get like $400.
Yeah.
I
You
did,
can't cash out sick leave
Right,
anyway. It's
right,
just
right.
like if I left, I couldn't cash out my sick leave.
I did just want to add that we have some recommended procedures for how to agendize to be able to quickly pivot to the just cause or emergency in case board members exercise it. You want to have some language that goes from agenda to agenda that carries on,
Mhm.
so that you can quickly accommodate that, and we can advise on that if that's something the district can.
Trustee
Thank
Nye,
you very much.
any other questions? Trustee Nye?
No, you get all that.
Garcia, no?
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you so
Great,
much.
great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lots of talking.
Yeah. Sorry we picked your brain.
All right, so do you want to take a break? Or you want to
Yeah, you know what, can we
just
kind of make a motion to take a quick break? That way everybody can kind of
Just say
refresh. 10-minute break?
Okay. Yeah. Come back at 11:53. Right.
Okay, we'll come back at
11:43.
Oh, 11:53.
Yeah. I was right.
Okay, I'd like to reconvene the Paris Union High School District Board meeting at 11:56. And then we're moving on to Board Governance Boot Camp Part 1.
All right, members of the Governing Authority, Makai Ali with HYA.
Is your mic on?
Yes, Makai Ali, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm with HYA. So I wanted to, I'm a little limited on time, but I do want to walk us through better board governance. And so this is, of course, our first slide representing your beautiful school district's logo. And so what brought us here today wasn't necessarily me or the weather, but really we're here because of
the pupils, the students within our districts, the families we serve within this school district and our general community. And so, of course, better governance ought to equate to better student outcomes and a much more fiscally solvent school system. Here are the outcomes. What are we expected to gather from today? Unapologetically embrace commitment to student achievement, to exclusion of all other distractions. Own your responsibility to drive the activities of the district to produce excellent outcomes for students. Understand how to use the tools of concise and clear governance, and then, of course, for each of you to create a comprehensive plan in order to move your governance journey along. The first aspect, I would ask members of the board just throw out, what leadership qualities are essential to effectively govern the Paris Union High School District? Just give me a word, one word.
Communication.
Leadership qualities are essential.
Someone who knows how to communicate.
Listening.
Communication, listening. Any other qualities? Honesty.
Integrity.
Yeah. Being able, well, he said listening, and I think I want to go deeper and say receptive to everybody and everything.
What does that type of leadership look like? In your opinion?
Someone who's engaging the community and the students and staff.
Someone who cares.
Yeah, passionate.
What does it sound like? How do we communicate that?
Being transparent, multiple meetings, I know that sounds crazy, but everybody's involved. Buy-in.
I think it's taken also initiatives to attend things, to have an open mindset to different things that are out there that maybe we're not doing, but maybe compared to others. Just trying to figure out what's a better way to constantly be looking forward to see what can we do better.
Remember that leadership profile report that we provided the board a while ago? Got to make sure the new board members receive that report. You remember the survey? We did an exhaustive and extensive survey.
Oh, yeah.
And in that survey, your community did talk about intense engagement and enrichment, and also talked about the school district being far more involved within the community. And so that then lends to how people feel. How do you make people feel about your system based upon the qualities of a leader? How then will parents say, we want our children to attend that school system, and then we address the issues of declining enrollment and all of the other issues that generally plague urban systems. And you, not necessarily in the inner core, but there's some density around here which would, in my opinion, qualify you to be quasi-suburban, quasi-urban. So in that context, when you're looking at the challenges, the objective of leadership in this community is to look a certain way, to sound a certain way, and then it has a visceral reaction. It makes people feel a certain way. When you're out there on a campaign trail, you have a chance to talk with people, right? And so your talk then translates into policy, and of course, does action. I want to play this video, if you guys would indulge me. This phenomenal video around leadership. Oh.
Look at that. That's beautiful. I always wonder, is that real?
Mm-hmm.
It's an exceptional video which deals with the explanation of leadership from a business.
Love your wife.
It's still applicable.
Prove it.
We're all leaders.
But what's the metric? Give me the number that helps.
Yeah, can we? Yeah,
Do you love your wife?
Did you want light, Freddie?
yeah. Perfect.
Prove it. But what's the metric? Give me the number that helps me know, right? Because when you met her, you didn't love her.
Can we back up?
Now you love her, right?
There we go. All right.
Do you love your wife?
There we go. Thanks.
Prove it. But what's the metric? Give me the number that helps me know, right? Because when you met her, you didn't love her. Now you love her, right? Tell me the day the love happened. It's an impossible question. But it's not that it doesn't exist. It's that it's much easier to prove over time, right? Well, leadership is the same thing. It's about transitions. So if you were to go to the gym, it's like exercise, right? If you go to the gym and you work out and you come back and you look in the mirror, you will see nothing. And if you go to the gym the next day and you come back and you look in the mirror, you will see nothing, right? So clearly there's no results, can't be measured, it must not be effective. So we quit, right? Or if you fundamentally believe that this is the right course of action and you stick with it, like in a relationship, I bought her flowers and I wish her happy birthday, and she doesn't love me. Clearly I'll be loved. That's not what happens. If you believe there's something there, you commit yourself to an act of service. You commit yourself to the regime, the exercise. You can screw it up. You can eat chocolate cake one day, and you can skip a day or two. You know, it allows for that. But if you stick with it consistently, I'm not exactly sure what day, but I know you'll start getting into shape. I know. And the same with the relationship. It's not about being advanced. It's not about intensity. It's about consistency. Right? You go to the dentist twice a year, your teeth will fall out. You have to brush your teeth every day for 2 minutes. What does brushing your teeth twice a day for 2 minutes do? Nothing. Unless you do it every day, twice a day for 2 minutes. Right? It's the consistency. Going to the gym for 9 hours does not get you into shape. Working out every day for 20 minutes gets you into shape. So the problem is we treat leadership with intensity. We have a 2-day offsite, we invite a bunch of speakers, we give everybody a certificate. You're a leader, right? Those things are like going to the dentist. They're very important. They're good for reminding us and getting us back on track, learning new lessons. But it's the daily practice of all the monotonous, little, boring things like brushing your teeth that matter the most. She didn't fall in love with you because you remembered her birthday and bought her flowers on Valentine's Day. She fell in love with you because when you woke up in the morning, you said good morning to her before you checked your phone. She fell in love with you because when you went to the fridge to get yourself a drink, you got her one without even asking. She fell in love with you because when you had an amazing day at work, and she came home and she had a terrible day at work, you didn't say, yeah, but let me tell you about my day. You sat and listened to her awful day, and you didn't say a thing about your amazing day. This is why she fell in love with you. I can't tell you exactly what day, and it was no particular thing you did. It was the accumulation of all of those little things that she woke up one day, and as if she pressed a button, she goes, I love him. Right? Leadership is exactly the same. There's no event. There's no thing I can tell you have to do that your people will trust you. It just doesn't work that way. It's an accumulation of lots and lots of little things that anyone by themselves is innocuous and useless. Literally, pointless by themselves. People will look at little things that are good leadership practices and say, that won't work. And you're absolutely right. But if you do it consistently, and you do it in combination with lots of other little things, like saying good morning to someone, then looking them in the eye. My friend George, who's a 3-star general in the Marine Corps, he says his test for leadership, and I love this, he goes, his test for a good leader is if you ask somebody how their day is going, you actually care about the answer. The number of times we're walking to a meeting, we're rushing, we go, how are you? Not good, I gotta get to you later, I got late for a meeting. If you ask the question, you were standing there and you were listening to the answer. It's those little innocuous things that you do over and over and over and over that people will say, I love my job. But I like my job. I like my job means, yeah, the challenge is great, they pay me well, I like the people. I love my job means, I don't want to work anywhere else. I don't care how much somebody else is willing to pay me. I'm devoted to the people here, and I care desperately about the people here as if they were my family. In business, we have colleagues and coworkers. In the military, they have brothers and sisters. That's how they think of each other. If you really have a strong corporate culture, the people will think of each other like brothers and sisters. It's like a family, right? No. Brothers and sisters. Deep love. Fight, but the love doesn't go away. Bicker, but love doesn't go away. And I'll fight with my sister, but if you threaten my sister, you'll have to deal with me. Right? We'll fight internally, we'll bicker with each other, but nobody's going to hurt each other, and if anything from the outside shows up, you're looking at a unified front. Brothers and sisters. Now, how do you create brothers and sisters out of strangers? Common beliefs, common values. Parents, in other words, executives who care about their children's success, who care to raise their children, teach them skills, discipline them when necessary, help them build their self-confidence so that they can go on and achieve something more than you could have ever imagined achieving for yourself. That's leadership.
Any thoughts on that?
True.
Mr. Hall?
It's true. Very true. It doesn't happen over one night or an hour. It's your time.
Your thoughts on that? Mr. Mike?
Yeah, I agree. I always tell my husband it's easy to be respectful and kind to people you don't see every day, but when you go home and you can't be respectful and kind to your husband and your children, then it's not in you. And if it's in you, in your close proximity, then it's easier to do it to others. So I completely agree.
Mr. Garcia, Mr. President?
I agree with everybody. I think, if being kind is in your heart, there's an intensity to you that you go above and beyond. And if, like you said, if you care, you'll stand there and listen to the response. And, society has made it sound like, oh, they don't care about my answer, so I'm not going to respond. I'm just going to say it's fine, even though they're hurting inside. But if you genuinely care, you'll recognize that and you'll try and have a conversation with them, get to know them, and understand what's going on.
Mr. President?
Yeah, so for me, where I learned it was through sports. It was one of those things where, you were doing things you didn't want to do, but once you were with a group of guys for a certain amount of time and years, you build a bond. And obviously the bond is always to win and be successful. And the reality is the wins are great, but it's the losses that teach you, in my opinion, more. So that's usually because the losses stick with you longer than the wins. And if you win more, then the wins kind of but it's the losses that you look at. So a lot of times through struggle, I think that's where we start to test each other and we start to say, hey, you know what? We're in the same fight, you know what I mean? But there's a bump in the road, and how do we fix it? How do we resolve it? Because you can't just sit there and do nothing. You have to start throwing out communicating ideas. So that's been my experience.
So let's look at the research. So when you look at the advocacy of a school district, it's directly related, directly correlated with the positive effect that school board members have on public policy and the general oversight. Now, I watch that word oversight and accountability. So the board has oversight, the superintendent has accountability, not the other way around. 17 years doing this. Superintendent didn't tell me what to do. To be very clear. Huge paradigm shift. And when the superintendent or staff believes that they are providing you with a measure of oversight, then that would have a problem. Generally, that's where the rules begin to fall off. So here's what the literature states from around the country. This is Academic Development Institute from 2013. Effective school boards develop shared and strategic goals with companion implementation plans to drive focused, bold change efforts and ensure the budget process and priorities are aligned. So in California, we have something called the Local Control Funding Formula, the Local Control Accountability Plan. Essentially, that can serve as a strategic guiding document where there's a plan that's devised and there's budget that aligns with that. The law gives school board members the authority to amend that as so desired. But also you have an opportunity to set the course of your community. So if in fact as a high school district, only 25 of you in the entire state. So you're an anomaly. Right? As a high school system, you want to focus more on concurrent enrollment, dual enrollment, early college, CTE, etc. Then that's what the board would simply state as a top priority, and of course the staff would fund that. The board has the vision. The board has the vision, and that's clear, and that's codified in essentially in law. You set the vision, the superintendent implements that vision as well as the staff. If the staff finds themselves in a position where they're doing things outside of that, which is budgeted, again, we have a problem. So we're now having to establish and facilitate a structured way in which we plan this. Right now, you're in the LCAP planning phase right now. At least you ought to be. Your community is being engaged around that. And then, of course, you get into the budget phase where you're appropriating resources to that. And so, again, let's look further at the literature. This is out of University of Nebraska-Lincoln, the role of the board around learning. And so the board
There's tools for the board to improve the functionality of the system through effective policymaking, addressing student needs. So let's say you have a tremendous amount of multilingual learners. Irrespective as to what happens in DC, you still have an obligation to provide a free and fair public education, access therein, as well as to address the differentiated needs of your student. Whatever happens inside Europe, you're still compelled to provide that level of academic enrichment. And so as a governing board, again, you want to support the superintendent's success, not as a perfunctory agent or rubber stamper, but as a willing franchised participant in the governance journey. We'll talk more about the role confusion, which oftentimes causes issues in systems throughout the country. And I can cite numerous examples of places where I've worked and all the places where I've advised, where the board and superintendent really struggles with the relationship. Further into the research, into the literature. So the board sets mutual and ongoing expectations for the superintendent. And the superintendent's contract, it has a provision where you may evaluate. But I wouldn't wait to evaluate after a year's worth of work. What we're doing is we're working in a very cohesive, symbiotic relationship. Because there's not a I got you moment, right? And we're in this together, so we're working each and every month, right? We're paying bills, we're evaluating test data, we're doing walkthroughs, we're visiting, we're participating. Because the objective is not for you to be an ambassador, but for you to be a leader and work in concert with the superintendent to implement pedagogical best practices and transform this community as well as the system. And of course, there's ongoing dialogue around that. Right? And if you have any questions, just stop me.
Right.
But I just want to walk us through with some of the literature states. This is out of Lighthouse, the Lighthouse Project, and the Lighthouse 2 project. So this is 2022 and 2027, comparing districts with low student achievement versus school systems with high student achievement. And then you're identifying 7 conditions for school renewal where it impacts student achievement. Let's look at 6 of these characteristics for which underscore a very successful school system. Stability among board members. I've been on my board 17 years. Superintendent's been there 13 years. 17 years, super's been there 13 years. Go pull the data. Go pull the financial data. Go pull the academic achievement. And then let's compare that with similar sized districts around California. I'm not saying that longevity means a job well done. We're talking about as if in fact you're effectuating short, regular board meetings, you're doing goal setting, you're effectively managing where complaints were referred to the administration, as Ms. Anaya talked about earlier. There's complaints are resolved, we effectively communicate those complaints, etc. There's effective communication between the board president and some districts that person acts as a go-between. In California, we don't necessarily do much of that as a go-between because of the Brown Act. And so again, working very collaboratively. Someone said trust, high degree of trust. Because in the end, if I can't trust the administrative team, then we have a problem as a governing body. And we can cite districts, we can roll call districts where there's literally been very little trust, and you see these districts with massive layoffs, struggling financially, their budgets are not positively certified at all, and it's just really a horrific experience, and of course children are very impacted by that. Let's look at the Panasonic Foundation report where we talk about 4 sacred duties of a board member: to establish and promote ownership of the district's vision and values. Which means each and every board member. No, go right ahead.
I'm sorry, I'm going to question.
No, go ahead.
Will we get a copy of this?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. I was like, all right, I got to try to write all this down.
Absolutely.
So, no, and I have a question. On establishing, the district visions and values, is that something that is done through an agendized item, or how, like at a situation like this, at a workshop where we're reviewing, what it says in the past, knowing, but we don't know how long, if there's a mission statement or this, that, and the other.
Sure.
So that's just something that you can, because then you talk about the Brown Act stuff. So is that something that could be discussed if we're doing a school site visit, with the superintendent and some staff, and we just start to see some things, and we just start to have an idea of, hey, you know what about this, what about that? That is all okay, but or should that all just be presented then as an agendized item to kind of then discuss at a regular board meeting?
Yes. And so I'll give an example. And again, pardon the candor, but you have a dependent model charter school here. You have a phenomenal program that deals with this military institute. We're one of the few systems in the entire state with a military institute. Let's say the board wanted to expand that. That's a policy decision. Whether it's a dependent model charter or not. That's for the board to decide if we wanted to continue down that vein. Okay. Those are policy decisions, and those are also vision and value decisions, because let's say you wanted to expand that military institute throughout the entire system. Right? You're a high school district, so let's say you wanted to leverage your community college partner and establish an early middle college construct. Increases enrollment, addresses the issue of equity, right? Provides an opportunity for differentiated learning for some students who outperform and outpace the other. And it provides a measure of affordability for families, because of course 2 years when you're completed in high school, off to the college, 2 years, off you go. Now, I passed a resolution in 2015, I wrote it and brought it to the board, which was a directive to the superintendent to establish an early middle college, for which we were able to do. Because the board took an affirmative action directing the superintendent. The superintendent takes direction from the board. You run the show. Very clear and simple. These people know it because they worked in systems, right? So if the board wants to set that as a vision, and we expand the military institute, we decrease. Let's say you had a school off to the side of the system on the outskirts, that a continuation. We don't want that anymore. We want continuation schools at every high school. The board says that vision. Staff figures out a way to implement it, comes back with appropriate recommendations. Right? There are issues and challenges. Let's say master scheduling. I know you wouldn't get into the granularity of master scheduling. However, you ought to be in a position to ask the questions. If you pull data and students are all going to Marietta, the question is why? They're all going to Val Verde, the question is why? And then what are we not doing?
So I have a question, because I've heard it at different conferences, and it's come up before. So you mentioned early college. I'm aware of IB systems. I'm aware of the AP systems, the dual enrollment. Can you define early college,
Yes.
or early middle college? That way,
so
kind of understand.
You have two things going on in California. AB 288, which is concurrent enrollment. Okay, students are able to take classes at the collegiate level, perhaps 11 and 12. They will receive certificates, perhaps aligned with CTE, etc. With an early middle college construct, and there's some phenomenal information we can present at a subsequent meeting if the board is so inclined. Bring in an expert to talk with you about that. At no cost. Phenomenal expert who's like the mother of the early college movement in California. Exceptional, really long. Essentially, what you do is establish a high school that would partner with the local community college. Now, in AB 288, students who are documented, that was the reason why we pushed that bill. That was one of our pieces of legislation we advocated, to address the needs to ensure that children who are undocumented had access to the community college via high school. It's a brand new school where students from 9 through 12 graduate with an AA degree within 4 years, because you're partnering with the community college to provide that middle college concept. You're integrating the systems. Now, there are not many school systems leveraging this in California. The science comes out of LaGuardia High School in New York. And another great example is another aspect of that. It's called a pathway in technical high school, where you partner with industry to be able to provide a brand new high school. You can have as many high schools as you want. You're not just restricted to what you have. Again, back to board vision. And what the board wants to see as far as community transformation. And so, bringing in someone to help your staff, and this could easily be added to the LCAP.
and fund it. Simple. This is not that difficult. And as a matter of fact, it most certainly will keep many of the students around. Might even have students come to the school to the neighborhood districts are not leveraging that. And I can tell you now, many of them are not. They may be leveraging 288, AP 288, but they're not leveraging the early middle college concept. And again, I can most certainly provide some information for you within that vein, so you can be able to mull over that, because I know there's a lot of information being provided today. So we'll definitely follow up and provide some nuggets for which you can reference at a later date. So when you create conditions for achievement through 5 areas of board authority, deciding on and promulgating policies. Everybody always tells you, every superintendent that's taught all over the state, the board's role is policy. No, it's not. You're not passing policy every single day. You're not passing policy every day. Half the policies that are proffered, you do not even write. They're written, they're extracted from the state or from CSBA, they're modified, and off you go. The board has to ensure that the community is included. There's effective executive board relationships, negotiating and approving union contracts. You're a fiduciary. You're a fiduciary. Your chief role is to ensure that the district remains solvent. You approve a budget. You appropriate resources. The notion that you just policy simply means you come to the board meeting as a perfunctory agent of the administration. And it's not the case. And if you look at what Jerry Brown did during his tenure as governor, by changing the way in which school systems are funded through the local control funding formula and having school systems develop an LCAP, the power is back in the hands of board members to decide the direction of their respective district, which is why some districts are funding more of the arts and others are not, and some districts are funding more early college and career pathways and others are not, and the list goes on and on and on. That authority rests within the power of the board. And I've debated with superintendents about this all over the state. The old way of thinking that the board just simply comes and votes on policy and then they go home, that day is over, which is why you approve a 300-page LCAP. And the state is under the belief and supposition that you read it. So again, these are new ways in which we're looking at how school systems are governed around California. And you can stop anytime you have a question. I want to jump back to that last part, the number 4 sacred duties of board member: ensure a community-wide climate of commitment, respect, and trust. Because people are sending their children to your school systems, right? So it's incumbent upon you to be able to develop that and be very honest and forthright with the community. Effective boards not blur the role with their superintendent or administration. This goes back to the discussion earlier. You trying to arbitrate and manage situations of crisis. You want to constantly work with the superintendent and staff within that vein. But going back to the higher level thinking of strategic planning and policy, and they're consistently monitoring the performance of the superintendent and the district to increase student achievement. Now, make no doubt about it, I love my superintendent, but we have a relationship, a contractual relationship. He's responsible for delivering A, B, C, or D. 13 years with a positively certified budget. Right. So as a school board member, I'm expecting as a community person that you understand that the Student Nutrition Services Division is running in the black. And that the general fund is not having to lend money. I'm under the belief that you're doing needs assessment of the facilities and making certain that there needs to be additions or augmentations, etc. That's the assumption the community makes because you're the Congress and you're the Speaker of the legislature. You're simply legislative and judicial, and the community sees you as such because your true title is Governing Board Trustee. It's what's in the law. So this is what I want to jump to, and then we can possibly, I know we're going to lose some folks, so I really want to get to this governance model. So the organizational model on the right, it illustrates how effective organizations are governed within the school district paradigm. So as you can see, up one side is the board on the green side. The prevailing belief is that the board is very strategic in how it thinks. Now, again, old school ways of running school systems, where we normally would blame the board for all the district's failures, right? But remember, you don't put the budget together. Nor do you negotiate contracts, and you don't run the day to day. But back in the day, it was very easy to say it was the board's fault, right? So when looking at this, as you can tell, I'm pretty much pro-board, right? So looking at this, you see a very high level of thinking as to the board's focus is in the green, the superintendent and staff functions in the blue. We're talking about vision setting, goals, etc. So let's say, for example, district up in Oregon set a 6% goal for black children with respect to literacy, and they made 2.5%, 3%. The board set that goal. The board can set whatever goal you so desire. You have that authority. You can set whatever goal you so desire. The board can set whatever strategic vision with respect to optimizing how the district operates, utilizing staff research in order to make informed decisions. And then down the line, the staff is more technical with delivering and implementing the action plans as well as executing the vision of the board. That's done by budget. That's done by LCAP. The staff decides, I want to have my own department with my own vision. I want to do my own thing. Well, it's going to be some problems because you have to pay for that. Every decision that staff wants to make, there should be a pay-as-you-go environment here, right? We want to have a tremendous amount of people in the central office where the board believes we want more folks at the school site, right? The board has that authority to set that as a strategic focus and then challenge the staff through questioning. The whole overall benefit of the board meeting is really for the board members to question the government. You're not an employee, as we stated earlier, even though we have you paid for the system, right? You're getting vacation days. You're not an employee. You're a representative of the community here to question the government around the business of the LEA, right? So again, this is not, the objective is everybody defining their role as being one of strategy and as being one of execution and operation. And then we walk that very fine line. Now again, what I'm preaching and teaching is not espoused by most. All right, most, you're here for policy. And then you get bored, and then you become angry because you're not seeing things happen, right? And the notion that it takes a long time for things to happen, well, that's with construction. With respect to moving the system forward on the pedagogical, more curriculum-oriented side, you want to see some results, right? Especially if you're new to the board. You didn't get elected to wait 5 years to see something happen. So then we talk about the board's work around vision, mission, and values, and articulating and documenting that, and then the goals around operationalizing the district's vision. So here we go, back to looking to the left, right? When you look at the mission and vision, the objective is for there to be core beliefs and philosophies around what the board believes the mission ought to be, which is why it's important for you to actually read that LCAP. I know it's a lot of paperwork. But again, you pay the big bucks. So we do want you to be able to read that to be able to make sure it aligns with what the board believes. As the schools roll their LCAPs up, there's a larger district LCAP. Now, you can do a strat plan outside of the LCAP. You can do your own strategic plan based upon what you believe the district ought to focus on. Now, I'll be very candid with you. The relationship that the district has with the dependent charter is an interesting one because the charter document is very lean opposed to traditional charter documents which are very hefty. We're getting 16 pages, 300 to 16. So the board really should ask some questions about that.
So are we missing stuff out of that? I mean, is there stuff that should be in there that it's not? I mean, what's...
Yeah, you get to that presentation after, but again, it's an interesting document. So, and you're the board for the charter school, by the way.
Right.
You know that, right?
Correct.
We have a separate board meeting, so yes.
So you're the board for the charter school. So, and there's just a lot of questions that I would have if I were on the board relative to what are we doing with that asset? And how do, if all these students fighting to get in, why not expand it? Right? Again, I'm not giving you a policy position, I'm simply posing a question. If you have something that's phenomenal and something that's exceptional, then why not expound and why not elaborate on that? All right. So continuing on, the board administration's collaborative work, strategic challenges. We talked about research, we talked about synthesizing current state of realities. Now, let's be very clear, the state is in a recession. We haven't felt it yet, but we soon will. So how then do we understand that this is why it's important to follow the fiscal trends along the way? Mr. President, you received a letter from the County Office of Education. You haven't gotten it yet, but you probably, I think you got your first letter from the county.
Yep.
Okay, so it's important to read that letter and then to be able to have some discussion, which would be agendized. You're going to have financial discussions. You do want to be able to ask the appropriate questions, whether it's closed, if you can get it enclosed legally, or open around your budget. Because again, you want to understand the challenges with respect to perhaps why can't we implement elements of division? Why can't we implement elements in this particular plan? How are we forecasting, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. One big forecast you do every year is enrollment. You have norm day and you actually get the actual numbers and so forth. You're funding on last year's appropriation, last year's numbers, right? So you want to be able to understand these elements, right? And oftentimes this information is not free flowing because things are moving kind of fast. And so as a board, you do want to be able to read that letter. Mr. Campos will get, I assume the board has a copy of that letter from the county superintendent. So everyone will understand the county's perspective based upon either the first or second interim or whatever other financial documents the district has sent to the county. And then looking at strategies. So determine leveraging points, core strategies, etc. Back to the implementation of our goals. And this is all predicated upon the collaborative work between the board and the superintendent. We're talking about a different way in which we look at governance, not theatrical, but more deliberative. Again, not theatrical, more deliberative. And really put yourself in a position to be able to ask the tough questions. A lot of times conversations are had privately, and the attorney talked about Brown Act violations because sometimes you just want to be very careful with how we're moving information along because really and truly the core of the information you want to know is the whys, all the whys associated why we're not moving in this direction, why are we doing this, etc. That's a public discussion. That's a public discussion. And then we continue on with tactics and action plans, delineating steps necessary to implement each plan. Now the staff's doing this, but we're saying pull this discussion out so we can understand what's going on. A lot of information is going to be moving, again, rather rapidly, and people develop FIFOs. You want to be able to break down those silos to be able to ensure that you have information, especially if folks have been around for a very long time, right? And every system that happens. I don't care if you're working in the post office or working for a church, there's silos that develop, right? So as a board, you want to be able to understand the delivery of these various action plans and then be able to question the government accordingly. And so as any thoughts on those slides? All right, so as we're looking at boardsmanship, understanding the governing board's role at setting policy and the long-term vision for the district, the long-term vision for the system. You guys, many of you work for school systems. Literally at one point in time, I think all you did, previous board members were teachers and folks work for the County Office of Education. So you guys are immersed in what's happening in your neighborhood districts. You know what's going on in Temecula, etc. And so understanding your role in the vision as far as the day-to-day, I would say it's important to understand every aspect as to what's happening. Not looking from a micro-macro perspective, topical.
topical. Understanding what's going on day in and day out so that when there's a request to appropriate dollars, or there's a request to hire architects, or there's a request to do this, you understand why. So you don't meet every single board item with a measure of incredulousness, or there's doubt, or there's hesitancy, because you've not been brought along the way. Not saying that's not happening, but as a good board member, you want to understand the decision-making process, the key elements associated with how the administration is thinking and how your colleagues are thinking, because your visions might differ. You're not elected to think alike. You all bring a different level of diversity to the dais. You referenced going to sightseeing at some dogs, or whatever the case is, right? Hey, maybe I'm passionate for you. I don't understand it. I can learn from it. If we can go together, we can understand what other folks are doing by way of utilizing, whether it's support dogs or whatever other types of dogs you're talking about, right? So again, understanding elements of the core vision. Typically, members of school boards are not necessarily as franchised. You're kind of almost like a renter. You know, you rent the vision, you didn't really like buy it. You didn't put that 3 to 20% down on it. So you already have an investment, right? It's kind of just going along to get along. And that's cool in some instances, but if you really want to have an effective school system, you want to lean in with a different set of lenses, and you want to lean in a little bit more aggressively. And again, am I talking about a very strong school board? Yes, very strong school board. And am I talking about a school board that is in full control of the system? Unequivocally, yes. Because at the end of the day, when something goes wrong, you know who's blamed? You. You. Folks can get other jobs. But if something goes wrong, you're held to account. And the state and the counties see you as such because you are the elected governing board. Complementary roles. So what does the board do? Going back to what I said earlier, as we recap, monitor the overall operation, evaluate the superintendent, make sure the train runs well. Watch this. Superintendent monitors operations, informs the board of progress, successes, and setbacks. Oversees the evaluation of all staff, runs the train. Make sure the train runs well, superintendent runs the train. Now, making sure that the train runs well, we can look at that with a great level of ambiguity. The type of train, fast train, slow train. The type of track, monorail, light rail, underground, right? That's vision. What do we want to see, right? And then the conductor is the superintendent. Roles shouldn't blur. Now, when the roles do blur, that's why you have a governance team to help you put folk back in check. And we would work as a cohesive team to make sure that no one is stepping over the line. I mean, many members of the board are franchising on the superintendent's ability to manage the system. So I'm not going to run us through this because we have to do this at another time, but I did want to jump to conflict. Actually, let me just ask a question. Thoughts or perspectives, feelings on what we've discussed. Mr. Superintendent?
First of all, thank you, Makai, for addressing this and starting the presentation and being very specific in terms of what the board can do and working together, right? I just would like to see if you can expand a little bit because I completely agree with you. Many years ago, even when I was a board member, it was the opposite, right? That the district was telling the board members. Now here the board is going to set the direction, right? But it has to be the board, right?
Yes.
When we talk about the board, we're talking about 5-0, 4-1, or 3-2, correct? The direction is not set by 1 or 2 board members. So that is, would you agree with that?
100%.
Okay, perfect.
100%.
The other thing, I just would like to see if you can expand or confirm this. When you said the board runs the show, you can do everything that you want, is based on what the community that they are representing wants, right? Because in tell me if you, this could be okay. Not influence, but any personal needs, personal interest, group needs, or anything. It's what the community that we as the board members, I'm sorry, being 8 years there against 4 months here in this city. What the community wants, right? The ones that we are representing, based on the needs that they share with them. And would that be okay? Can you expand a little bit on those topics?
So to the superintendent's point, you're definitely not looking at self-gain. The FPPC and the district attorney and every alphabet soup will take care of that. So we don't have to worry about that. Put that in the parking lot, okay? So nobody's making any money off of any deals, right? Won't be a good sign. The beauty of the LCAP and that process is you elicit the community's input. School site councils, DLAC, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You're hearing what the community desires as a part of that process. And then once it bubbles up to the board, well, then you have an opportunity to glean from that. And so, me saying you can do whatever you want to do, well, I'm under the belief that what you want to do enhances the quality of the system and supports that which the community has provided as what they like to see within the system. So if we were in a K-12, we're Valverde or we're Temecula or Marietta, there are K-12s around you. We want full-day kinder. There's a cost for that. We want TK pre-K. There's a cost for that. We want 0 period. There's a cost for that. We want an 8 period. There's a cost for that, right? Okay. We want a certain kind of organic lunch. There's a cost for that. We want electric buses on down the line. So again, we're talking about setting a vision that's strategic in nature, but helps to move the system forward. To the other point that was proffered by the superintendent is that, of course, the board, 1, not 2. The board is 1. Now, the board is also 3. Okay. Now, generally speaking, let me just expound on this point. For many superintendents I've engaged around the country, if you're reading the tea leaves, you kind of know the direction the board's going to go in. Okay, so, if I'm in Temecula, probably could be sure that board leans a certain way. And perhaps we're going to have to move a little differently. Just a fact. If I'm in Culver City or Santa Monica, the board moves a little different. It leans in a certain direction. And the system has to modify itself accordingly, adhering to the provisions of the state, right, and implementing that which the state says you ought to, as well as the county, etc. But on certain issues, we know where we're going to lean. This is a rather purple board. It's a purple board. And so you get a little more blue as you go, more valley, right? It's a more purple board, okay? And so the system has to be very conscious and cognizant of that, not play political, but really stay focused with respect to student achievement and addressing the issues that you have before you, right? And I'm not saying these other systems are playing political, but we're to be very careful what we say and what we do because it matters. The impact of words are great. The reverberations can be felt for miles. So as a board, if this board decided we wanted to open an early college, and one thing I understand about the president wants to understand the mechanics. He likes the mechanics of it all. When you say it, how does it find its way to the dais? There are many ways it finds its way to the dais, whether it's to directing the superintendent on the floor, or whether you agendize a mechanism to direct the superintendent to research, etc., come back, give him time, 30 days, 45 days, 60 days, what have you. Come back with a plan, right? Because nothing's going to happen overnight because it involves franchising the community college district and what that represents.
So,
Any thoughts, questions, Mr. President?
I do. I have a question because, and this one's kind of constantly on my mind. So we have, we're a union, so we have, I represent the Menifee area, right? And so then it's Paris and Menifee, the two cities. So our role as a board, obviously student achievement, that's a no-brainer. We want our students to achieve at every site, right? Now, every site might have different student achievement focuses that they might have. It might be that, they're struggling in one high school with the language arts. Others, it may be math. Now, our role as board members, I know we advocate in general for the whole, but so when we're discussing LCAP, or like I guess when we make visits, so because I'm elected by trustee area 1, if I should I spend more of my time with the superintendent and the jurisdiction of my trustee area, or do we kind of share? I mean, obviously, I want the well-being of all the kids under our jurisdiction, but at the same time, my community is the one who elected me. And the communities can be a little bit different politically, but I think outside of the politics, I think we can all agree we want what's best for the two cities and the two communities that we oversee, right, with their education, regardless of where it's at. But I guess as you've brought things up, I've started to think like, okay, so am I supposed to be spending a lot more of my time, hearing from that trustee area and working with that site administrator and through the superintendent, obviously, working with the superintendent and in building the LCAP and working with the administrator to say, hey, what is it that you need? What are your goals, that you want to achieve and accomplish, through the LCAP, as opposed to, me comparing that to what maybe Paris is, because they're completely different schools. But, should my attention really be more drawn there? But also, and I don't want to say that it's like, because I saw this done in Temecula where you had board members who just advocated for one specific site, their trustee area. And I always looked at it as like, well, they're kind of overseeing everything with obviously the goal, again, student achievement, making sure that we have literate students leaving our school, whether it's an early middle college program, through our CTE programs, whatever it may be. I guess my question is, how do we spend our time wisely to make sure, and it's not, and I don't want to make it sound like it's the purpose of a re-election, because I could care less about that. But, like you said, we only have a certain amount of time. And within that time frame, we have to get to work and at least hopefully move the direction of where we want to go, so that our trustee area is pleased with what we've done and advocated for their sites, but as well as in general for the whole Paris Union, because we represent the whole district.
Okay, so I'll take it a few ways. So you're elected in trustee area 1. There's a mechanism for that particular area, those schools, there are mechanisms for them to collect all that data. All that data comes up through the LCAP. Makes your job easy. Not much to advocate, because the principal is essentially managing a franchise. The principal is a McDonald's franchise. And the prevailing belief is that the principal is engaging the community, working with the community, communicating with the community, involved in after-school programs, other enrichment, etc. That principal is franchised that entire community. Well, enrollment is up, and so they're able to do whatever needs to be done because they have extra resources based upon their ADA level, whether it's an assistant principal, whatever they want to spend the money, a curriculum specialist, whatever. Right? As a board member, my question, Mr. President, is this. Do we have a comprehensive facilities needs assessment done to be able to know all of the issues, not just in trustee area 1, but all of the issues impacting the entire system? Because they're inextricably connected. The larger LCAP, well, now we have an issue of an inequity. If the high schools in the south are outperforming the high schools in the north, you know where I'm going, I'll have to say it. Okay, so we don't have to use any buzzwords. What we're allowing is data to drive the discourse, and there needs to be targeted interventions for students who are underperforming predicated upon this percentile. Okay, that is the macro discussion that the board is having at the oversight level. Now, back to the whys, Mr. Hall. Why is the North not performing as great or equal to the South? Greater than or equal to? Okay, that's a huge question. Or why does the South have a beautiful water fountain in front of the school where you walk in and there's like crystal glasses and everybody? Okay, hey, what about the North, right?
Those are board questions as to how do you bring forth a measure of equity within the overall system. Now, let me say, let's say you went out for a bond. Well, Parish Heights was beautiful. Might not require any resources. Maybe the resources are required in the South. Maybe based upon the Deputy Soup's projections, enrollment might increase here this year. Right? Maybe a decrease here. Post-COVID, there's an increase. As a board, you're looking at the forecast, all the leading indicators, you're analyzing data, and you're questioning down. So if they're not in a position to answer those questions right then and there, no problem. Continue the meeting, right? Continue the meeting. So let me just jump over here to effective ways and tools of governance, motion, resolutions, leveraging staff. I'll leave those to the superintendent. Hey, I believe we ought to buy a brand new podium, but this one is ugly. Well, that's you one vote, man. Now, he hears three people complaining about the podium. Obviously, get a new podium, okay? Mm-hmm. Just a measure of intuition. Or we're bringing forth meaningful resolutions to be able to direct the staff accordingly, which makes things clean and clear. Makes things clean and clear. What does that mean? Well, you employ staff, your attorneys. It won't cost you much money to put together just a simple motion. Hey, send you a copy of one. I'm directing the superintendent to come out with a comprehensive report to look at the establishment of A, B, C, and D, blah, 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 within 60 days. Clean. It's clean. Again, we're talking about effectively governing at a strategic level. So there's no real confusion, and the superintendent doesn't feel compelled to listen to one person. Now, what happens in these situations and settings, there's always conflict with the superintendent and the board president or the board chair, because the board policy extends the president a different level of authority, and normally the president, in many instances, Ms. Kirk Carter can attest to this, in many instances the president was elected among the majority of his peers on the board, if not a unanimous vote, at least a majority. Well, there's sometimes a prevailing belief that the president, it should be prevailing, the president carries support. Now, we're talking about understanding the group dynamics and the politics of a board. Because now, if the president and the superintendent, there's conflict, it requires you to then go to finding ways to direct the superintendent in a more corporate, open setting without the president dictating to the superintendent what the president believes the super ought to do. Now, the president can have, any of y'all can put something on the agenda. This lady right here can put something on the agenda. Citizens can. So, putting items on the agenda is not an issue. That's already been covered in court, codified, not an issue. What oftentimes come up is how you move things around on the agenda and how you want to schedule. So your board policy, very interesting one, which is almost similar to Temecula has probably the most interesting board policy as to how the superintendent and board president works relative to how things come on the agenda. But the language uses in consultation, almost like advice and consultation. Now, not to say the president can't remove something, but then, of course, if you want to put a little more teeth in your policy, change it. Just change the policy. So everybody's on one accord, and there's no conflict or confusion among anyone, right? And we can be able to keep peace and move the system forward. And so when you look at conflict as defined, competition between independent parties who perceive that they have incompatible needs, goals, desires, and ideas. A process in which two or more parties attempt to frustrate the other's goal attainment. The factors underlying conflict are threefold: interdependence, differences in goals, differences in perception. We all want the same thing for the system, right? But I just believe we ought to have corn-fed
beef. And you believe it ought to be grass fed. 2 cows, right? It's beef. I prefer corn. You prefer grass. Okay. How can we meet in the middle? Lamb? So again, as a board, the objective is you want people to be happy, right? You want them to come to work. You don't want to have pressure as a board thinking I can't get anything done. This place is just like this post office. I can't move anything. It's like Amtrak. So again, these are ways in which we can effectuate good governance as a board. I'm not move through this rather rapidly. We can always do a part 2, but I did want to be able to. I know we're going to be losing someone in a second. Any thoughts, questions on conflict, board motions, resolutions, tools of governance, perspectives?
Just one
Mr.
really,
President, go ahead.
one really quick one on the allocation of like LCAP funds. So, if one school site is obviously performing well, do you reallocate assets or finances to another one who might be struggling, or do you maintain? Obviously, it's like because usually there's success because there's programs and resources that are in there and they're being properly managed and used and they're resulting in that effect. But you don't take away, or all that's built up on the, I don't know if it's UDPs now or UPPs, or the separation of the funding, because it just doesn't seem like it would be sensible to have a program that's successful, a site that has successful programs, and then to now start to strip, and I've seen that done in districts where they start to strip some resources to give to maybe a different site or a different area, and then all of a sudden now you start to see that it was those resources that caused the success. And so
I can tell you now, Mr. Friend, based upon your district's demographics, you have resources, grants, etc. within this system to be able to provide targeted interventions. I can say this unequivocally, the deputy probably can attest. There's no robbing Peter to pay Paul with respect to student achievement. There are resources within the system, and so I wouldn't see there being that level of inequity. Some of your neighboring districts receive very little supplemental concentration. You're not in that position. So her head is, yes, she's agreeing. So you have nothing to worry about there. Okay, if there needs to be issues or concerns from a pedagogical standpoint or an IT standpoint, etc., they're here. Now we were down south, a couple of districts to the south. It's a different story because the revenue moves a little bit differently.
we're limited.
You're very limited. As you move north, and some of your neighboring districts to the north, and you're going up to 91, probably the same position as this district.
I'd like to expand a little bit on the question from Mr. Campos because I think it's really important. Ms. Rains, would it be fair to say the allocations to these schools is based on the needs, right? So if we need interventions, if there are needs to improve in one school on this side, that is already represented in the allocation. So they need to invest that money in the students who are there to support, right? We might have in another school the need for even more funding, but first they need to spend that money satisfying the specific needs of those students because that was the reason that money was allocated. Am I addressing your question?
Yeah.
Would that be fair to say that, Mr.?
Yeah, it's fair. If I could expand just a little bit, Makai is exactly right. There's targeted intervention money for specific purposes. Some are competitive grants. Some are awarded, from the state, based like the equity funding multiplier as an example. Those are for 2 of our schools that meet those criteria. I would really like to participate with the board maybe at the next board meeting and go over the budget process because I think it was Makai that said we're about. I think he actually at the beginning of his presentation did you say we're starting that process?
Yes.
We actually already started that process. But what should not happen is the board first hears about next year's budget at the public hearing the first week of June. That's not effective. Nothing in the budget is done in a vacuum or should be done in a vacuum, right? It's getting stakeholder input. It's getting the input from each of the school sites because they may have similar needs and they may have different needs. The LCAP is one of the processes within the umbrella of the budget, as is Title I and some of these other funding sources. LCAP is run by Ed Services, but all of those same principles I just mentioned of it not being done in a vacuum also holds true. Diane is responsible for putting together the LCAP document. She does that under the guidance now of Joe. Joe seeks input as part of the whole budget process from others. It fits so nicely into the strategy and management that we were talking about. The board provides the big picture. Thank you. We are in sync here now. Yep. Serena and I were. You're this arrow, we're this arrow, right? And I think that was your point on all of it. And so we take those big picture initiatives from you. We work with each side. We're gathering that data. We're putting it all together. No one person is making decisions, for the budget. Oftentimes, when people are disassociated with the budget process, the natural inclination is to think the CBO, or in this case, Candace, makes all the decisions in the district. That's not true. I just have the ultimate responsibility for putting all the pieces together and presenting it, and LCAP is a big piece, as you said, because we have a high UCP. So when you ask, when I'm talking with the principal, that's certainly fine. I'm not saying that it's not, but it's our primary responsibility to talk with those site administrators and understand their needs at a very in-depth level so that we can include the resources that they need for their students in the overall budget and their discretionary allocation, which, as getting back to your question, does follow allocation methods because, we can and we should give one school or one set of population of students more money when it's targeted and in need.
Right.
Hopefully that wasn't too in-depth.
Can I give one example?
Yeah.
So we're in the budget process with LCAP. I'm over LCAP with Curriculum Instruction and Innovation. Looked over the historical data of what we've been funding, why we've been funding it, looking at the efficacy of it, looking for reducing, outside contractors, using in-house talent, looking at class size reductions for ELs. We have EL release time for English leads. So one example would be, not doing status quo. So for meeting with the district directors on things that we were funding, and then meeting specifically with school principals, like the other day, Paris High School for the BAR program, which is Behavior Assets Reducing Risks. Pulling the data on the effectiveness of the program and all those data points, so that before I'm committed in my new position to be allocating the funded, I want to make sure that I have the data. I want to make sure that the right people are on the right seat of the bus, because the program could not be effective because of the people who are leading the program. So the level of depth that we're doing is at Ed Services, looking through the budget allocations, looking at the historical record. But before we start to finalize in that negotiation with what we do, principals and directors are bringing us data. I was an English teacher, so I do appreciate, operating in a system that provided resources, that provided release periods, provided training, and that kind of stuff. That way we were able to, and I know right now we're just talking about budgets, but also another big part of my role is effective teaching practices, best first instruction, but you have to have the funding. So as an example, Makai and the board, this is one portion of one line item that you will see on the budget. You'll see BAR, but the amount of due care that we put into those decisions are pulling the data, meeting with the people, making sure that it's effective, and that it's also ongoing, and that it's sustainable. As one example for one line item you'll see on the budget, all of those steps are taking place, if that helps.
All right. So we're going to quickly pivot over to Ms. Kirk Carter. She has a few slides as far as the budget is concerned, or the fiscal health assessment. You have her.
Where do we get the L? Where can I get the L code?
All right, here you go.
Oh, okay. They give us presentations.
So before I begin,
you're gonna think that Makai and I actually cheated off of one another, but we did not compare notes at all in doing our presentations. The one thing he didn't say, and before I don't want to elaborate, but the one thing he didn't focus on completely is that you could, which I'll talk about it's in part of my presentation, is deliberate strategic planning and deliberate visioning. You had asked, does it happen at the agenda level? Does it happen at the workshop level? It happens both places, but I've seen it more effective at the workshop level. And the one thing that he might want to talk about one day is how, as a board member, he guided a district that was in state receivership to an award-winning district. And that is miraculous in California. It doesn't happen. And I'm not saying that because he's my friend. He's my friend because I called him because I took over a district that was in trouble. But as a board member, he guided his superintendent. He helped guide his district. He helped guide his community. And all of that are things that you can't teach in a little PowerPoint. But to learn it would be great for this district. He didn't say it. I'm saying it for him. So the district retained me in late April, early May of last year to perform an independent fiscal health analysis for the district for the incoming superintendent. Is this for me? I'm not technologically advanced.
One of those.
Okay, this goes. Wait.
And LaTanya points at you. So give me
Okay. So, between your next speaker and Makai, I don't need to focus on a lot of my presentation, but I want to go over the things that you probably already know, as well as be available for any questions that you would have of me. The data that I studied might be a little stale because you just had a first interim presentation of your 24-25 budget. But there are things that I can elaborate on here that your CBO probably already knows, and or things that you just may want to ask me as a seasoned CBO. The new board members, probably you have no idea who is this girl. But I was retained. I'm a retired school district administrator. 39 years I've been in the business. I started in 1986. I know. But but I did. I was a member of the Casbo Board of Directors and chair of the legislative committee that actually was involved in for many, many years in guiding the laws that govern our school's business. CASBO is the California Association of School Business Officials. And so that's where us as CBOs learn our craft. That's where we hone our craft. I retired in 2019 from Beverly Hills Unified School District as the Assistant Superintendent of Business Services. In 2012, I was hired by Tom Trollixon to come take over Inglewood Unified School District, who had gone into state receivership. That's how I met Mr. Ali right there, because I took over a district in distress. I have a reputation for working with districts in distress. Prior to taking over Inglewood, the Los Angeles County Office of Education superintendent had called me in 2006 to take over Signelli Valley Union High School District, which is comparable, and I helped, even though I was there 2.5, 3 years, the roadmap to guide that district back to financial health was what I had put into place before I went to another district. I am a fraud auditor. I'm one of the only CBOs in the state of California that has 8 felony convictions under my belt. That were a superintendent, a construction manager, and 2 clerks have served prison time because of fraud audits that I completed. And lastly, and since retirement, I have been part of the consulting group that is guiding Santa Monica Malibu School District to separation. Both districts will be basic aid, and I am one of the only CBOs in Los Angeles County that has worked with a basic aid school district. A basic aid is a different type of funding than LCFF. That's when you're funded specifically on property taxes only. And so you are pretty independent, and it fluctuates. So I say that all to say I've been in school districts a very long time, and I believe that the board president at the time, Mr. Garcia, Mr. Campos, allowed me to do this analysis for you because I've worked in the business so long. In total, I've worked in a total of 11 districts over my career, including the ones that I consult in now. The project scope that I took on was a full review of your multi-year budgets, your balances, your ending fund balances. I looked at your audit findings, your internal controls, your reserves, your revenue projections. I looked at your cash management. I looked at your internal controls. I looked at your associated student body records. I interviewed I can't remember how many because I talked to them on the phone. I was in your district for 2 full days with no lunch. Nobody fed me. but no, your staff is wonderful. But I interviewed your staff about budget development, budget controls, fairness of budget, how they felt about how their contribution to your budget processes. Like I said, I talked between 7 to 10 of your administrators, coaches, teachers, and the like. Let me see. I'm trying to get through this quickly. See, I told you I did not use this. The summary of this presentation focus, and again, stop me if I'm moving too fast or if I'm not telling you what you want to know from me. I feel like I know your budget fairly well. Like I said, I spent a lot of time working in it. It's a big budget. This is not a little district. It's $200 million. In any world, that's a large budget. You have a lot of responsibility as a school board. You have your staff has a lot of responsibility, and I feel I'm very happy or feel honored that you allowed me to analyze your budget and be a participant in you all taking your rightful place as the best school district in the empire. The areas that I found were the physical health analysis that I did talk to. I don't know how to pronounce your last name. I called him Jose, but now I'm supposed to call you Doctor.
You can continue to call me Jose, Latanya. Not a problem.
Doctor.
In terms of my last name, any way that you can say it, you're trying. It's perfect.
A
rouse like a mouse.
And you know what, Latanya, if I don't mind, I'm just going to interject something for the new school board members. So one of the reasons why this kind of came about, where we looked into her services, we were dealing with a crisis where we had to release some employees, or we had a budget issue, and so there was a lot of different things going around in the community. A lot of just and some of us were new board members at the time as well. Well, at least I was, because Edward had already been a board member before. And so with all of the stuff that was going on within the community and just us not completely grasping everything that was going on, we just wanted to make sure in the process we were moving to hire a new superintendent, and so we just wanted to make sure that we did an outside audit, which was it's something that's pretty, I would say, standard, right? In the transition, because what we wanted to make sure is that when we hired our superintendent, that this was in place, so that he knew, hey, you know what? Here's a report. This is where we're at financially, because throughout, and I'm not saying that we were in that boat, but you'll read about different school districts, neighboring districts, some in the South, where there's scandals, and all of a sudden, next thing you know, there's people are going to jail and all kinds of other stuff, and you're just like, how does that happen? So for us, we wanted to make sure that we just said, hey, look, we want the next person who's coming in, we want to make sure that they have a clean bill of health in terms of fiscally, and that we've done this audit so they don't have to worry about a lot of, figuring out, okay, where are we at, what's going on. So we want to make sure that we hired her to do this, to then give him, and in preparation to say, okay, well, I've already got a lot of this stuff worked out, so that he can then hit the ground running, know where her recommendations were, and also to prove to the community, hey, there's all kinds of stuff going on, but this is what we have. This is what was found. This is why we spent the money. Now it can guide us in the future to make sure that we're making the best financial decisions that we can, knowing where we're at and when Candace gives us her presentations in the future of kind of what's going on with the budget and the projections. So that's kind of how it all came about. And so for us, it was good news to think that, because we thought, where are we going to be at? We didn't 100% know, because we didn't know, but this really helped us in the process. So that's why we went ahead and went with contracting her with her services to do this audit. So,
and this presentation is just a snapshot of our larger report. And if you don't have a copy, I'll send it to Sarah, or
I think we have it.
Okay, it's a large report, but again, I wanted to stress, and I started off the report, you all are in solid fiscal health. You're not like when I was hired for Centinela Valley and they were on their way to receivership. That's why LACO hired me to come be their CBO. In Inglewood, when I became state administrator of a failing district, they had failed. You're nowhere near that.
Lata, can you please just explain to them and I don't know, I'm not trying to insult your intelligence.
Where the state takes over.
Yeah.
Yeah, the district is in, it's just like bankruptcy.
Mm-hmm.
The district is in receivership of the state because it can no longer pay its bills. It has gotten a negative certification from its county office of education, and that the district is not fiscally solvent. It doesn't even have enough cash to make payroll. The board is dismissed, the superintendent is dismissed, the CBO is dismissed, and they call in a team. The state, I reported directly to the state superintendent. The state comes in and begins to clean house. You see massive amounts of fraud, massive amounts of, you basically are running, which I looked at here, you don't have those problems. You're basically running two payroll systems, 3 payrolls of staff, where you have half the staff out or 3/4 of the staff on absence. So you're paying somebody to be at work, then you're paying for their substitute, then you're paying workers' comp costs for the ones that are off on workers' comp. It's just a district in total failure, where all of the systems are gone.
There is another district, right? So just because we are recording this meeting,
No.
I want to make sure
You don't have these problems.
because everybody just didn't listening is audio recording. So it's another district.
No, but I think the reason why Mr. Collins asked me to elaborate on it, because I know what to look for to see if you were headed down that path. And I immediately, or one of my overriding statements in my report is that you have positive certifications. You're in good fiscal health. You have balanced budget, even though you are deficit spending, and you know that, and we'll talk about that. You are planning for, it's coming. Your finances are honest. In a failing district, they submit, Inglewood, for example, submitted fraudulent financials to LACO with fraudulent revenue that was never going to come in. None of those things are happening here. Yes,
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Hall.
I didn't want to cut you off. So if you have layoffs, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're in a failing.
No, if you're declining in enrollment and you're deficit spending, you have to start thinking about layoffs. You have to start thinking about it two ways though now as a school district. The old way, when I started 39 years ago, we only talked about layoffs. We only talked about budget reductions. Of course you have to talk about budget reductions. You have to look at budget reductions. You have to budget based upon that strategic plan and that vision and that LCAP so that you are actually using your resources towards the goals that you want for your students instead of just blanket budgeting. But these days, you also have to think of a school district like a business. I think that might be the other reason why I was retained, because I understand that a school district now the students don't have to come to you. They have charter schools they can go to. They get permits to go to other neighboring school districts. You have to market your district the same way you were Coke or Pepsi or, AMC theaters. You have to make your district attractive for your students and your community so that the parents want to send their children to your district. You have to have the sexy programs that districts have, whatever Makai said. I'm not an educator. Early childhood learning, who knows? But those are the things that parents and the media look at, and that's how you attract your students, because you can lose them. And that's what happened with Inglewood. Inglewood had a preponderance of charter schools, dependent and independent, and it wasn't a natural decline. And that's why I talk about your enrollment and declining growth, that needs to be studied. Where are your students going? Why are you not meeting your enrollment projections? A natural decline is what we learned in school business. You can look at the housing market, you can look at the housing growth starts, or the birth rate, you can do the cohort method, and you can figure out, we're gonna get this many new students, or we're gonna lose this many students. What we now have to study as school business people are, what are the charters doing to us? The ones that not your dependent charter, but even your dependent charter is not who I'm talking about. I'm talking about your independent charters that Riverside County Office of Ed authorized. I'm talking about your transfers to other school districts. I'm talking about the students that are supposed to enroll with you in after middle school or elementary who don't. So I'll get into that in the report. But those are the things now as school business people that we never had to study before. We didn't have to fight for our students, but you have to make that your always thought, I can lose that student. That student is your dollars. But the more you lose, the more they keep walking out. And when it becomes an unnatural decline that you can't budget for annually, because you don't know if you don't address it, then you don't know that your revenue is going to be, you can't project that revenue because those students they don't need a permit to go to a charter school. So you don't know they're gone until they don't show up.
Can I give an example? I know that and it's been within the past decade. I'm sure you guys will have remembered this, but I do remember when Vista Marietta was built. I know it was probably like a decade after that. People started to leave. So the people within my community, we didn't have Liberty High School. They were zoned for Paloma. But there were, it could be something simple as lacrosse. That they have a lacrosse program and we don't. That would give them, so when a parent wanted to transfer out, all they had to do is say, well, you're not providing the services that we want for our children. Vista Marietta offers a lacrosse program, or they offer a girls this program, or, a boys this. And that's how you start. At the time, I want to say we were losing, Paris Union was losing probably about 300 students a year. And it was to little programs like that. Now, obviously, just like Makai had mentioned earlier, you have to be competitive. You have to understand, okay, well, what's it going to cost us to build that program, to have that there? Do we have the students to be able to fill those programs, to not lose those programs? And when they started, I remember at the time when they were discussing it, it was a big issue because a lot of people in our community it was that's all they were talking about was, oh, well, they don't do this. My kid's in 8th grade right now, but I'm going to make sure that I get a transfer because they're offering this and they're offering that. And that's where it kind of goes back to the marketing and being competitive. We have to be able to market and say, hey, we're going to provide you everything that you guys need academically, on the extracurricular side. And in doing so, I think, Dr. Rao with his trying to bring in partnerships with, Ford and Kia, all those things are marketing the district. And I think that's where we stop the bleeding, we start to generate new income, and then we revive the community, the commitment to the community in providing the best high school experience, middle school experience, academic, experience in the area. And we do have competing areas where they're doing different things, and we have to stay at least in competition with them there to make sure that we're not losing our students. So, and I know that, and it's simple things like that.
My presentation, that's it. That would be it, because many school boards don't understand, or superintendents, and Dr. Arouse does, because we talked about this. He and I consciously he already knew, but it's like, you have to fight, we're fighting for these students. We have to develop, and we talked about your enrollment decline. That's important. You have to focus on it. You need to, you can't, I've been a CBO, so it's like there are certain things that Candace may need a consultant to come in and a study for her. Why are her growth projections not meeting what she thought they were going to meet? Because they should. Like you said, Menifee is growing. You have areas that should not have the level of decline that you have, and you need to understand where those students are and why they're not coming to you. As well as Dr. Jose and I talked about the transfers. I told him when I got to Inglewood, I put somebody, not just my child welfare and attendance person, I said, oh no, we're not giving no more transfers. That's not what we're doing. We're marketing our district. We're going to sell it. We're going to go to that parent who's asking for that transfer, and what do they want that we can put together so that we don't lose that student. They just implemented Inglewood. One of my ideas to attract students, the Dr. Dre, Jimmy Iovine Academy. I said, we live in Inglewood. That's the heart of music, rap, athletes. That's what we're marketing to our students. That's what we're going to market to this community to get these students to come back to us. And they just started the Dr. Dre, Jimmy Iovine, who runs Beat Academy for not a charter. That's a district program. It's a sexy district program that they produce. They have on the radio. It starts in September 2025, and it's been all over the radio. They have the 8th graders try to enroll in the school.
And Latanya, and following up with Mr. Campos mentioned, we have wonderful programs here in our district. We have Pathways at Liberty High School. We are working on a partnership with Kia and other corporations to help CTE take it to the next level, like certified technician and these, for example. But during my conversations with you, and if you could expand a little bit, you talk about the marketing. We need to market that. We need to advertise all those programs and develop a strategic campaign addressing that so our community knows and learn about those possibilities. Can you expand a little bit on?
That's exactly what we talked about. And I talked to Candace. I know she does your public information. I'm like, why? Why are you doing public? Who has time for that and do your other job? But it's not just public information. It's social media marketing. It's strategic partnerships. And now that you all are looking at your asset management, it's your asset management too. All of those things are not things that school districts traditionally used to do. But you should have someone, in addition to the superintendent, but the superintendent cannot go to every Kauaians and Chamber of Commerce and Rotary and Women's Club meeting. You need a district emissary to all, and you have 2 huge communities that you serve, but those are your strategic partners, as well as the industry in your area and the incoming industry in your area. when you were talking about asset management, I mentioned MLB to Mackay because I've worked at Compton College before, but in my working with Santa Monica Malibu School District, our tongue-in-cheek joke is that Santa Monica School District is an educational district that has a real estate business on the side because they actually own a hotel next to their a long-term lease next to their district office. They just bought their district office. They own an apartment building that was empty land, that is a long-term lease, that now is an apartment building. They saw their enrollment declining, the Santa Monica area, because it's singles, not families, and they put in a vision and a plan to grow their own legitimate revenue. So you not only want to keep those students, you want to get those students to school, you need to look at independent sources of revenue as well.
I have a question for you. When you took over the district, what were your proficiency scores? Were they really low?
Oh.
All right. How did you get those up? Because I'm looking at ours, and we have a high graduation rate with low proficiency scores. That concerns me.
So, I was in a district that Inglewood was in catastrophe. That's not what you have. What we had, and I can tell you what I did. I was there 3.5 years before I couldn't. It was a lot of work. I mean, when everything is broken, there's nothing that was working. But I really looked at teacher outcomes, what was happening. Not just so I did two things for me for Inglewood. I had brand new principals who were so busy being principals that they didn't have time to do classroom visitations, classroom observations. They didn't have time to deal with. My goal, and this was not popular with the unions, but the worst teachers who never came to work, who had the worst student outcomes, those are the teachers that I had the principals target. But I gave each principal, so we had a mentor for every 3 principals to help them learn how to do their classroom observations, learn how to review their lesson plans, the lesson plans of the teachers, to learn how to discipline staff that were not doing what they were supposed to do. And so it wasn't an all-out assault on the teaching staff, the certificated staff, or the classified staff. It was, there's a new sheriff, we're not doing what we used to do anymore. These outcomes are not what we want. And we, at the time, and they're not now, I think they're, I mean, I've been gone now. I left Inglewood and went back to Beverly Hills, and then I've been retired now almost 6 years. But at the time, we had the worst test scores in LA County. Worse
Right.
in most elementaries, but definitely our 3 high schools were the worst. And so to have now, for that school district, we did another thing. Our facilities were dilapidated and crippling. As a district and receivership, we passed a bond. I worked hard to pass a bond. I did the footwork because our schools were so terrible. You could look through the floor. Rats running all around. No school. It was just and it's not like some of the things that you guys might have addressed, but there for me, having been brought in by the state, I felt it was criminal because you had a rich part of town that had beautiful school districts, beautiful school sites. They had all the materials that they needed. And then you had the poor side of town that had nothing. And you could literally put your foot through the floorboard of a classroom. And so I went about equalizing the entire district. I mean, I worked with FICMAT, and we put together, I lived in the area. So, and that was my strength, is that I knew the area. I knew the students. I knew the parents. I knew what the parents wanted to see and what they wanted to do, what they wanted to hear. And that's what they went about implementing. But that's where your strategic plan and your visioning comes in. The purposeful is that the proficiency is not acceptable anymore.
No.
You know, it's not, and anybody that doesn't want to get on board, well.
And that's when I walked around, talked. It was safety and school scores. Why would I send my students to a school that they don't feel safe, teachers don't feel safe, the parents don't feel safe dropping them off, and then with all that, you're going to get bad scores.
Absolutely, safety and good. I mean, in not just Beverly Hills, but at Inglewood, the same thing. I developed developed a partnership with the mayor of Inglewood because my life was threatened and I had to have a CHP detail because they were going to kill me for all that I had done. So I actually had a CHP officer pick me up and take me home and stand outside my office for the 2 years I was there. But you have to have it's tongue in cheek, but it happened. But it's because I had the courage to say this is not working anymore. Right. We're going to turn this district around, and that's what they hired me for in the state to do, and that's what I went about doing. And so the same thing, I got extra patrols from the Inglewood PD at my schools. I hired other staff in security, more qualified staff in security, so that the parents weren't afraid to bring that their kids be dropped off in front of the school. The last thing on this slide, though, that I do want to highlight, and you're going to get more about it from your next speaker. So that's why I said our presentations overlap, but I think because we all know how to run great schools, your charter school oversight and management. Your dependent charter I'm going to talk about in another slide, but I believe that even that same position that we talked about, or person that does your public information and or maybe someone in your ed services needs to develop a partnership with Riverside County Office of Ed. They authorize those charters that are taking your students. Are they doing their oversight? That was the thing that was happening in Inglewood. There was no oversight. So these charters were running amok. They weren't teaching the kids any more than we were teaching them. But yet they had the more sexier programmatics, the radio sponsorships and things like that. Once I started doing charter school oversight, when I had the person go out to these charters to make sure that they were delivering what they promised in their charter applications, and we were able to get their charters revoked, we were getting our students back. And so charter school oversight management is key here because you didn't authorize these charters, but they are taking your students. So the way to deal with them is to make sure that they're doing what they said they would do. As well as, I know you already know, and she's, my colleague is going to talk about, when you get applications and you get a charter that wants to open in your district and how to deal with that. When I got to Inglewood, they were doing it themselves. I'm like, oh no, we're not dealing with another application. I did hire an attorney, and the attorney dealt with every charter school request that we got, that we could then deny because we were delivering those same educational programs.
Natalia, in the previous slide, it was about the ADA to enrollment increase. If you can,
I'll talk a little bit about. I'm sorry. I'm rushing. I apologize.
That's okay, but I think that is really important because that is one of the laser focus that I have been talking with the board about instruction, student achievement, something that Mr. Hall was saying that we are addressing it through curriculum instruction and innovation, and a laser focus on attendance. Thank you.
So your ADA to enrollment is just that. You get funded based upon your average daily attendance. Your enrollment are the number of students that are enrolled. Your goal, of course, would be 100% ADA. Nobody gets 100%, but you need to get as close as you possibly can. In the districts that I've worked in, the high-performing districts, the ADA to enrollment percentage is between 98 and 99%. Yours is currently 89%. That means 89% of, you're only getting paid for 89% of your student population. Your goal should be at, I think a attainable goal is 93%. And that's what I talk about in the report, is to get those students to class. And there are lots of mechanisms. I'm not an educator. I know that in the districts that I've worked in, as educators do, they not only dealt with their graduation requirements, or they set up Saturday schools, set up after school makeup sessions, so that you can get that ADA and count those students. That's a way. That's revenue growth. That's revenue generation, and those students are yours. So you just got to get them to school. There has to, and there again, it's a conscious effort. In Beverly Hills, we were at like 95%. They wanted 98. Every school had the thermometer. I'm a business person. I can look at it and say, listen, we need 98% participation, but they put a monitor of attendance. Where's our attendance compared to last month? How are we growing it? What are our strategies? When you talk about proficiency, those are the things that are conscious efforts to grow your student achievement. Because if the students are there, they're learning. If they're not there, they're not learning.
And thank you, Natalia, for addressing that. And I just want to address the board. I really asking you, begging you to support us in the efforts to increase ADA, because there is a direct correlation. How you mentioned the high performing schools, they have a high ADA attendance. The students need to be in school in order to learn. With that 4% increase or 5% increase, board members, we're talking about $1.7 million for every 1%. So 4%, we're talking about close to a little bit more than $7 million that can transfer into more staff to provide safety to our students during after-school activities, during the regular day, to provide and buy generators, so when we have these issues that are going to continue to come, our students are in school. Because sometimes we cancel classes, we don't have the electricity, so all of those small variables, if we add them up, that is going to transfer into higher student achievement and better services for our students. So it's of the utmost importance to start focusing on our ADA, so students are in class, and we provide better services. Those $7.something million, they are going to go back to our students, direct services to them, to address what the community members have been sharing with you, Mr. Hall, about safety and student achievement.
Right. We have to, it's got to be 100% on everything. The kids that are in school, on their scores, plus getting the students that are not going to school.
Exactly.
So, we have to make sure we are balancing out.
That's right.
Our focus on all these areas that we have to work on.
Yes, I completely agree with you. Thank you for bringing that up. That is just one variable, right, or two. But we have also a curriculum instruction innovation that we want to have that laser focus there to support our teachers so they can transfer the best to the best of their abilities, that instruction to our students so we can increase the student achievement. So it's a multivariable process, but we are addressing it. Yeah. So one more time, your help is very important.
And I can just jump in quickly, because we've been talking business, and this is curriculum and instruction. And I can tell you that we started out the year and we're kind of getting baseline academic performances, and we're looking at growth, and there's a number of things that we did. But there were a number of things that we also recognized, because you mentioned the effort that we have to get them to school, but the efforts we do when we have them in school. Correct. Right? And so a concern about graduation rates and proficiency rates. So going forward, we started this year with some really three easy goals. Best first instruction. And best first instruction also meant that we were protecting instructional time and minimizing distractions. And so, we're enforcing our cell phone policy. We removed all social media. We're using these e-hall passes to get students to classrooms. So talking about the students there, we had our union president at the beginning of the year. You guys weren't elected yet. Who said, "I was able to get to teaching within the first day or two of school." Right. So one of our best first instruction. The other one is engaging in highly rigorous courses for all levels, for all schools. And how those are taught, right? The last part the goal was, the culture of the school. Well, the culture of the school also had to do with behavior, right? And so when we've been digging into that type of behavior. So if there's any perception that there's apathy on the student's behalf or they're not safe, I'm going to tell you the best behavior plan is a great lesson plan. A highly engaging, rigorous lesson is going to keep kids wanting to come to school. And the last part of this part that I'll say is we want to give kids 2 other reasons to come to school than school, right? If we said you come to school because you have to go to school, give me 2 other reasons why you're here. Oh, I'm here because of this program. I'm here because of that program. I'm here because of these course. So I just got here. OJ just got here. We're making some great gains and for educating them, once they're here. But for those that aren't here, I think like the benefits of membership for students who haven't been attending school to now all of a sudden see that we have highly engaging, rigorous courses, teachers that are engaging students from the get-go, inquiry-based learning, discovery learning, so that they want to be here. And just recently, this second semester, we did some enhancements on those things and immediately started seeing some data, like less use of students using vapes, right? Just because we're doing all these other measures, because they're engaging in the classroom, all the distractions are removed. It's early on, but those efforts should not be overlooked. I know we're talking about business and
No,
PR, but without that classroom experience,
It all relates to business.
I was going to say, it all relates, and it's one of those things that you think, oh, you're doing it, you have to publicize it. Because you have to get that, your message is that, what you're doing now. You not just give reports to the board, which for staff, you can ask my secretary, I'm like, oh my God, I gotta give the board another report. But we gave the board reports monthly on different initiatives that they wanted us to do. And those initiatives, those reports to the board became our public information tools. Those are the tools that are gains in whatever particular area, whether it be the ADA tool, those were publicized amongst all of our schools, amongst all of our principals, amongst our parents. It was in our newsletters, on our website. All of our goals and our new initiatives, that becomes part of your marketing campaign. So it is definitely applicable. Candace wanted to say something.
I did. I have a few things I wanted to address. You mentioned 93% is an attainable goal, and then you started speaking about attendance. So 93% is precisely as it happens what I capture rate percentage pre-pandemic. So I absolutely think it's attainable. I do want to just correct the record, if you don't mind, Dr. Rouse. The $1.7 million number for each 1% that Dr. Rouse said is absolutely accurate. It's accurate because I gave him that number. So, but if we were to increase, let's say 1% of the capture rate, we have to remember that's based on our current enrollment, and we are declining enrollment. So it's part of the reason why we spent, I think, about 45 minutes with the first interim budget presentation with questions, and they were great questions. I appreciated the questions, but you'll remember me focusing on really 3 key concepts, and you're hitting all of them, so it's one.
Because we're school people, we all think.
And everything in LaTanya's report, of course it's accurate. It supports everything we've been talking about, but the reason I wanted to correct the record, getting back to that, when we're in a declining enrollment situation, we will not realize all that we could realize in terms of revenue, in terms of increasing capture rate, because it sort of establishes the base. We're going to be funded this year on our prior year ADA.
Thanks.
So as an example, we put the J13A approvals before you. Was that last month or earlier this month? I don't remember. That won't change anything for this year, but it helps with our base for this year, which then becomes our ADA for the next year. And now under new law, we can be, and this is, I know you know this, but it was after you retired. We can now be funded on current year, prior year, or the average of the 3 years. So, but if we're declining, we're not going to realize all of that increase in capture rate. Now, we still need the students to be in school, of course, so that they're learning and wanting to come to school. But it's why we focus that first interim on deficit spending, on declining enrollment, and on our capture rate being the 3 biggest risks to our budget. And while I appreciate and agree, we're not in fiscal distress or anything, we have to keep our eyes on those things, and we have to continue to talk about those elements of the budget. Otherwise, they'll impact us more greatly sooner.
Thank you for the clarification, Ms. Ross. Appreciate it.
And that should be, in my opinion, that should be one of your strategic plan, one of your visioning goals. 2 things. Why are we declining? What are we doing about it? And what are we doing to grow? Why are we declining? What are we doing to grow? The board needs to know, you need to know that. You need to know what your plan is. Because if you fail to plan, what's going to happen? You keep declining. We're in school districts, again, having had to take over a failing school district, they saw the decline, they couldn't stop it. Again, it was an unnatural decline because it was a charter decline, so they didn't know who was leaving, why they were leaving. As soon as I got there, one of the things I did was look at the number of charter schools within a 2-mile radius. This is Los Angeles County. So a 2-mile radius takes you 15 minutes to get to. The 2-mile radius outside of our borders, I had 27 charter schools. But I developed a partnership with LACO, Los Angeles County Office of Education, and said, listen, I need you to help me. These charter schools have got to go. If we're going to stay solvent, if we're going to remain a school district, I need charter oversight over these 27 charters that are not mine. I can't do anything to them, but they're the ones who are stealing my enrollment. The one thing that I don't know if you all have this problem, but we had the problem in Centinela Valley Union High School District. They would keep my children or my students until the P2 cutoff. The P2 is the count month, April, of when you know how much money you're going to get for the next year. So we call it P2, period 2. So that's your second interim reporting. They would keep my students till P2 and then send them back at the end of April because they weren't graduating. So not only did I not get money for those kids, it was messing up my graduation rate.
Right. And your budget.
Again, as soon as I got to Inglewood, I identified the things that brought this district to the ground. And they had not looked at that because we're used to, as school people, we're declining. Okay, let's adjust our budget. We're declining. We're deficit spending. We're doing our job if we project the right deficit. We're doing our job if we do the right amount of budget reductions. But our job now is, why is it happening and what are we going to do about it? That's our new job as school people. So I don't need to harp on the fact that you all are deficit spending. You know why. They've talked about it with you. They talked about the COVID one-time funds that you were spending that spent down your reserves. The one thing that Candace said earlier in this presentation, budget planning should not start in April. Budget planning is all year long. It's all year long with your principals, with your site administrators, with your curriculum people, with your departments. You need to, one of the things that is it Dr. Campos? Steve Campos?
No, doctor.
Talked about with me, and I can talk about it right here because it's applicable, is KPIs. we call them KPIs, key performance indicators. But you're looking at all year long, how are we performing, how are we spending our money and compared to other districts just like us? Other high school districts within the state, other students with districts with 11,000 or so enrollment. Are we spending too much money? Are we spending too much money in central office? Are we not spending enough money on master schedule initiatives? Are we spending too much money on grass? Where are we spending our money? And those are what KPIs are. And you don't have to spend a lot of money to get reports on those things, to get that information. CASBO has a number of vendors that have wonderful programs that gather data from everybody, and you can spit out a report. One of the people that Candace and I know mutually, he works for a company that has and I'm not recommend. There's a bunch of them, and it's okay to have a RFP and look at these products that are on the market where you look at other districts. So when you're developing your budget, you're like, well, what do other junior high school districts spend their money on? How much money are they spending on certificated staff? How much money are they spending on athletics? How much money are they spending on college readiness or counseling, or what's the new buzzword so that the kids' mental health? They have puppies at Beverly Hills. You don't even know. I'm like, really? The kids have to have puppies? Come on now. But how much money are other school districts? And that helps you in budgeting and making your decisions. But you need to be budgeting all year long, especially when you have declining enrollment and deficit spending. This is a year-long proposition. You should talk about the budget much more than first interim, second interim, and budget approval. That you need to be talking about the budget at least monthly in one of your board meetings.
It's interesting that you just said that. That is something that I asked Ms. Rains 3 days ago, probably.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 3 days ago.
Somebody else
That I was providing the budget updates, and I don't remember how they call those. Brief, to the point, specific, clear, concise.
I looked at your dependent charter, and I don't need to harp on it because I think you all are already looking at it. And I didn't know that it was such a great program. I'm glad to hear that because you all are managing it. But I think that they're, in addition to their planned erosion of their ending fund balance, their budget might be a little bit out of sync. They have a large staff. Their staffing, I don't know. I don't know the school. I don't know the educational program. But looking at just my eyesight view, and then I had my colleague look at it with me, who used to be the CBO at Marin County Office of Education, and she too said, I think they should look at the spending at this charter school because it's yours, and how they're spending their money is compared to either other dependent charters or charters of the same enrollment is applicable here. And so this is an area that I think you should have more look sight into. One of the things that, and Candace knows, I talked to her about it. You guys have a $200 million budget, and your auditor managed to find 5 things. I tell my auditors, listen, don't come to me with I want to know, audit my financials, right. Audit my departments. I send them out into, I want you to look at this ASB, I want you to look at this cafeteria program, I want you to look at the vacation accrual. Every year I'll give them the things that I want them to look at, but they need to come to me with more than 5 findings. Because that's, for me, that means that you've gotten comfortable that we're not fraudulently spending money. But you're not helping me with my internal controls. You're not helping me as a CBO look at the things that I want to look at that I can handle internally, but I need you as my auditor to give me the ammunition to look at these things. So one of the things I told I said, tell your auditor, don't come back to me with little 5 findings. You need to find some stuff. For $200 million, you can find some stuff that needs to be addressed. The one thing that I will say is that every time you all get a finding, it is fixed. There's nothing in your audit that was not repaired, and it's a clean audit. It's just maybe your auditor panel needs to be refreshed. Maybe, I know that we're looking at doing a new RFP for new auditors, but again, $200 million. If somebody gives you an audit report and they have 5 findings, you're like, you didn't do your job. $200 million is a lot of transactions, payroll and purchasing, and so a good auditor will be. So that's one of the areas that I think you should definitely look at. And I did talk to Candace about it. In summary, we've talked. Like I said, when I heard Makai's report, I'm like, I wanted to focus on strategic planning and visioning. That was the area that. But the districts that are moving in lockstep, where school boards and superintendent have a vision for their district. They have identified the programs that they want to highlight or that are their capstone programs. They have made it their mission to say, I want to be the best in my area. Yeah. They do that by strategic planning and visioning, and then their expenses and their how they spend their money is geared towards that. It's not geared towards ambiguous, my goal, this goal, that goal. It's marching in lockstep. So that's why I said he stole all of my thunder. I talked about the KPIs and getting a program in so that you can see, you can ask those questions. What are other school districts? What are they? You can look at with these programs. You can look at what they're doing and how they're spending their money in 9th grade master scheduling. You know, how are other high school districts? What are they offering? Those types of things, and it doesn't cost you a lot of money, but it gives you a lot of data that you can work on. One of the things that I talk about, and it's in the report about reorganization of key roles. I talked about it here. That those roles are not how we used to function. You know, we didn't have somebody looking at our charters, working on our relationships, working on making sure that our social media is up to date, making sure. I think at least in Inglewood, they get free radio time. They've gone to their radio station. They get free radio time on the local station, and they pump up the programs and what they're doing. They have banners all over the streets now in Inglewood of all of the things that the school district is doing on the billboards. It's a public information marketing campaign, the same way you would market any business. That's what this is. It's a $200 million business, what you have. And then, lastly, is resource allocation. When you are looking at your budget, you're looking at, are we funding our school sites? And excuse me, you all talked about this a little bit. Are you funding your school sites equitably? Is one school site getting way less than another? Is one school site having to use their parental money and the other school site gets to use the district money? I mean, parents shouldn't be penalized because they fundraise. It's not fair to the parents. If they take the time to fundraise, they deserve to use their fundraising money for what they use it for. Those are the things where you need to, as a board, I think you should focus on.
I have one question for you. If you could just give me a brief. On page 21 of your report on the strategic recommendations and the strengthening partnerships, you mentioned the name change to Paris Menifee Union High School District. Can you just briefly expand as to what? I mean, obviously, now that you're mentioning the marketing, because that comes up a lot of the times on our side of town, on the Menifee side, where they want to have their own high school district and have their own high schools. And I think that recommendation was a very smart and well recommended one, because obviously it is a partnership between the two cities. And when you're speaking of marketing, that obviously combines the two, and it gives, in my opinion, it gives like the buy-in on the Menifee side of the two cities in the Union School Districts, if you don't mind.
And so the reason why I recommended it in the report, and I talked about it to Jose, the primary reason why Malibu wants to leave Santa Monica School District is because Santa Monica doesn't pay any attention to Malibu. The name is there, but the school district doesn't go talk to the Malibu mayor. They don't come talk to the Malibu parents. It's far away. It's 25 miles away. Malibu doesn't feel like they're included in the decisions. They feel like they're an afterthought. So I was talking to Jose. I lived in Corona for 25 years. I said, there's the Corona Norco School District. You guys need to be the Paris Menifee School District. That area is I stayed there the 2 times that I've been here, and I'm like, oh my God, these people have money. Somebody sees something here, because you would never have that type of commerce, those type of stores, if people hadn't, if economic folks hadn't done their homework and put every food place and every deposit store you can ever want in a little area. That's a growth area. Those people need to be paid attention to. A first step is putting their name in your school district, because you don't want to lose them. You don't want to be like Santa Monica, Malibu, where you get like, we don't want to be here anymore. You don't see about our needs. You don't care about us. We're not part of you. And they take their ball and they go away. It's harder for them, of course, but you don't want dissension. You want you want to bring your whole community together. I told Jose, I said, you need to be meeting with the mayors of both of your cities regularly. I've met with in all of my districts. I meet with my mayors. I meet with my city council, the ad hoc city council members that are part of the school district. We even asked them. We have the city council appointed 2 members to meet with the school district from each city council. And when I was in Beverly Hills and then in Inglewood, you don't want what's happening with Santa Monica and Malibu. Malibu's going to leave. Yeah. They're going to get it. But Santa Monica did it to themselves, because they did not bring them into the family. And that's why I recommended it, because the power of Paris Menifee School District is pretty big.
Yeah, they think all of Menifee's money goes to Paris. And we have Romoland over there as well as Menifee school districts.
And so the first step is adding to the name. But you're right, their property tax dollars, their LCFF comes here. And so they need to be part of you. But I think that it's part of that marketing that I'm talking about. It's part of growing that prestige. There's no reason that Val Verde should ever think they have more prestige than the Paris Menifee School District. You should have it. And that's why, in the end, we do. I thank you all for letting me research your district, letting me meet your staff. And there are many areas that, again, and I did find it a little comical that all the school people all think alike, and we put the same things in our reports. But the one thing about school districts, and I talked to you about this, Steve, you know what you don't have to do is recreate the wheel. There's over 1,000 school districts in California. So a bunch of people are doing it right. All you have to do is look at the ones that you want to be like, and you can create those same things here. Anything else?
Trustee,
did I rush through? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I might have said something. Okay, so now we'll be moving on to charter school basics.
Hello.
I'm Marley Fox with Orbach and Henderson. Thank you for having me.
Welcome. Thank you for your patience.
And thank you, Candace, for the jacket. So I'm here to talk to you about some basic charter school stuff, but I need to figure out how to work this first. Let me just. Okay. So just first off, some general information about charter schools. Charter schools are public schools, as I'm sure you know, and they operate pursuant to a charter, which is a contract between the school and its authorizing agency. So a charter both authorizes the charter school's existence, and it also outlines the terms and conditions of its operations. And a charter school can be authorized by a school district or a county board of education, and it used to be that the state board of education would authorize charter schools. But now there's a change in the law, and so if on appeal a charter petition goes to the state board of education, the state board will choose either the school district in which the charter school seeks to operate or the county board to serve as the authorizing entity. So the law provides that charter schools are supposed to operate independently from the existing school district structure. And they are created to, among a bunch of other things, provide increased learning opportunities for students, more educational options, competition within the public school system to stimulate improvements in all public schools, and allow for and encourage use of innovative teaching methods. So like other public schools, charter schools are not permitted to charge tuition. They have to be non-sectarian in their policies, programs, and practices. And they have to also admit all students who apply or who want to enroll. And they may not discriminate on the basis of ethnicity, national origin, gender, or disability. If it so happens that more students apply than the charter school can accommodate, the attendance has to be determined by a random public drawing. And charter schools are provided more flexibility in the way they operate and in their curriculum than a traditional public school, but they are also held accountable by what's in their charter. And so that goes to a question that you raised earlier, Mr. Hall, that we'll talk about in a minute about the CMI charter petition, which maybe we won't get into great detail today, but I can provide some information about it. So previously, charter schools in California were provided some flexibility with teacher credentialing, and in courses that were not core or non-college preparatory courses, teachers didn't have to have the correct credential. But now the law has changed, so all newly hired teachers in charter schools have to hold the proper credential, permit, or other document that's required for their certificated assignment. And so teachers that were employed by a charter school during the 2019-20 year were given some time to obtain the requisite credential, so they now have to have it by July 1st, 2025. So a charter school can be considered independent or dependent. The Ed Code doesn't distinguish between them, but they both go through the same process for establishment and renewal. An independent charter school is basically an independent entity, and it's required by law to either be governed by or as a nonprofit public benefit corporation. So it operates independently of its charter authorizer and has its own governing board. And it can be formed by a charter management organization or by parents or teachers or community members. So a dependent charter school is different because it's established by or remains part of the school district or a county office of education that granted its charter. It's treated as one of the district schools. It's within the school district, or authorized by the school district, excuse me. The school district's governing board is also the charter school's governing board, as you know. and the charter authorizer typically administers all the funding for the charter school. A dependent charter school, because the Ed Code does not distinguish between a dependent and an independent charter school. Dependent charter schools, too, are entitled to the same degree of flexibility with regard to their curriculum as is afforded in an independent charter school. So, like other public schools, charter schools also receive funding based on the number of students that attend each grade level. And so funding follows the student. So if a student decides to go to a charter school, the funding will follow that student there. Charter schools either can receive their funding directly or indirectly. Direct means the charter school receives the funding directly from the state. It usually comes to the county. But indirectly, or locally funded charter schools receive the funding on a pass-through basis through the school, sponsoring school district. So a dependent charter school is typically indirectly or locally funded, meaning the funding comes through the school district.
Quick question, Martha. On that, so an organization, a group, decide to create a charter school, and they're going to create an independent one. So they go to the county, they apply, send whatever they have to do. But so are we notified if they're targeting, hey, we want to put one right in between, Menifee and Paris over here? Are we informed of that, or?
So typically sometimes they can go directly to the county if they want to create a county-wide charter school, but typically the application would come to the school district first.
Oh,
and so the school district would have an opportunity to review the charter petition and then decide whether it warranted being granted or given a charter or not. And then if the school district denied the charter, then the charter school would have the ability to appeal to the county, and the county could then grant it. So you would be aware of it, and you would know if they appealed to the county, and then you would also know if the county granted the charter, because chances are they would want to be they would know that they'd want to be located in the district, and so you might be responsible for providing them with facilities as well.
And so now on the process of a dependent charter, would that be something that would come internally, or how would that process of someone wanting to come in to create a dependent charter?
It would come, it would be the same.
Same
It's
thing,
the
same process?
Yeah, it's the same process to start a charter school, whether it's dependent or independent. They have to submit a petition. We'll
Right.
get into how that works
Okay,
too.
got it.
But it's the same process.
And just to be on the same page, Marty, the
Sure.
first bullet in green, CMI is a dependent charter school,
Yes.
right? And it is indirectly locally funded?
It is, yes. It's funded through the district, and the district, disperses, keeps the funds in a separate fund. Yes, yeah, it is.
It follows, they're funded on an LCFF funding model, just like the school district. So, as Marley said, the funding follows, the students, so they go through the same LCFF calculations or process, that kind of thing. The dollars tied to that flow through the county office to the school district and are kept in a separate fund. They're just like, I don't get too detailed, state aid and property tax work, they get those same elements, but up to what they're funding. Is we do a property tax transfer to them, and then state aid's made up of the difference. So it all flows through the district, but then is accounted for separately.
And it's important that it stays separate. For
Yes.
purposes of oversight, we'll get into that a bit later too.
Question on CMI. So are we losing students from our district, or is it still tied? You know what I mean?
So theoretically, yes. And this is the part I think that people maybe don't want to talk about, but we have to be transparent. We have to understand, right? So CMI can be and is a great school, and it's a great option. That's what charter schools, are there for. That's why we have charter schools. But they're 1,029 students or whatever it is, today that they have. Some percentage of those come from outside of the district, but a large majority of those students come from inside of the district. So if CMI were not to exist, those students most likely would be in our district, which means we would get the funding on a per student basis for those students. Similarly, because it's been talked about here and before, so I would be remiss not to mention, I think almost every presenter has said what a great school. It makes sense that we want to increase enrollment there and provide things for them. Of course, that's human nature. But we have to recognize the other side of that. Let's say we were to, because they'll be soon, going through a charter renewal petition. We're doing the process. I'm really helping the charter with that. As I said, their charter, is very small, and it needs to be more robust. And cover all the new legal elements. But let's just say they petitioned for, and the Paris Union, acting as the Paris Union High School District Board of Trustees only, you approved that petition, and instead of 1,050, they were at 1,500 maximum enrollment, so an increase of 450 students. We have to think, where will those 450 students come from? And so the declining enrollment that we are experiencing currently, that I've talked about, that LaTanya talked about, that will exasperate that problem. And so I'm not saying it's the right thing to do. I'm not saying it's the wrong thing to do. I'm just giving you the facts.
Right. So there's no, and I've heard this from somebody else, and I've only been here a month.
Yeah, I know. You get the learning curve. It's okay.
Right. So there's no percentage that comes, like when a charter school comes in, they get, the district would get a small percentage because it's in the district.
Oh.
And then they would, like a 10%, and then they get to 90%. Is there anything like that?
I think what you're, do you want me to take this?
Yeah, sure. I'm not exactly sure
Okay.
what you're asking, but
I think what you're talking about is so something happens with all charter schools, dependent, independent, there's oversight responsibilities. We heard LaTanya talk about that. Ed Code provides for the school district or the chartering authority, which can be a county office of education, it could be the state, receive a percentage of their revenue between 1% and 3%, and there's criteria there, for providing that oversight. It's 3%, which is the case in our district, if you provide the charter school, I think the education code says substantially rent-free facilities.
That's right.
And so that is the case with CMI. I think I heard you say 10% because you probably heard me say that before, and
I don't
you're
know.
right.
That was just thrown out there.
No, you're. I think I was thinking, let me remember.
Maybe it was.
You and I talked about this. So, as a dependent they can be a dependent charter school, but because let me rephrase that. Because they're a dependent charter school, how's their payroll being handled? How's their accounts payable being handled? How's their human resources, their curriculum? I could continue on. They're not managing that themselves. The Paris Union High School District staff is doing that. And as much as we might like to, we can't do that out of the kindness of our heart, because when we do that, it would be similar to if, let's say, the Paris Elementary School District said to us, hey, you do a really good job at payroll and all of these things, can you do all of those things for us? We would have to charge them something. And so the established way that we said we would handle that is that they pay us 7% of their expenditures. Payroll expenditures, supply expenditures, services, electricity, all of those things. Obviously, there's costs that are directly associated with them that they're responsible for. So I think that's maybe where you're thinking of 10%. So I'll stop after just one more point. I have heard people say, hey, wouldn't it be advantageous to the district if you increased the capacity of the charter school, because then you would get 10% more. And that's accurate, but we have to think about 10% more for 450 students. We could do that math and figure out what the dollar amount would be, but it's 10% versus the entire LCFF dollar amount per ADA we're sacrificing. But I'm just dollars and cents. I'm not programmatically or anything making a judgment.
And the other thing that I would like to be clear also, the facilities that CMI are using, they belong to Paris Union High School District. So my understanding is we're kind of leasing those facilities to them. And what would be the cost of that lease of the rent? Or how does that work for understanding from the board?
well, I think currently there is no, if I'm correct, there's no lease, there are no facilities use agreement in place, but that's something that I would recommend that you do put one in place. And then you would maybe want to consider there's different ways to go about charging them. There's, if they apply for facilities through Proposition 39, which is something I'm going to get to in a little bit, then there's a pro rata share that can be charged to them, or you could enter into something that's called an in lieu or an alternative agreement you could see, if they took over the whole facility, which I think they have, you could charge them perhaps at, if they're market rent. It just would depend what you negotiate with them. But there should be an agreement.
Yeah, and
We've discussed it, we've started discussing it,
So-
And Ms. Fox, just to be very clear, I guess it's interesting because this came up during the superintendent search when members of the board asking questions. This is a very, very, very novel area because even the way that the charter was designed, you could have gotten more money at the onset, that's more than the 7%. So I think the question that some of the board members had and asking me in years past, or a year or so ago, who wants the charter? If it doesn't make sense to the system, then why do it? So that's maybe a question that.
Yeah.
Right.
Good question.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hall, you were going to say something.
Oh no, that was kind of like where I was. If it doesn't make sense, why do we have it? And I know it's good for the students because that's where they want to go or whatever. But can't we adopt those programs that they have in our own public schools? Stuff like that.
That's an excellent question, and there are ways we can do that. But without getting into all of the legal elements, Marley can expand upon, of course, if you would like that. But in Paris Union High School District, we're authorized essentially to operate grades 7 through 12 as a high school district. CMI is currently 5 through 12. So immediately on the outset, let's say we were to transition that school to a district school, we would no longer be able to have those 5th and 6th graders just on the outset. And if other implications, we'd have
That's
to.
correct, yeah, legally you couldn't do that.
It raised a question for me because I was at an event 2 weeks ago or so, and it was a guy from Hillsdale promoting, charter schools or something like that coming in, and I'm like, me in my position now, I'm like, well, that's going to take, funds, and I get it what parents want, and that's why I'm looking at proficiency scores, because I can go here and have my kid learn, and safe, versus this school who has low proficiency scores, and that's my whole being here is to get our proficiency scores up, so we don't lose students. If we bring in, I moved into Etiwanda School District 20 years ago because of the school district, and it was number 1 in the area. So that's what I want people to look and go, wow, Paris Menifee School District is number 1 or in the top 5, and we're just not there. So that's my whole process of thinking and wondering why charter schools, and I see the purpose of them, and so I'm just asking questions. Sorry.
Yeah, that's a very good question, right? In terms of embedding the same program into our regular schools. We already have the facilities in the regular schools having that. And thinking about when we were talking with Trustee Garcia was here in the first presentation about getting revenue, all those buildings that they are for CMI, that is something that belong to Paris Union High School, and it can be used or a company or something. I'm not saying doing that right now, right? But hypothetically speaking, and based on the presentation, that is a big source of revenue there, if we embed those programs there. Just
It's definitely something to think about. So let's talk about establishing a charter school. In order to start a charter school, the potential charter petitioner must submit a petition for the establishment of the charter and submit it, in this case, to a district office. And they have to sign it with the certification that they believe the petition to be complete. And then once it's submitted, the district has officially received it for purposes of starting the timeline that applies. So the district's governing board must hold a public hearing on the provisions of the charter within 60 days of receiving a petition. So a public hearing allows the board to consider support by the teachers, employees, parents, members of the community for the school. And then the district must either approve or deny the charter within 90 days of receiving it. The but there is an option, the parties can agree to an additional 30-day extension to give a little bit more time. Because a lot of times, the charter petitions are very substantial, as Mr. Ali mentioned earlier, and it does take time to get through them thoroughly. The district governing board has to then, after it's completed its review and conducted a public hearing, publish all staff recommendations on the charter, including any recommended findings regarding the petition, at least 15 days before the meeting at which the board is going to grant or deny the charter. And then at the meeting where the board will grant or deny the charter, the district has to make sure that it gives the charter school with equivalent time, like if district staff is going to present on its findings, the charter petitioner has to have equivalent time to do the same and equivalent procedures to do the same. So if the district gave a PowerPoint presentation, for example, going through its recommendations, the charter petitioner would have to be given the same opportunity for the same number of minutes. So a charter petition has to be signed by a number of parents or guardians that's equal to at least half of the number of students the school estimates it will enroll for its first year of operation, or a number of teachers that's equivalent to at least half the number of teachers the charter school estimates it will employ during its first year. So that's one of the things, that's like the first thing you look for when somebody submits a charter petition. Do they have the requisite number of signatures? Because that's a reason right off the bat to deny the charter if they don't have that. So additionally, a charter petition has to contain reasonably comprehensive descriptions of the 15 elements, which I'm going to talk about in a minute. But reasonably comprehensive means that the descriptions in the petition have to be substantive and are not just a listing of topics with little elaboration. So that's one of the issues with the CMI petition, is it lists all of the requisite topics, but it has a very little elaboration.
Can I ask a question
Sure.
about that? When we're talking about this little bit and who prepares that petition? That petition is to us, to Perris Union High School District, right? So who is the one preparing that?
The charter petitioner, the person who's, this entity that's submitting it.
The CMI, right?
Yeah.
CMI is the one, and we are overseeing from the personnel department, from the budget, curriculum instruction, and this. So that's something that we are going to address with them, right? And, okay.
That's
So,
their responsibility.
yeah, because it was coming across, and I don't know, that was just my feeling, that it might have come across that it was us, the ones that we were developing just 3 pages, and it should be a lot of information that is missing there. But that is going to be presented to us, in this case to the district. So our role is going to be to make sure that CMI does their job, that they need to do and comply with those 15 elements.
And then the district is going to review the petition to make
Yeah,
sure.
and we review it and do that. Okay, I just wanted to be very clear on that, right? If it was on us, I said, okay, we need to
No.
focus on that, making
No,
sure that we
that's-
get those 15 elements, right? But it's not on us. Okay.
On CMI.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Just a question to be, who submitted the petition way back when? What was,
The charter school.
if the charter school submitted a dependent model petition to the district?
What do you mean way back when, like in
Yes.
2003?
Yes.
I was not here then, so I would have, that's how it should work,
Yeah.
so I'm assuming that's how the
Well,
renewal petitions work for
I
us.
don't believe it worked that way. So the district, someone in the district wanted the school and it came to be. I'm very confident that the CMI, based upon the research, the CMI folks at the time did not. It was a district-sponsored charter.
Right.
So I wasn't here then, but I know that there's people with long memories who tell me about how that came about. And there was a person named Major Gaither, and he was part of the JRTC program at Perris High School.
Yeah.
And that the impetus of that was him and his pushing for it, and then they used like a storefront in the beginning. So part of the history was it was a teacher, Major Gaither, who launched that.
Yeah, he's right.
But so now,
Wasn't here then, but.
And what you're saying is the same thing I heard.
but so now in that kind of situation, obviously, they might have thought that there was a need to create something. Because I know when Otanya was mentioning it, so when I was working in Hawthorne School District, we were KA, and we actually sent our kids to Centinela Valley, which they were in a mess back in the mid '90s. And then the neighboring districts, you had Inglewood, which again another kind of situation. So what Hawthorne did is they created, because we didn't have our own high schools, so they created a charter high school, and it served the community or a certain community, because you can it wasn't very big, but it's still functioning now and doing well. But what that was doing, it actually I think improved in Hawthorne, because what it did is the people who didn't want to send their kids to Lennox or to a Lennox school or to a Inglewood school, it could have been Morningside, Inglewood High School, or Sentinel Valley Hawthorne, or it could have been Lusinger at the time, and I believe Lawndale was gone. And then, so there was a lot of things going on, but that was a good thing for them at that time in the community, because there was a lot of parents who, and then it was application, so it was something where kids had to, but those kids in those other surrounding communities, they were foregoing having to go to those high schools where they deemed that they weren't safe and academically sound, and then that provided like a safe environment, and not only that, but an academic environment, because it was one that was concentrating on math and science at the time. And so I know that, and so there must have been a reason why that was created, or a need, and that fulfilled a need. And who knows where it started at? It might have started at 50 kids, 100 kids. And then if it grew, it must have been because there was something there. Maybe there was a different set of structure that was working for that community. Or maybe it was keeping, I know they're outside of Paris, but if they were, I just don't know. I guess as we look into things, we just need to make sure that when the charter is structured, that, it's benefiting all, obviously Paris Union, because we don't want, but if it's attracting people from outside districts, then that's not necessarily a bad thing, but obviously in the rewriting, I think it'll be interesting the way that we kind of it unravels and unfolds, and then we move forward.
And I think we need to do a research to really find out, to understand, that, and just following up about Mr. Williams was saying, I was in an AP up in Cali, and I remember him in CMI. It actually was on a building next to the city hall. It was not there when it's right now. It was really small. And that's how it started. But we are going to be looking into that. And just adding a little bit of what you said, attracting students from another districts. I asked Dr. Datsun about the data. It is about 25% of the students from CMI, from the 1,029 students currently, about 257, around that number, are from outside of the district. So it's about 25%.
Just picking up with a little bit more explanation of what reasonably comprehensive means for purposes of all of the elements of the charter petition. It also means for elements that have multiple aspects to address all of the elements, not just selected aspects. It has to be specific. This is not in the outline, sorry, but it's specific to the charter petition at issue and not just to charter schools or charter petitions generally. And it describes, as applicable among the different elements, how the charter school will improve pupil learning, increase learning opportunities for its pupils, particularly those who have been identified as academically low achieving, provide parents, guardians, and pupils with expanded educational opportunities, hold itself accountable for measurable performance-based pupil outcomes, and provide vigorous competition with other public school options available to parents, guardians, and students. So all of those things need to be included, all of those elements need to be included in each of the 15 elements that we're going to talk about now in order to make it reasonably comprehensive. So the first element that needs to be addressed is the school's educational program and its annual goals. And if the school serves high school students, a description of how the school will inform parents about the transferability of courses to other public high school and the eligibility of courses to meet college entrance requirements. So this educational program, I didn't identify all of the different subcategories that go under that, but there's a lot that goes into it. So a charter school, a charter petitioner should provide a bunch of detail about its educational program. So next is the measurable pupil outcomes identified for use by the school, the method by which pupil progress in meeting those outcomes is to be measured, the governance structure of the school, including the process to ensure that parents are involved, the qualifications to be met by individuals employed by the school, procedures to ensure health and safety of students and staff, and including a student safety plan that has to be updated in March of every year. The means by which the school will achieve a balance of racial and ethnic pupils. And there was a change in the law that now, it used to just require a balance of racial and ethnic pupils, but it changed and now requires balance of also special education, English learner pupils, including redesignated fluent English proficient pupils. That's reflective of the general population residing in the district. Admission requirements, if applicable, the manner in which the financial audits will be conducted, and the manner in which audit exceptions and deficiencies will be resolved, procedures by which students may be suspended or expelled, provisions for employee coverage under STRS, PERS, or federal Social Security, public school alternatives for students residing within the school district who choose not to attend charter schools, description of the rights of any employee of the school district upon leaving the employment of the school district to work in a charter school, and of any rights of return to the school district after employment at a charter school, the procedures to be followed by the charter school and the authorizing entity to resolve disputes relating to the provisions of the charter, and the procedures to be used if the charter school closes. And that has to also include a final audit to determine what happens to all the assets and liabilities of the charter school and plans for maintenance and transfer of the student records.
May I ask you a question?
Sure.
This is really important and interesting, these elements, right? And we are going to be analyzing them when we receive the petition from CMI. Now, if that is not happening and it has been a little bit, how can we support them? Because at least they need to know that they need to comply with this. What would be the next step, the action from us in order to make this right? Because at the beginning when former President Garcia, now Vice President, was telling me, right, I wanted to know what I need to do as a superintendent to ensure that the 16 elements are in compliance. But at the same time, I said, this doesn't make sense because we are the receiving entity. So how do I need to ensure that the 16 elements are going to be presented to me, right? So I want to be developing the elements that I want to present to myself. It didn't make sense. So now, right, it's very clear that the charter school needs to do that. And if they are not doing it well, they're our students, they're part of the community. How can we support them so they can present that to us?
Well, the elements are laid out in pretty clear detail in the Ed Code, in Ed Code section 47605. And there's also a regulation, California Code of Regulations, Title 5, Section 11969.7.5.1, which they really spell out what's to be included in there. So, I mean, I have also gone through CMI's petition, and I've made notes, and I was going to be providing them to the district.
So the next practical step, something that we need to do is that me, through Ms. Reigns or Mr. Williams, provide that, or you meeting with them, we are coordinating that. What do you suggest? And this question will be for you, Ms. Reigns, and even Makai in this case.
Well, I think my intention was to get my notes in better order and to provide them to Ms. Reigns.
Okay.
Yeah, and if I recall, I have to check my notes, though I'm pretty confident I'm remembering this correctly. We had an initial meeting January 6th or 7th, one of those first 2 days back from the break, cabinet with Ms. Fox and with Dr. Dobson to review all of this much more in depth And one of the takeaways from that is, and Dr. Dotson asked for this, is for him to be able to work with Marley to better understand that. I do get your point that, how do we formalize, that happened. So maybe after I get those notes and we can review them, and then I'll review it with all of you at cabinet and that sort of thing. Maybe, would you recommend maybe just like a formal letter or just a simple, letter summarizing what we've talked about and,
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay.
So now, just so I'm understanding, so because it came up on the petitioner, right? Who is the petitioner? Is it because it's a part of the Army branch in our armed forces? Are they the petitioner? And then how often do they have to be up for renewal? Because so obviously if we're at a very thin document, and then most of them, so are they 10-year charters, where you have to look at and review? Or I guess I'm just a little confused as to now, because if they don't, if we're the ones overseeing all the board stuff, so who is the petitioner? That's, who is California Military Institute? Is that the branch of the government that's doing that on the Army side? Or, I'm just a little, because now you mentioned, it's like, well, who's the petitioner? Like,
Yeah,
that's a good question.
The petition says California Military Institute, so I guess it's. Yeah.
So, totally get the confusion, and it wasn't this way. Well, I don't know how it was in the very beginning. I wasn't here. I came in 2006 in a different position. The petitioner is California Military Institute. That's what's listed on the document that we're talking about as a thin document. Where the Army, or what you're mentioning, comes in is at some point, since I have been here, so I do know about this, they and the Paris Union High School District collectively, and as separate entities, entered into a cooperative agreement with the California Military Institute, which was part of then Governor Jerry Brown's.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just got excited. You're right. You're 100% right.
I know.
I'm right.
Over in Paris. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I lost my train of
I'm
thought.
excited.
I'm just teasing you. So there now exists this cooperative agreement. It was funded through and continues to be funded for the California Military Department to provide personnel assistance. As well as dollars and reimbursable, basically, so more revenue and more resources to the school. As you might imagine, having people who don't work for us being on campus every single day at one of our schools, we have to have a solid agreement, in place. Red flags go up from HR people, business people with liability, and so we worked extensively when they wanted to come in with then legal counsel to make sure we have a solid agreement. Now that we use OHH, one of the things I did ask Marley, and I know she hasn't had a chance to get to it yet because we've given her a whole bunch of things to look at, is could you please, because this Paris Union High School District is party to as well, so on behalf of Paris Union, can you look at this with your eyes and make sure we're still, good there, as well as the MOU.
Ms. Reitz and Mr. Campos, thank you for asking that question. And I want to be very honest, like always, even as a board member, it was not clear to me how was the situation here. CMI, we continue to talk about CMI, but it's part of us, then board members are part of them, and then we talk about the California military program that exists. Can we develop, to understand this once and for all, Ms. Reitz, an infographic where we have this, in this Paris Union, in CMI, California Military Institute, in parentheses, who are really they, who is really CMI? Because it says CMI made an agreement with Paris Union High School District. That means that it's another entity. What is the address of CMI, and who is the person that represents CMI that made the agreement with us? So to have that very clear, I really would like to understand it through an infographic, if that is possible. Can we work on that?
I'm here to do anything you or any of you want me to do.
Super top priority that we needed for Monday, right? Maybe for Tuesday. Just,
well, and then
you called me last night at 8 o'clock with a whole list of things too.
Mr. Superintendent, perhaps we could, if the president is so inclined in terms of the board
maybe this can be a part two, because now I think we're at a fork in the road, where there needs to be some in-depth research.
Right.
Yeah.
And it doesn't make any sense to go forward until we can, at least the superintendent, the deputy, and Marty, Ms. Fox can work collaboratively to bring the board back a recommendation.
Right.
Because at some point, this will come on the agenda, and we'll probably need everybody here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right, all the full complement. Just a suggestion, we can kind of land the plane and come back.
And I do want to answer your question about the term. You asked if it was a 10-year term. This charter was granted, or I guess last renewed for a 5-year term, but due to the COVID pandemic, there were some changes in the law that allowed for additional extensions. There was a 2-year extension that was automatic for charters. I have this somewhere in the presentation. I can't remember the exact dates, but basically this charter was entitled to a 2-year extension and then one more 1-year extension, so a total of 3 years. So there are a bunch of charter schools now that haven't been renewed for 8 years. The typical term for a charter is 5 years, although now there's a provision for a hybrid. Charter schools are, I was going to get into this a bit later too, but charter schools are classified by CDE as either high performing, middle performing, or low performing. And a high performing charter school can be renewed for anywhere between 5 to 7 years. But a middle performing charter school for 5 years, and then a low performing charter school is presumed non-renewed, but if it's taking steps in the right direction, it can be renewed for no more than 2 years. So we can go through that slide when we get there. But let's see. So back to what goes in a charter petition. In addition to those 15 elements, the petition also has to have information regarding the proposed operation and potential effects of the charter school, including detail about where the school intends to locate. A budget that includes startup costs and cash flow and financial projections for the first 3 years of its operation. Potential civil liability effects, if any, upon the charter school and the school district, and also the manner in which administrative services will be provided. Oh my goodness, I made this so small, I can barely see it. So the authorizing agency must approve the charter unless it makes written factual findings supporting one or more of the following conclusions. First, that the charter presents an unsound educational program. Petitioners are demonstrably unlikely to successfully implement their program. The petition does not satisfy the parent or teacher signature requirement. The petition does not contain the requisite affirmations. That's one other thing that the charter petition has to have. There's a whole list of affirmations that has to go. Usually it's in the beginning of the petition. Basically that's saying the school's going to be non-sectarian, it's not going to charge tuition, that's not going to discriminate, and a whole bunch of other stuff. Okay, so another basis to deny is if it doesn't contain reasonably comprehensive descriptions of the 15 elements we talked about. If the petition does not include a declaration of whether or not the charter school will be deemed the exclusive public employer of the employees of the charter school, that the charter school is demonstrably unlikely to serve the interests of the entire community where it seeks to locate, or the school district is not positioned to absorb the fiscal impact of the proposed charter school. Those two the number 7 and 8 there, they're not actually numbered. They're demonstrably unlikely to serve the interests of the entire community and not positioned to absorb the fiscal impact are newer additions to this list. And there's more detail is provided within the Ed Code and also in the regulation that I mentioned before, but I just would have gotten really crazy to include all the detail here. So
Thank you.
it would have been even smaller and more difficult to read. Okay, so if approved, the charter is to be granted for an initial term of not more than 5 years. If a school district denies a charter petition, the petitioner has the option of appealing to the county board. And then if the county board denies the charter, the petitioner can appeal to the State Board of Education. And then as we talked about earlier, if the state decides to grant the charter, it's going to designate either the school district or the county board to serve as the authorizer. They have gotten out of the authorizing business. So next, assuming that the district approves a charter, it's now responsible for conducting oversight of the charter school. So this means that the district is responsible for making sure that the charter school operates in compliance with applicable laws and the terms of the charter. And that's another reason why the charter terms should be laid out pretty clearly, because it's hard to conduct oversight if the charter is very bare bones and you don't really know what the educational program is supposed to have or what the student outcomes are supposed to be. So the Ed Code provides, Ed Code section 47604.32 provides that the minimum that a district must do as far as oversight has to identify at least one staff member as a contact person for the charter school, has to visit the charter school at least annually, to ensure that the charter school complies with all the reports that are required of charter schools by law, to monitor the fiscal condition of the charter school, and to provide timely notification to CDE if the charter is revoked or if the charter school decides to close for any other reason. So there are some annual reports that are required, and it's the district's responsibility to make sure that the charter school is actually preparing them as it should. Before July 1st, every year budget. Before July 1st, the charter school has to do its own LCAP or annual update. On or before December 15th, an interim financial report. On or before March 15th, the second interim financial report. And on or before September 15th, and final unaudited report for the whole prior year. And in addition to those specific oversight duties, the charter authorizers also provide the charter school with general guidance on issues of funding and other compliance. So a charter authorizer should also routinely or periodically inspect the credentials of the teachers to make sure that now that all the teachers are required to have the proper credentials, that they in fact do. And as the district has with CMI, that the charter authorizer can establish a memorandum of understanding regarding format, frequency, and scope of oversight activities. And the MOU will supplement the terms of the charter and provides additional detail. So as we just discussed a little while ago, the school may also choose to contract with its authorizer to provide administrative, insurance, maintenance, payroll, or other services. And the district can charge the charter school for those services, as we also discussed. That's separate and apart from the oversight fee that we also talked about.
Marley, just for my full understanding of that, if we could go back to, okay, it says the charter school, they can make the decision to select somebody else to do the maintenance, payroll, and all of that,
Right.
maintenance of their buildings. And that is assuming that the charter owns the building.
No,
No, even
I mean, you can, the district,
because
No.
I'm not seeing anything
Well,
there
so-
about us providing
about you providing.
the building.
Yeah, so that's not in here, but so it just, that would be, details like that would be in a facilities use agreement.
The MOU?
It doesn't exist.
Oh.
So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
But so I do recommend that we get one of those in place. And so, the charter authorizer should also be in regular communication with the charter school that it authorizes. And just because it's a dependent charter school doesn't mean that the district can not comply with its oversight responsibilities. It still has to do that. And so it's an interesting thing that the Ed Code states that the legislature intends that charter schools shall operate independently from the existing, district structure. But it does allow for dependent charter schools. So where it's possible to maintain some separation, you need to do so. And this is something we talked about earlier with maintaining independent fiscal operations, having a separate fund. We already talked about this. And so if you commingle funds, it's difficult to track the charter school's goals and actions. So as we also talked about, the charter authorizer is entitled to charge for the actual costs of oversight, and it's not to exceed 1% of the revenue of the charter school unless the charter authorizer provides the charter school with substantially rent-free facilities, which is the case here, in which case you can charge for up to 3% of the revenue of the charter school.
So technically, renting the facility is 2%, right? This rents if we look at the first two bullets. So technically, we can say it's 1% for the supervisor of oversight and 2% for the facilities.
Yeah, I know a follow-up question
Equating
I
to
have for
3.
Marley is on, this separation of substantially rent-free facilities and then
Rent-free
the
facility.
charge for the lease, and we'll work on that.
Yeah.
Well, so you wouldn't, if you charge, if you charge for use of the facility, then you can't get them, you have to go back to 1%.
To 1%. Yeah. But we can see how much we can charge. This is discussion.
Look at
Yeah,
market
so it would be
rates and-
interesting, right, exactly, it'd be interesting to figure that
Yeah.
out, and do an analysis and see what makes the most sense.
Mrs. Fox, why don't you explain to them the alternative agreement to prop, regulate?
We will, I will get that,
Okay, I got you. Because there you can generate, you do an alternative agreement, you essentially, we should get to that point, but you can generate some revenue.
Right. Yeah, I just have that, I have it later, a little bit later on, but,
Sorry.
no, it's okay, no problem. We could talk about it now if you want. Okay, and I just have the revenue of the charter school for purposes of calculating oversight is the amount that's received in the current fiscal year from the local control funding formula-based grant, supplemental grant, and concentration grant. The charter authorizer should also document its oversight actions and keep records. Okay, so this is if a charter petitioner once the charter petition has been approved, it may want to or need to change something in the charter, or the district may need it to change something in the charter. And so if it's something that's considered material, the charter school will have to go through a material revision process. And a lot of things can be considered material. I've listed 3 things here. If the charter school wants to add or remove a grade level, to relocate to a different site, change its SALPA, it just would depend what needed to be changed, and so then we have to decide whether it was material or not. But those are some things that are considered material for sure. And so if a charter school is considering making material revision, it should submit a request in writing to the authorizer, and also a revised version of the charter petition that's redlined so the district can see what the changes are that are being made. And then so material revision is also governed by the standards and criteria that we went through earlier for a new establishment of a new charter petition. So a materially revised charter would have to include all of that same stuff, but it would also have to include again, reasonably comprehensive descriptions of any new legal requirement of charter schools that was enacted into law after the charter was originally granted or last renewed. And so then the governing board of the authorizer would review everything and either grant or deny the material revision. Okay, so charter renewals. As we said earlier, charter is granted for a specific term. It's usually 5 years, and it has to be renewed prior to the expiration of the existing term, so there's no gap. And we also talked about earlier, everything was extended basically by 3 years, and the reason for that was because there wasn't enough data to properly assess charter school performance because of the COVID pandemic. Basically, again, charter renewals are governed by the same standards and criteria that we went through before, and the same timeline applies. They submit the petition, they sign it to say they've certified that they, to the best of their knowledge, it's complete, and then the district has 60 days to conduct a public hearing, and then a total of 90 days to make a determination on whether to grant or deny the renewal, with, again, the option to extend that by 30 days. for a total of 120 days. But unlike a petition for the establishment of a charter school, a renewal cannot be denied based on economic impact on the school district or failure to serve the interests of the entire community. Those were the two bullet points that I mentioned were new additions, new reasons to deny the petition for the establishment of a charter school. You can deny a material revision to expand grade levels or add a school site for those reasons, but you can't deny a renewal petition for those reasons. So also, this is something that is a new addition here. As an additional criterion for determining whether to grant a charter renewal, the chartering authority is required to consider the charter school's performance on state and local indicators. So CDE, we talked just briefly about this before, has California School Dashboard places charter schools in one of three categories: high performing, middle performing, and low performing. And there's a separate analysis that goes along with each of these. So basically, a high-performing charter school is entitled to a streamlined renewal process, and the presumption is that it's going to be renewed. So they only need to update the petitions to add any new legal requirements or as necessary to reflect current programs. And this is the one that can be renewed for 5, 6, or 7 years. And you cannot deny a renewal of a high-performing charter school for academic reasons. But you can deny it if you find that the school has fiscal or governance problems and it's not serving all the students who wish to attend.
Marley, quick question on that.
Sure.
To determine the high, medium, low, is that something that's labeled on the dashboard? So when you open it up,
It's labeled, I don't know, it's not actually on like the dashboard, but there's a way, it's on CD's website, there's a way to find it. It's not, I don't think it's directly on the part that has like the colors and stuff, it's something somewhere else, but it is on there, it's pretty clear.
Okay.
You can hunt for a charter school, so I know CMI is a middle performing charter school. So low performing charter schools are schools that have low academic performance. They are presumed to be denied, and they can only be renewed if the authorizer makes written factual findings that are specific to the particular petition, that the charter school is taking meaningful steps to address the underlying cause or causes of low performance. And those steps either are reflected or will be reflected in a written plan that's adopted by the charter school's governing body. And verified data shows that at 1 year of progress for each year of school or strong post-secondary outcomes. And if renewed, it can only be renewed for 2 years, no more than that. And so then the charter authorizer also has to consider in making a determination of whether to grant that additional 2 years or not, what's in the best interest of the students. So middle performing charter schools are those that don't meet the high performing or the low performing criteria, and this is actually like most charter schools land in this category, so the authorizer has to consider school-wide performance and performance of all the subgroups on the dashboard. So that's when you look at all the different dashboard criteria. And you've got to provide greater weight to performance of the measurements of academic performance. And the district would also need to look at using, verified data, which we'll talk about that in a minute, whether the charter school achieved measurable increases in academic achievement as defined by at least 1 year's progress for each year in school or strong post-secondary outcomes as defined by college enrollment, persistence, and completion rates equal to similar peers. So for a middle performing charter, the renewal term is 5 years. But you can deny a renewal if the authorizer makes a written finding that the school has failed to make sufficient progress towards meeting standards that provide a benefit to its students, that closure is in the student's best interest, and that the authorizer's decision provided greater weight to academic performance. And again, there's more detail about all of those different categories in the Ed Code as well that are to list everything here. So for now, charter schools that fall in the middle and low performing categories have to provide what's called verified data for the authorizer's consideration in connection with a charter renewal. And it's assessment data from nationally recognized, valid, peer-reviewed, and reliable sources that are externally produced. And the State Board of Education has a whole list of the verified data that's, it's on its website, what they all are. And the thing is, these are being phased out though, so beginning July 1st, low-performing charter schools are no longer required to provide verified data, and beginning January 1st, 2026, middle-performing charter schools are not required to provide that either. Okay, so despite all of the stuff that we just talked about in performance categories, the charter authorizer can deny renewal of the charter if it makes a finding that the school is demonstrably unlikely to successfully implement the program set forth in the petition due to substantial fiscal or governance factors, or is not serving all the pupils who wish to attend. But in order to do that, it has to provide at least 30 days notice of whatever the alleged violation is to the charter school, and also give them a reasonable opportunity to cure it and provide a corrective plan. So then the charter authorizer would either then make a finding that the corrective action that the charter school proposed was not successful, or the violations were sufficiently severe and pervasive to make a corrective action plan unviable. So again, if the district were to deny a renewal petition, the charter could appeal to the county and then to the state, same with the initial petition to establish a charter school. Okay, so facilities. There are different ways that a charter school can acquire facilities from a school district in which it wishes to locate. There is, for one thing, something called Proposition 39, which is Ed Code Section 47614. And it requires a school to submit a written facilities request to the school district on or before November 1st of the fiscal year preceding the year for which they desire facilities. And then there's a whole timeline that applies there. By December 1st, the district would look at the projected ADA that the charter school, in-district ADA that the charter school provides in its facilities request, and determine whether it's a reasonable projection. And if they project, there's a minimum of 80 in-district students that has to be reasonable. But if the charter school doesn't come up with a reasonable projection of at least 80 in-district students, then the district can deny the facilities request. But if they have at least 80, the district is required to share facilities fairly with the charter school. So sharing fairly means that the school district will be required to provide the charter school with facilities that are sufficient to accommodate all of the charter school's in-district students in conditions that are reasonably equivalent to those in which the students would be accommodated if they were attending other public schools in the district. The school district is not required to provide facilities for students that do not reside in the district, although it may choose to do so. And if it does choose to do so, it can enter into what is called an alternative or an in lieu agreement, where it could decide to charge. So when a school district provides facilities pursuant to Proposition 39, it's only allowed to charge a charter school what's called a pro rata share. And it's a calculation that the district makes each year. And it's based on the ratio of space allocated by the district to the charter school divided by the total space of the district. And there's only certain things that can be included in there. It's not like a regular rent payment. The district is not supposed to be making a ton of money off of it. However, if a school district is providing facilities to a charter school that has a lot of out-of-district students, they might want to enter into an in lieu or alternative agreement where you can charge fair market rent for the percentage of the facility that is for the out-of-district kids. Or you might, in some instances, Mr. Lee is familiar with this, you may get the charter school to agree that they're just gonna, if they rent the entire facility, you can just charge them a certain rate for the entire facility. That's just a negotiation, and that would be outside of Prop 39. That would be pursuant to a written agreement. But pursuant to Proposition 39, the law provides that the district is not permitted to otherwise charge the charter school for use of the facilities, other than the pro rata share that it charges. So if a school district provides a charter school with Proposition 39 space based on a projection that they've provided in their facilities request, and it turns out that the charter school has a lower ADA than what it projected, then the school district, the charter school is required to reimburse the school district for the over-allocated space. And every year there's a rate that the State Board of Education sets, so it's a formula. And it's not just if there's one student, if the projection is off by one student, it has to be, I think it's either 25 students or 10%, whichever is greater. And then we just talked about in lieu agreements. In lieu of Prop 39 agreements are not in strict compliance with Prop 39, but the regulations allow for them. Okay, that's it. So one thing that I did not put in here, just briefly, is that the district has the ability to revoke a charter once it's granted, and there are certain grounds that on which it can do so. One, if the charter school committed a material violation of any of the conditions, standards, or procedures that are set forth in the charter. Again, another reason why it's important to have specifics in the charter petition. Two, failed to meet or pursue any of the people outcomes that are identified in the charter. That's all stuff that needs to be in the charter in order to use that as a basis for revocation. Failed to meet generally accepted accounting principles or engaged in fiscal mismanagement. Or four, violated any law. And so there's a big process that you have to go through. If you're going to revoke a charter, you have to give them notice of any violation. You probably would start by sending what's called a notice of concern, give them an opportunity to remedy it. And then if they don't, you send a notice of violation, and you kind of give some back and forth and to allow them time to fix things. But ultimately, if they don't do what they're supposed to do, or they continue to have, can't get it together, then you can revoke their charter.
And is that kind of in reference to, I know Ms. Kirk Carter mentioned a couple things, but it was the outside agencies that were, but obviously you could move towards the revocation of their charter because they're not fulfilling their obligation, and yet they're taking your students and the funding.
You can only move, I'm
revoke?
not sure, you can only move to revoke a charter that you authorize.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Now, a quick question, and I know obviously in the process of now redoing the charter, I've noticed that every time, and it kind of bothers me at times, but when I see that the best high schools that are posted, they're always charter schools. They're always a science school here, science school there, and the reason why it bothers me is because it's almost unfair in the sense that they get to pluck kids who are maybe the best and the brightest of certain communities, and then target whatever that charter is, science, whatever it is, innovation, whatever. But so I'm wondering, in the rewriting of all this, if it were to happen, I'm just hypothetical, is it possible? So if it was, the California Military Institute of Science and Technology, or Science and Innovation, is that something that can happen, or
To change the name of the school, you mean?
or even kind of the emphasis, or where it's, I don't know, and I don't know if that would be something that would be, I'm just giving a hypothetical, or down the road if there's a charter within the school district that's a science. And the only reason why I'm asking is because it seems like a lot of school districts or charter schools are doing that, and they're drawing the students because of their emphasis on the math or the sciences or innovation, and we're in an area where we have Air Force and all kinds of different things that are out there, and so whether you can, and I just don't know if you can do that at the full comprehensives, because it seems like at comprehensives you can't do that and bring in targeted students, whereas charter schools somehow are able to do that and draw in, but they're pulling them from other districts. You know what I mean? So I don't know if that question's in my mind, just kind of a little.
Well, first of all, CMI, I mean, it could change its name or its focus. That would all be part of the material revision of its charter. And so, I mean, if it decided to do that, it would have to submit at the time it was, well, even beforehand it would, but if it was going to do it at the time of its renewal petition, it would have to submit a separate material revision of its charter, which just, I mean, it's revising its charter, it just would be a separate agenda item for the district to consider doing that. But a charter school, you're asking me if a charter school can have a focus like that? Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, they can.
Yeah.
Sure.
So let me rephrase the question because I was thinking something similar. Can we redesign CMI with the same focus, right? CMI, California Military Institute, with some focus, let's say aerospace or something like that, and embed it into our district. So instead of being charter, it's part of our school, it's part of our district. It helps us overall to serve our own students.
So CMI would need to close as a charter school first, and then it would need to, yeah, and that's a whole probably a separate discussion.
All right.
It would have to go through the closure procedures and its charter petition. And,
But nonetheless, it could, like he said, if it was to add something, like he said, it would be flight or whatever, I guess, what did you call it?
Yeah, some directed or with an emphasis of one of the branches.
Yeah, or yeah.
One of the
Or,
branches
and I
of
guess
the
that's just it, emphasizing,
Yeah.
adding an emphasis to it with another emphasis out there.
yeah, and that would just, and as we said, it would require material revision.
Right, okay.
But that's, those happen.
Yeah.
Come on.
It is an excellent program as it is right now. We
Yeah.
have excellent performance and all that. So we're just looking into balancing the situation, CMI with Paris Union High School District, based on the challenges that we are facing as a district.
So that's it for me, unless you guys have any other questions.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Do charter schools target certain areas to try to plant a school?
Oh, yes.
I mean, and why? Is it because of proficiency scores? Is it
I don't know.
wide range?
I'm sure it's for a multitude of reasons. But yes, I'm sure they do.
Okay, can I have a summary of next steps of actions that I need to make sure that I coordinate with Ms. Rains? And I just want to take the liberty to read them really quick, so you can tell me, no, it's not like that. CMI is an entity needs to know how to comply with the 16 elements.
It's 15.
15?
It used to be 16, but now it's 15.
15. Okay, perfect. They can not only address selected items to present to the approver, that in this for the approval of the renewal, and we are the approver, Paris Union High School District. Since they are selecting only a few elements, they have few pages. We need to have all the 15 elements, and that is going to imply a lot more information that is going to be presented. Okay, so we are going to be focusing on providing support, so we comply with that.
So just to be clear, their petition identifies, I believe, all of the 15 elements in there. It just doesn't go into nearly enough detail in some of the sections, and some of them it might, because some of the sections are short in other charter petitions as well, but particularly the first 3 elements, the educational program and the measurable outcomes and that kind of thing, those definitely need to be beefed up because they have a lot of components in the ed code or in the regulation that need to be addressed that are not fully addressed here.
So those were the educational programs and measurable people outcomes?
Yeah, and then what's the third one?
Methods for measuring?
Yeah, exactly, those.
The next one, we are going to focus on developing an infographic.
Sorry, just one more thing before we go. It's not to say that everything else is perfect the way it is, because it's not. But yeah, those are usually the largest sections in petitions. And then also, there are sometimes a lot of attachments to the exhibits to the charter petition also that were not included here. And the attachments might vary depending on the particular school, but I can try to provide some guidance there to you as well.
Oh, we would appreciate that, even though we are telling them what they need to include to present it to us.
Yeah, I
But
know.
it's for the benefit of our students, we don't mind about doing that. The number 2 is infographic to understand the fundamentals of CMI, how we function, what is CMI and all of that. That is going to be incorporated with Ms. Rings. Where I'm a little bit confused is because I thought we were going to explore the MOU about how we can do the rent of our facilities, right? But now, later on, I saw that the district is required to share facilities fairly with CMI based on ed code. So if we are required, then can we negotiate the rent or how?
Well, they didn't, I don't know how the whole facilities arrangement came about with them, honestly, but, yeah.
I'm just in agreement, I couldn't find a document.
Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, if they apply pursuant to Proposition 39 and have at least 80 district students, which I know they do, then you're required to share facilities fairly with them pursuant to Prop 39, but nothing says that you can't enter into some other sort of agreement outside of Prop 39. They don't even have to submit a facilities request. You can negotiate something with them and have a facilities use agreement that goes through all the terms and sets the amount that they're going to pay.
So we need to know what is behind that in order for us to determine what would be the next steps. And in order to do that, we need to know who they are, right? When we talk, they are entering an agreement with Paris Union, so it must be a different entity to get an agreement. Right, okay. Okay, so those are the 3 elements that I have there. So we have some work to do.
So who's the district representative and who does the oversight on?
So really, there's different elements. Marley had a slide several back. So there's the fiscal piece, and I handle that. And so that's making sure that they do all of their reporting because they have the MOU with us to do those things. We do a lot of that with them for them. I mean, yes, they have a separate LCAP, their budget's within our budget, that sort of thing. There's the credential monitoring. I don't do that. That's not my area of expertise. That's Alfredo. The oversight on the curriculum piece also, not my area of expertise. That falls with curriculum.
And there's nothing that says you just have to have at least one person who does it, so you can have as many.
So we have documentation and detailing of everything that goes on over there.
We do because it's part of our general practice in terms of them being dependent.
It's being disclosed and all that good stuff.
And that's from the business department in Alfredo. We also need to really look in depth in terms of the HR perspective. I know with regular staff, but I know that there are some staff members that depends from the California, I'm sorry?
CMD, California Military Department.
The California Military Department. In those cases, and they're interacting with our students, how do we handle those situations, potential complaints, or any issues that we have in case?
Yeah, it's in we just approved it in the last board meeting, the updated memorandum with this.
And it describes specifically how, okay, so now we are ready to handle those things. Okay.
And to answer, forgive me, I forget who asked it, if it was one person. Traditionally, I've been sort of the person that helps coordinate, all of the pieces, working with legal counsel. The last time this was rewritten was, it was with 2 previous legal counsels, ago. And so I don't mind continuing, to be that, but I can't do it all myself because it's different areas of expertise.
Any other questions, or Trustee Nye, anything?
I don't have any.
Trustee Hall?
I'm good.
And you know what, I just want to say thank you. I knew that it was very important. I knew it was going to be like we're drinking out of a fire hose. But I think that the important part is that we had to start somewhere with a basic understanding. And I appreciate, your patience being here all day and the way you're explaining it at the very simplest level. I mean, obviously I know for me, there's like a little anxiety, but at the same time, I know we're in good hands. So I know that this isn't something new to you, well, to you specifically, and obviously Orbach and Henderson. But so I'm glad that we've partnered, and that you guys are able to present everything. And I'm very confident that we'll be able to work with staff, once that charter is ready to go, and that the community, like you had mentioned, is going to be served appropriately and properly, with their student population and community. So thank you for that. We really do appreciate the effort and everything that you've done for us. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I hope everybody has a good rest of their weekend.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you.
Thank
Anything else?
I just wanted to add, and also, I have a brief summary of the basic learnings that we have. I already reviewed related to Marley's presentation from Latanya. The fundamental, the gist of the presentation that I captured was about the financial situation of the district, that it was okay, that it has been handled appropriately. That's what I heard from her, so thank you, Ms. Rains. The focus, the need to focus on ADA for the different reasons that she mentioned. Student achievement is one of them. The other one is the reimbursement that we get from the state, and potentially considering the marketing of the district, the wonderful programs that we have, right? And she talked, she was specific about the public information officer, and I understand during some crises, for example, we have been trained on how to address some issues, but I was at Heritage High School when we have the dismissal of students for a power outage during lunch. The principal that is supposed to be doing this, right, or assistant principals, they were focused on the logistics, on the practical elements of how handling the steps at that moment, right? And when you handle a crisis, that's what you need to be focused on. So I think that is important, the recommendation that Latanya made in terms of the public information officer. From Serene, I learned about that she's going to be working on the list of options that we have to get revenue. What are the possibilities that we have, right? Based on land that we might have or different properties that we can have. From Mackay, and I think he left, but he was talking about part 2, that I heard that he mentioned that. Setting the direction, the role of the board in general, of setting the direction for us, giving us and telling us what you would like to see in general, right? The big picture, let's say, and we take care of the day-to-day operations. That you are going to be monitoring and holding us accountable for the goals that you set, right? And we talk about that. I ask you also about the support in order to focus on the attendance perspective. There are still some pending things that I need. Part 2 is going to clarify in terms of the roles. We agreed also with the board about the decisions. The whole board is the one who makes the directions, and you give them to me, and it can be 5-0 for 1 or 3-2, right? And that's how we are going to be doing this from now on. And I think that's all I had from kind of a summary. If I miss something that you were able to write down,
I just would like
take care
to
of.
see you reach out to the mayor of Menifee, Mr. Estrada.
Oh yes,
and
yes,
get him
heard
out
that
here
too.
as well.
Yes.
Let's combine that together.
That is an excellent. We are doing that on I believe say trimester, but every 4 months with the council. But I'm going to try to do that, the same thing that I do with Mayor Vargas.
Right.
Do it with Estrada on a monthly basis.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and I want to probably need your help, Señorita Festner, to look into that so I can have those meetings, because it's so important, like the situation that we had with the student who was missing. If we would have those contacts with the chief of police and all of that, that would have been very, very helpful. And everything that we can see comes back to support for our students. But thank you, Mr. Hall, for reminding me about the meetings with Mr. Estrada. Anything else that I missed here that you would like, based on what the information was presented, that you would like me to address or focus or bring back to you for a final decision to the board.
There's a list I made of sounds like goals that we kind of need. Some obviously are going to be more important than others. Is there like a way we can get together without having to bring everybody out of their company, on Saturday, or just to, or maybe we can add in a closed session just to prioritize goals, give us timeframes and directions on how we want to get those goals done. Just 'cause in my mind, I work through checklists, so I just would like to see what goals do we have that we can all agree on, and how are we prioritizing those goals so we can kind of all be on the same page, because right here so much information was given, and obviously we can't attack everything at once. But just so we can see that there is movement, and like we don't, just like keep the perfect video was perfect. We want to see what consistency, what the change, and when we see the change being brought, it kind of will give us more motivation to keep going. And we want to know that what we're bringing is helpful or not helpful, and when do we address that? Because we've only been in the 2 meetings, but a lot of things are talked about, and I just want to be able to mentally understand what's more important than the next, and how we can work together to check.
You know what? I think you've already kind of started that. Like I think when you went to the what would you call it? Was the awards. I think the more that we get together with the superintendent to go to things and to do things. Like I've never been to those student the month student of the months, but you did, and then when you expressed that, and you shared what you learned, that is beneficial to me, even without having to be there. Now, obviously, the goal is to try to do that, but I think some kind of like the informality of having to do it all scheduled this way. I think whenever we have those opportunities where we're meeting together, going to a function, some type of function, whether it's a dinner, and obviously there's not 3 of us. But, you're there with maybe another board member, some staff, whoever that may be. I think having those conversations, it could be something about the vision, or whatever it is, and you're having those conversations, then, he'll be able to address, hey, you know what? Hey, that was a good idea was brought up. Or maybe you want to agendize something. You say, hey, you got a conversation with the superintendent. You went and now you want to agendize something to discuss, if it's a vision thing or if it's, a program or whatever, then that I think is the way that we do it without having to come with the formalities, because we know we're going to meet once a month. And at that time, we can discuss about a lot of different things that go on. And, if you agendize it, because maybe you want to expand something, maybe you want to look into something more and say, hey, this was very beneficial for the community, for the parents, it was special, it was this. I think in doing that, I think we'll kind of accomplish that without having to get it like in a flood, you know what I mean? Because, conversations, I've always told everybody here, when I go to conferences, a lot of it, I get a lot of information. A lot of the information I already know, a lot of it's new. But I think one of the most important pieces for me is the networking. Because I always want to figure out what can we do to bring it here to make it better, and like I said, and that happens in all kinds of different ways. When I gave blood one time, that's when I met the law enforcement officer in Menifee, and he was talking to me about that program. So I think when we do all that kind of stuff, and then eventually I would like to put him on the, once we coordinate, put him on the agenda to just speak to what he does and what he can bring to the district, because his presentation, in my opinion, would benefit, our students with special needs population, and how it can not only will it benefit them now, but in the future. Because then when they become adults and they're outside of our purview or our obligation or responsibility for them, but they might walk away with something like the bands that I had mentioned that will help them for the rest of their life. That way, if they're ever involved in a situation, then law enforcement might know, hey, you know what? I see that, and I know that, they may be having an episode or they're anxious extremely, and they know how to kind of go about it. So I think I think it happens, and kind of like you said in the video, it happens slowly. Yeah. It seems like it's the minutia that is where it all happens, because we're constantly discussing things, learning new things, sharing information, and when we get those opportunities where we're at district events or functions, I think it helps, because then it could bring us ideas, and maybe, like I said, he goes to an event, talks to the superintendent, hey, let's put it on the agenda. I want to discuss something. Well, then we agendize it and we discuss it.
How's that process? you have a topic. Can I just who do we? Because we don't know, or I don't know.
I mean,
I would
if
like
you
to
want
put this-
anything agenda,
put this on
I mean,
agenda.
The superintendent go through me, and we'll make sure that, hey, this is brought forward.
Because my frustration is, at my work, I'm there every day, and I see the development. And coming here once a month, it's like, we talk about it, and it's like, okay, So I don't know how to maybe process it as a workload because I'm not doing it every day. So it's
Can I add, you get updates every week. That's
Right.
why we keep communication with you. But to what Ms. Anaya said, the vision, and that would be part 2 of the board governance that Makai has set up. When we set that up, that they'll help you develop those goals, develop those. But when I was part of the board, we had every January, we knew we were going to have 2 special board meetings in January, right? One, to review our current goals. Do they still meet what we're doing? Do we have to change them? Do we have to give different direction for that year? How are we doing? There's a lot of things that goes to board governance that once you start getting into that rhythm, you're going to see that, okay, this is how it works. I believe, I don't know, this, from my understanding, it's probably the first time that there was a board governance retreat like this, right? So a lot of information to take in. But the more you do it, the more you're going to know. Vision and all that, like Serene said, that's an open session. We have to have this open session meeting. That's why I asked the question about town halls, and we said, well, it's probably easier just to agendize it. That way we know we're going to have a meeting there.
I would like to follow up on the question from Ms. Anaya, and if I understand correctly, that would be my proposal. In order to set that direction for us of what you would like to see accomplished, I was thinking we can help you and support you, right, with our experience also as a former board members, and you can tell me if you like it. You can say no. Let's think about something else. Make a presentation on data. All of the decisions and the directions, in my mind, is based on evidence, right? On data, how are we performing, right? Make a presentation on this, and we can make a proposal to you. This is the high school graduation rate. This is the percent of students who are meeting 8-year requirements. This is the number of students who are taking AP classes, dual enrollment, concurrent enrollment, and desegregated by data. These are the goals that we are proposing to you. You discuss it, right? You discuss that, right? Something reasonable, 2%, 3%. Once you discuss that, you agree on that, and then, Arauz, we would like you to focus on achieving this for next year. That is our goal, focusing on this, right? And that's just one idea to help you on that. If you identify any other issue from that, maybe you can say the whole board, we are going to vote on 3 top priorities, 3 top things that we would like to see during this semester that you need to focus on. And you make the decision and you talk about it here in public. The people is going to know, it's going to be recorded. What are your priorities? What is you want for our students? Once we show you this number of students are on track to meet the CTEC, the general ed requirements to go to a 4-year college. What Makai was talking about, AA, is not AA anymore. It's called what Mr. Williams said.
The requirements of a 2-year degree.
Yeah, it's a minimum requirement.
High school.
I get it. Yeah, and then you can say we wanted to focus on that. Or you know what? At this time, the most important thing is high school graduation rates for these suburbs, because it's really low, and that's what we want to work on this one and this one. Because we can identify 7, 8 different things, but are we going to be able to achieve all those?
Yeah.
So my recommendation would be go by parts, right? But you decide that, and that would be the beauty, that you can say, this is the direction that comes from the board, comes from the superintendent, and comes from
So I guess
everybody
that's my
else.
question, how do we decide that? Because we have so much we can do without so much parties being involved and that, so that's, because I don't like to hear what Chuck has to say through Steve, and I would like for all of us to be on the same page, give input, but without making it so, have to make a grand meeting or whatever. So I'm just curious on how we can.
And stay within
Well,
the
I was
boundaries.
thinking
Exactly.
we can agendize the presentation in terms of student achievement, for example. You mentioned student achievement.
That's my goal.
Okay, we can start addressing one of the goals from Mr. Hall. Is that part of your goals, Ms. Anaya? Student
Well, see,
achievement?
my goal, I'm thinking like, well, we need to stay afloat, so I'm thinking attendance. Like, how
Attendance,
we had
okay,
it,
so
so we all have
We have
different.
student achievement, attendance. What would be one of your top priorities if we ask you to select one?
Oh gosh, see, and it's like they're almost all intertwined. See, I would like to bring in the arts or more arts.
Yes.
Using our facilities, which are beautiful.
And that is a
And that, but I think they're all intertwined. You know what I mean? I
Yeah.
think that relates to that because that'll relate to kids showing up.
Yeah,
That'll relate to them showing up. Well, guess what? Now they're
getting better test
they
scores.
get better test scores.
And then I'm
they're-
even thinking like social media. Why haven't we? I've been on the social media of the parent. It's very boring. Like as a
Oh,
person
yeah.
that uses social
Yes.
media, it's not very attractive. If we use more social media, we can
yes.
encourage arts,
we-
test scores, so it's just everything is all like
Everything
intertwined.
is embedded there, right? So we can start with this. First of all, changing the mindset that our meetings, we have meetings once a month. And the meetings by 8:30, 8 o'clock, they need to be done, right? Probably we need to change the mindset that it's going to be a little bit more, right? So we can address that. There are other districts that they meet twice a month and they go until midnight. I'm not saying that we want two meetings
But-
until midnight.
I think
But
We-
at
we
least having the time to discuss that.
Yeah.
Right?
we all know we have. What my thought is, we got to work twice as hard
Yes.
to be able to work less later on.
Yes.
So we have a big hurdle to jump, and we need 100% from everybody, so we can get this accomplished. To get our district on the map and say, "Wow, look at what they're doing. Why are they doing it? And how are they doing it? Let's go find out." That's what I want to see.
Perfect. So, do you then, from what I'm hearing, that transfer into changing that mindset that by 8:30, by 8 o'clock, we need to be done. We need to address what we need to take, right?
Right.
To address that. And maybe some presentation is not going to be 15 minutes. It's going to be 30 minutes, 40 minutes, because it was so important, like the budget presentation last time, right? That I consider, and I allowed that person to continue. I didn't say anything. Even though I was, it was just 15 minutes, because I knew that you needed to know that it is important. So whatever time, I'm not talking about what in the morning, right? That's something reasonable. Extra time, right? We have newer members, you need to know that. And even experienced board members with this model, where we are going to be focusing student achievement. That can be the first thing. Would you three agree that? Or we can go attendance, because it cannot go. We cannot have student achievement if students are not in school. So we can say attendance. So we can talk about attendance, present the data, come with some what is going to be our laser focus. Hopefully we have a new assistant suit. We go through the process to go full time with that person, right? With a new assistant suit on that. The next one can be student achievement. In the next meeting, and you tell us the direction, you tell us the goal, and that is going to be very powerful.
Yeah, so that's what I'm like thinking. So we're all in an alliance that attendance is important. So that position is really important to be filled, because I'm hearing you guys already have a lot on your plates.
Yes.
So maybe, that's what I'm talking about when goals. Like, let's set a goal. Once that's checked off, we can now focus on another goal, and then once we have something
you
going
kind of
on.
clean off the plate what you can clean off real quick and get it
Yeah.
done.
So that's
Right.
the quick things, and then we can focus on the things that are going to take the
That's-
consistency. And,
That's
Talking
been-
about the quick things, one thing that I heard throughout the meeting today was about parish and Menifee, right? In other districts that I've been involved with, is one of the things that we did to correct that, and it doesn't have to be like a lot of meetings, but have a board meeting in Menifee. I don't know about the logistics, how that would work out, but if you can,
Exactly.
you
Nobody.
know, that opens the door to the Menifee community to come out to a board meeting and see how the board works.
Here in the board meeting, what?
In
Menifee.
In Menifee,
Yeah.
yeah, I
At
can
Liberty
talk
or
about that,
at
yes.
Nobody from Menifee comes over here.
And even
Yeah.
the name changing, that's something that we can do quick, and that would be nice, because just like, they want, if they see their name on the title, anyone likes to see their name, and they
It's
feel
a
more, that's just something
powerful.
that's so quick, and it's psychological, and it's
Yeah.
quick and easy, and just stuff like the quick and easy stuff, what can we quickly, easily do, and then we can get
That
more into the
Makes a big
in-depth
difference.
stuff, yeah. I like to see checks. I'm a checklist person.
Oh, no, yeah.
All right, so
So
wait.
one of the things summarizing because we need to get in action. I think what you mentioned is really, really important. Do we agree the first one for the next board meeting is going to be what we get to? And you decide. You tell us. We put it
One of
up.
the things, if I could
we
jump
have
in, if you don't
attendance
mind,
and-
is in board meetings, and Jose and I have been around for a long time, when board members, any other items by board members, a board member might say something like, I'm really interested in more of the district's efforts in arts, right? And so the board would say, yeah, let's do the presentation. We'd also agree on the time, because the staff's going to have to compile that material. So part of the request would be exactly what you said, is like the when we're gonna bring it back. So, if it was like, could you have a next board meeting and it was something really comprehensive, we would say that's gonna be difficult, because that's gonna take all of our time. So the question about when is important.
Yeah.
And I have a question, and I don't know, I guess, I haven't seen it done, but like, I guess on the appropriateness, or if it would be something that would be a request that's, possible, is to bring in, like, I know for me, I would like to hear from the teachers that
Yes.
are in those programs, you know what I mean? For them to, let's say we were gonna talk about
So
the
in
arts.
February, for the information item for the novels, the teachers will be here.
Okay, yeah.
So, exactly.
And I think that's helpful, because once we have the direction, or we know this is what we're going to do, then we obviously organize it and coordinate it that way. Because I know that it's great to hear from staff, and I don't know how the chain of command is supposed to be. Are they supposed to direct or speak with the directors, and then the directors represent? I know for me, it's like if you're hearing from the people who are doing it, and they're telling you. They're going to tell you what's important, you know what I mean, as opposed to, they're going to try to be concise with their time and tell you, hey, this is what we could use. We could use X, Y, and Z. And like I know Kenneth says, we can't grant everything, can't do everything, but at least we can hear and say, okay, well, we'll take that and we work with that to figure out how, we hear all the different sites, because every site might be different in what they
So
need.
that
and
is
what they
the
want.
direction that I've given to Curriculum Instruction and Innovation on our presentations that we're bringing the people doing the work. So in February, we met with the Curriculum Committee for Novels, and they selected a few to bring that information to you, to let you know of the committee work and then redraft. So that is the direction that I too want to go, rather than me and other pontificating up here. We too want teachers to come and share that kind of stuff. So we agree. And also regarding that detective for the training for autism, Alfredo and I, we met with him. We had another meeting on something else, and he was there. And we got exchange cards, and I think John Hannon was going to have them work with the campus supervisors first, so that they could recognize. There's FYI on that. So.
Well, thank you. Well, and I know, like it was like there was that piece, then there was the working with the parents, and because there was so many things. I mean, we spoke for about an hour. After we had given blood, there was so many things that we had talked about that was so beneficial, and it was just like, wow, like this would be great for our community to do it. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, I mean, I think that those are the things that, I know for me, knowing that you've had those conversations, it lets me know, hey, you guys are listening, and you guys are using the time that you can to move that forward. And again, at the end of the day, down the road, it's going to be a benefit to our students, to the community. So
are we looking? So for the February, we have there's 3 presentations. One of them is a mid-year LCAP, which probably gonna be longer than 50 minutes.
Yeah.
And then novels, and then community schools. The county will be here.
Mhm.
So that's a lot of presentations. So are you looking for March? We compile and we can put stuff in the update as we go, or are you looking for
Well,
February?
I just was going to add something before making that decision. Makai mentioned something that I'm completely agreeing with him about holding us accountable. But give us the direction.
Yeah.
And when you give us the direction and the resources, you hold us accountable.
Yeah.
Let's start with that. Mr. Williams, can we say you are, because I don't want to miss anything that the board is recommending, right? And it seems that they agree. In terms of the training for students with autism, you are going to be coordinating that with Mr. Hannon to provide that, okay? Can you have an update, a quick update, just like that for the board at the next board meeting?
Yeah.
If you update on what are we doing on that, okay? The next one, and if you can decide, what would you like to see as an introductory? It's going to be kind of a test, right? Because we haven't done this. Focusing on attendance, instructional or achievement. What would you like us to bring next month? That is going to be probably 30, 40, 45 minutes, an hour more. We were going to be finished at 8:30. Now it's going to be 9:30, but we are willing. I'm willing to stay more time because our students deserve that. How one of you mentioned, we need to invest time now to get the results later. So can you decide what? And then we are going to be preparing that. You are going to hold us accountable to bring that presentation, and you can set the goals there. Okay, based on what you are telling me, this is what we would like to do. We would like you, perhaps, to focus on and deliver on this, and give us an update on a monthly basis on what are you doing about what we told you to do. That's my proposal, that you decide how you want us to.
So now, obviously, today's been a long day. Is it possible that, we just take some time to chew on that, and then, if Trustee and I, or Trustee Hall, or Stafford and Garcia, if they want to just send you a text, email, whatever, and then you can share it with us.
But
or
remember that we cannot make decisions, right, based on the Brown Act. We would be allowed to make that kind of decisions, but they want us to
So
bring.
not decision, but they can
No.
send you their ideas.
yeah, like whatever her
Okay.
priority is.
So
Yeah,
we can come back at the next board meeting and
Yeah.
discuss those
Yeah.
ideas.
Oh, okay.
yeah,
So
because I don't
that
necessarily
would
need to
be-
know what her top priority is. Once she
Yeah,
decides what
board
her,
meeting,
Yeah, we have a board meeting in a week and a half.
Well,
so-
just,
That-
do you
that's
guys have, anyone for the position yet?
It closes tomorrow,
Okay.
and so far we have 10 candidates that met the criteria, 3 that did not. So, and we're still getting more applications, so we're gonna have a good pool of applications.
Cool. So the idea is to bring the
So the
candidate
quicker
at
we
the
can,
next.
and then we can
at
all,
the next board meeting.
my thing is just, like I said, like, I'll float, they was attended, so
Yes.
I would just like to see that position filled so that you guys can start
Yeah, I
focusing
already
on
talked
it.
Yes.
to Dr. on Monday, we're gonna review the applications to select to screen some applicants, and then we'll move from there pretty quickly.
Okay.
And in those terms, Ms. Anaya and Mr. Flores, Mr. Campos, I said, well, we have been waiting for too long. We need to do something. And Mr. Williams and I, we are getting together to look at the community liaisons. We have community liaisons at each side. We have community liaisons at the district office. What they are doing? So when the new person gets here, we are already going to have an idea, a proposal. This is what you need to focus. Because remember, it's going to be February.
Yeah.
We're not going to have too much time.
No.
So
No.
time is of the essence. That is our priority, and I'm glad to hear that we have at least 2 board members, and it seems that Mr. Campos agrees with you, that you have similar priorities than me, because actually it should come from you, right? I was just presenting that was my recommendation, and that's what we are going to be doing, giving you the information so you can make educated decisions, and you can say, this is the direction that we want to go. And that's what we are going to be focused on. But I'm really excited because I'm seeing something that it makes sense, and that is for our students. It is going to help our district and our community, and that's what our students need and deserve. That focus, that laser focus, attendance, student achievement, and addressing specific needs of our students. Arts also is going to be helping with attendance, the students, and we can talk about details, potentially mariachi at Paris High School, band, different things like that that we can have. Okay.
All right. I think we're at adjournment for the special board meeting of the Board of Trustees of January 25th, 2025. Do I have a motion? A motion. Okay. Do I have a second? Thank you. Okay, seeing that.
I think she wanted to keep on going.
Well, I mean, at this point, so we can vote to adjourn? I know. Oh, can we just do it? Or do you want to do this way?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I found my-
Okay.
Sorry. Did you log out? I closed out too soon.
And then Trustee Garcia and Trustee Stafford are not present.
Take the opportunity to say thank you to the cabinet members, to Sarah, to Senator Fetzner, to you, sir, for being here today. We really appreciate all your help and your support. And to Mr. Campos for organizing this great, it was an excellent retreat. I'm really glad to be here.
Hey, upon taking a vote, the vote was 3-0, and the meeting is adjourned at 4:01.